me feeling kinda hot. We could be a team, baby, I could be a mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. What's your bag for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on dreaming. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. Nothing, I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
everyone. How are we doing? Everyone in attendance to this very, very early stream of mine at 12:34 a.m. Eastern. Welcome, everybody. Sorry for not streaming earlier, but at least I'm streaming, you know? Oh, and Ogre Boy, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. You've been subscribed for 4 months, which is honestly kind of low because I feel like we've known each other longer than that. But, you know, I'll forgive it. It's fine. I'm definitely not ass mad. Don't worry. You guys. Pete Hegseth. Skeet Hegseth. The man, the myth, the legend. I don't, like, apparently this, like, Pulp Fiction thing, I saw it at the last second because Josiah had just uploaded a video that was, like, that was saying that he, like, quoted Pulp Fiction or whatever while trying to, like, quote the Bible or something like that. And I go to YouTube, and the first video that pops up is the New York Post putting it as a question. And so I was like, okay, well, is it clickbait? Because typically if something is titled like a question, like, did Ilhan Omar really say this or did they do that? They usually don't. It's like, the answer is usually no. But if Josiah uploaded a video about it, he's not in the habit of lying. So I guess I'm going to see for myself. But holy shit. Okay, really quick. And I swear we're not going to talk about the libs very long. Just a little bit. But I was watching a Wick panel right before I went live. And how every single conversation devolves into something about Hassan, I'm sure I don't know. This skill has been refined to a very impressive degree for, you know, Wick and for people who enjoy it. And you know what? God bless. Like, make the 100th Hassan thing. But, like, it just seemed like, when are we going to advance the discourse and the conversation to the point where we talk about who's going to be included in the tent instead of talking about who we're not including in the tent? Like, this party, the Democratic Party, is ridiculously unpopular despite a very, very unpopular admin and incumbent. And everybody is talking about ways to get rid of people. Why we're doing this, I'm sure I don't know. Like, I don't understand why all of the prerequisites to join the very exclusive club that is the Democratic Party have to be, like why are we adding so many more qualifiers to it? It doesn't make any sense to me. Has anybody actually sat down and done the arithmetic? The coalition that Kamala had in going into the 2024 election, it was not enough for her to win. So we have to expand the tent. It has to be more people. She didn't just lose the Electoral College. She lost the popular vote. So it doesn't really matter that your liberal ideas are so amazing that they just speak for themselves. Clearly they don't. Clearly more needs to be done. More convincing needs to be done. Why can people just not talk about him? Talk about anything else, people. Sun is the Earth, Sun, and galactic central point. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. I just don't get it. I don't understand how you can be like this desperate, but also like this particular. It doesn't make any sense to me. But that's just me. That's just me. Okay. Ugh, it's so ugly when you fucking Canadians donate and it makes the dono goal do this fucking in the corner do like a bunch of decimals. I hate it. But I'm not complaining. Okay. Oh wait, really quick. I saw this also. Why this happened, I also don't know. The ICE director, Todd Lyons, resigned. The acting ICE director.
Breaking news to report right now. The Department of Homeland Security, it looks like acting ICE director Todd Lyons is resigning. DHS Secretary Mark-Wayne Mullen says Lyons will head to the private sector and his last day will be May 31st. Lyons served as the head of ICE just a little over a year, leading the department during the fatal Minnesota shootings and scrutiny over immigration policies.
We gotta win the midterm.
This is so, like, that's the, okay, I guess that's literally the only information that's contained within the video. I thought maybe they would give more of it, more detail, but I guess not, okay? So, ICE director already out. What psycho is going to be put in his place? Sure, I don't know. Okay. Now we do Skeet Hegseth. Let's see how New York Post spins this.
Leads me finally to a prayer that I'll read, which was also handed to me a couple of days ago, delivered from the lead mission planner of Sandy 1, Sandy 1 were the A-10s that were a part of the daylight rescue mission of 44 Alpha, Dude 44 Alpha out of Iran. And if you know anything about Sandys, their job is to bring those A-10s and put them in between the enemy and that down pilot. And so their job is to literally sacrifice themselves for someone else. And in Iran, in contested territory, that's exactly what they did. They call it CSAR 2517, which I think is meant to reflect Ezekiel 25:17.
Well, there's this passage I got memorized. Sort of fits this occasion.
Why is it showing this? Whatever, I'll edit it
Ezekiel
later.
25:17.
The path of the downed aviator
The path of the righteous man
is beset on all sides
is beset on all sides
by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
And I will strike down upon thee with
And I will strike down upon thee with
great vengeance and
Oh my
furious anger
God.
great vengeance and furious anger.
for those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother.
Those who attempt to poison and destroy my brother.
And you will know my call sign
And you will know my name
is Sandy 1
is the Lord
when I lay my vengeance,
when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
and amen. So it's this.
How did he maintain a straight face? What a fucking joke. And like no one in the audience even seemed to pick up on it. Like no one is like, is anyone else hearing this?
Prayer was recited by
It doesn't break TOS. No, it's not about it breaking TOS. It's that YouTube will flag it because it's copyright. It's a Tarantino movie, you guys think.
Sandy 1, which is one of the Sandys, to all Sandys, all those A-10 crews, prior to all CSAR missions, but especially this CSAR mission that happened in real time.
Okay, it actually reads, and I will execute great vengeance upon them with furious rebukes, and they shall know that I am the Lord when I shall lay my vengeance upon them. The modified Pulp Fiction version was recited by Jackson, playing hitman Jules Winfield, for brutally opening fire and killing a man in one of the film's most famous scenes. Like, I don't know if he didn't think people would notice or he wanted them to notice and he was fine with it, but Jesus Christ, horrifyingly cringe. What is like wrong with this man? And here's an opinion maybe we can completely disregard or pay attention to, depending on how much weight you put in the opinions of anti-Trump Republicans. But somebody was saying this guy has a theory that he's on his way out. And this being why. Bill Kristol, anybody know this guy? The omission of Hegseth from the list of those Trump directs to work on the ceasefire and his replacement, as it were, by Kane, along with Driscoll's embrace of General George earlier today, makes me think Hegseth's days are numbered. And this is a Truth Social post that reads, I just had an excellent conversations with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. On Tuesday, the two countries met for the first time in 34 years here in Washington, D.C., with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I have directed Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Rubio, together with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to... I cannot believe that he actually put like Dan Kane there. With Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world. He is so gracious. And this will be my 10th, so let's get it done. President Donald J. Trump. Woo! Okay, guys started winning yet? 10th victory. Fucking victory lap, you guys. War is over. Any day now. It actually probably ended like, we can safely say it like ended at 5 p.m., you know? I'm tired, boss. I think this is a huge stretch to say that because Hegseth wasn't mentioned, that means that he's like on his way out. That is a big reach to me. I want to count on him being right. Crystal is a bozo. I mean, we did it. Okay. Also, Trump also having a normal one. When he talks about Epstein's victims or whatever. I don't know if anybody else saw this.
The First Lady last week called on
About them refusing to go under oath.
Congress to further look into and uncover the truth on the Epstein files, the Epstein saga. Do you believe that there should be a public hearing for more of these Epstein survivors?
Well, I'm okay with it. I think we've had a lot of public hearings. I'm okay with it, but I understand that the women didn't want to go under oath. That's what I heard, that the women, the victims or whatever, they refused to go under oath, which was a little surprising. So Melania felt strongly about it because she was accused of that I met her through Epstein, but it turned out to be totally false. It was a false story. All the way, I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. The Pope made a statement. He says Iran can have a nuclear weapon. I say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Y'all remember when he said that? Does everybody remember when Pope Leo said that Iran should have a nuclear weapon? That was awesome.
And if the Pope looked at the 42,000 people that were killed over the last 2 or 3 months as a protester with no weapons, no nothing, I mean, you take a look at that. So I can disagree with the Pope. I have a right to disagree. I have a right to disagree with the Pope.
What do you say to people who see that, who see your criticism of the...
Look, nothing...
I have a right to disagree with the Pope. He keeps saying this. He was asked to comment on why Melania Trump made that statement about Epstein, and he was like, I mean, she has the right to talk about it. I don't know. Is this like Bibi being in his ear, like with the right to defend itself type language where he's just like, oh yeah, you can always just fall back on saying I technically have a right to do this insane thing that I'm doing. And I have a right to criticize the Pope. Nobody can actually stop me from criticizing the Pope except me.
No disagreement with the fact.
It's like at the age of like, how old is he? Like 79? He's like discovered free will.
The Pope can say what he wants, and I want him to say what he wants, but I can disagree. I think that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they do, the whole world would be at jeopardy. The Middle East will be blown up and the whole world will be at jeopardy. We're very close to making a deal. That'll be a great thing. The Pope has to understand, Iran has killed more than 42,000 people over the last few months. Think of it, protesters without guns, without anything.
This number grows every single day. First it was 15,000, then it was 30,000. Now we're at 42,000.
Totally unarmed protesters. The Pope has to understand that. This is the real world. It's a nasty world. But as far as the Pope and saying what he wants, he can do that. Now, I know the Pope's brother. He is a big MAGA person. He's got MAGA all over his house. His name is Louis. He's actually a great guy. And I'm sure the Pope is a great guy. I haven't met him. But I disagree with the Pope. If the Pope would allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, you can't do that.
There are people that are saying that the Pope is bad.
Anthony Mershak from MTV.
No, not really.
Anthony Mershak from MTV Lebanon.
What?
Anthony Mershak from MTV Lebanon. I would like to ask you regarding congratulations for the 10th war.
Yeah, it's very exciting. With Lebanon, it's
MAGA all over his house. Like, why didn't they make Pope Leo's brother the Pope? Am I right? He's obviously qualified because he has MAGA all over his house.
very exciting. I think we're going to have a deal where we're going to have a meeting, first time in 44 years. And Lebanon will be meeting with Israel, and they're probably going to do it at the White House.
When do you think, President, when do you think they will?
Over the next week or two.
Or the next week, and do you think this agreement can reach?
I do. I think we're going
Hezbollah
I think we will have an agreement between Lebanon, and they're going to take care of Hezbollah. But they're going to be working on Hezbollah right now. But we'll have an agreement between Israel, very importantly, and Lebanon.
Will you support our Lebanese army as well?
I would. Yeah.
Iran's going to execute. Has Hezbollah agreed to this ceasefire? I mean, how do you even...
They're all agreeing. It's a very nice little...
Fun fact, Trump is the first Jewish American president. He converted to Judaism just before his second term in a secret ceremony with Jared Kushner and Ivanka. October Kid Gaming, I think you're lost or you're having a stroke. I noticed that you're a first-time chatter. This is actually not 4chan or a QAnon board, so I don't know if this is the stream for you, but you're welcome to say.
Little package for about a week, and we're not going to have lots of bombs dropping, and we're going to see if we can make peace between Lebanon and Israel.
And this is on the Pope, Mr. President, because there was a group of bishops that did put out a statement.
I heard that too, yeah.
Saying the Pope isn't merely exercising his opinion, he's preaching the gospel. I mean, what do you say to people that do this?
Well, I want him to preach the gospel. I'm all about the gospel, but I also know that you cannot...
Yeah, Trump, known Catholic, all about the Pope preaching the gospel.
...let a certain country, which is a very mean-spirited country, have a nuclear weapon. If they did, they would use it, and I think they'd use it quickly, and they would kill many millions of people. So, you know, the Pope could disagree with me on that, but certainly we're allowed to have that. I'm all about the gospel. I'm about it as much as anybody can be, but I can't allow, as President of the United States of America, I can't allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And here's the story. They won't have. They've already agreed not to have. That's good news. And I think the Pope will
Yeah, they have. So why are we doing this war? They're not going to get one.
be very happy.
The Federal Reserve should wait and see about this Iran war before lowering interest rates. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree. I think we should have lower interest rates.
Iran's going to execute 4 more protesters, reportedly, including the first woman protester. What do you tell Iran?
Well, tell that to the Pope. What did you say? Tell that to the Pope.
Who the fuck asked that question?
That Iran is going to. Did you just hear that? Iran is going to.
Oh shoot, Casper Cosmic Lord, thank you so much for subscribing. At Tier 1, you've been subscribed for 5 months. I really appreciate it.
Execute 4 people, including a woman.
The Lebanese love you so much. Would you visit Lebanon? You extend the ceasefire. What makes you extend that?
I don't know if we're going to have to, but if we need to, I would do that.
Wait, that's important. Sorry.
What are you telling the airlines and the oil companies about the way you're going to open up the Strait?
So if you look at the oil and if you look at the price we're paying, it's about half what people thought it would be if you did what I had to do. We had to take.
Gas prices are up 50% since the beginning of this year. And you just said they're the opposite.
This journey to the Middle East in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon. They would have been, if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, or if I didn't kill the Barack Hussein Obama deal, the nuclear deal, which was a disaster, we would have had nuclear weapons exploding in the Middle East and beyond. I believe I've been able to stop that. I think we have a very successful negotiation going on right now. And I think it'll be, if it happens, it'll be announced fairly soon. And that'll give us free oil, free Hormuz Strait, everything will be nice. And I think your oil price will go down to lower than what it was before. And I think a lot of good things will happen.
Okay, now it's going to go down.
Just for clarity, you're willing to extend the ceasefire period?
Well, we'll see. I don't know that we'll have to. Ideally, but if I needed to, I would.
The Lebanese people love you so much. What do you say? The Lebanese people love you so much. What's your message for them? And you will visit Lebanon after this deal?
I will do that. At the right time, I would certainly go there.
You think this war in Ukraine, Putin doesn't want to stop it apparently. He keeps bombing Ukraine. You think this war has the potential to go on for years more?
Well, it should have been. It should have never started. If I were president,
it would have never started.
Never would have started with Russia.
Right.
But it's going on. Hopefully, it'll get over soon.
The First Lady came out last week and said she had no links to Jeffrey Epstein.
Who did?
The First Lady, Melania.
She had none.
Why did she come out and say that last week?
Because the fake news was saying she did, and she had none, and I think
that's
been proven. It bothered her that the fake news was being fake news. That's all. She just wanted to clarify.
Are you surprised?
Who's taking care of Hezbollah? Do you think that they are destroying the deal that we are trying to make?
We're going to see how it all works out, but they'll be working and coordinating. If you know Lebanon, right?
What does that question even mean? Who's taking care of Hezbollah? Like, Lebanon has already banned them from the parliament last month or whatever. I don't understand, like, what is the end goal with that question?
So they'll be working with Hezbollah.
Like who is taking care of like domestic terrorist cells in the United States? I don't fucking know. Like the FBI.
If you fire Jay Powell.
Are you still interested in acquiring Iranian oil?
What?
Are you still interested in acquiring Iranian oil after the?
Well, we'll see. I mean, we have a very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. And I think it's a.
Yeah, we have the greatest relationship with Iran. Things have never been better. Maybe not since the Iran-Contra scandal have things been this great with this country and Iran.
Combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth.
Are you going to make the Arab countries pay a portion of all of the costs?
I think they'll make that. I think they're going to make that contribution. I think the Arab countries, because we've done a lot. I think they'd make a contribution toward the cost. Not been involved.
Don't you just love how they do these press conferences right in front of like a loud ass airplane? It's just so good to hear and like nice to listen to.
If you make a deal, we're going to see what happens. But I think we're very close to making a deal with Iran. You'll be the first to know, but I think we have a chance. And If that happens, oil goes way down, prices go way down, inflation goes way down, and you're going to have, much more importantly than even that, you won't have nuclear holocaust.
What's happening now? What's happening, Mr. President?
Do they get back to it, or what are we doing here?
Have a great...
China before your visit?
Well, I have a great relationship, as you know, with President Xi, and I look forward to being there. We have a very special relationship, so I look forward to being in China.
Thank you.
I have a very special relationship with President Xi.
Mr. President, you impose sanctions on Rwanda because they keep violating the Washington Accord.
I do.
But President Kagame just said he don't care about sanctions, and he said he will not withdraw from Congo. His troops will continue in Congo. What is your reaction to
We're
that?
going to look into it very strongly, but they do have very big sanctions.
Mr. President, there was a G20 meeting in Washington today. Why did you invite Poland instead of South Africa?
Well,
Get our highlights. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Must be so cool to hold the highest office of the world's top superpower, make shit up, and lie out of your ass with no accountability. Sick. I mean, difficult questions are, child's play when all you have to do is lie and get out of them. Thank you so much for the $10.
Poland's a great country. We like it a lot. We're friends with Poland. The president is doing a great job, so we invite him.
And I mean, this really lays bare the incompetence of the journalism and media class in the 21st century. This is not the first, they ask Trump these questions. He gives a nonsensical answer, a false answer. They don't usually do follow-ups. They're completely ill-equipped to confront him with respect to domestic affairs. And then you really see how bad it is when it comes to anything related to international politics.
Social posts about Bruce Blakeman in New York. He's being denied up to $7 million of public campaign funds in New York by partisan Democrats. Have you seen that, and what's your reaction to it?
I can just tell you this. Bruce Blakeman is running for governor. He will be a great governor if he wins. I don't know that he wins or not because it's New York, and people cheat on elections and a lot of other things. But Bruce Blakeman is a great, great gentleman. As you know, he comes from Nassau County, which is a Democrat area, and he wins by a landslide all the time. And if Bruce Blakeman gets in, your taxes are going to go way down, and a lot of good things are going to happen, including cleanliness and all of the things.
A lot of good things are going to happen, including cleanliness.
You want to see. I know him very well. He's been a great leader, a great executive in Nassau County.
Okay, weird. I don't know what the fuck he means by that. Usually, Trump says, when he talks about, groceries or whatever, or, he'll, the fact that he talks about, oh, they're letting all of their, Mexico's letting all of these people out of insane asylums and they're coming over to the United States. He clearly thinks the asylum process is in reference to insane asylums. I get stuff like that. When he just said they're going to have, the cleanest city, I have no clue what this could mean, if this is a dog whistle that he's repeating, if he just literally means clean up the streets or no crime. Yeah, he has the best shower. I don't even understand that. Okay, let's see. I kind of want to do the JD Vance thing already. He goes to this TPUSA event and he gets heckled. I don't even know why he did this. So he goes to this TPUSA event. Erika Kirk doesn't show up. He's asked about Epstein. He's asked about the Iran war. He's asked about the Gaza genocide. 10 of 10, no notes.
So for those of you wondering why I don't have really flowing, long, blonde hair right now, so I'm going to address it right at the front. Mr. Vice President, I'm on stage here instead of our friend Erika Kirk. That's right. Because unfortunately, she has received some very serious threats in her direction, which is terrible. It's a terrible reflection on the state of reality and the state of the country. But it underscores a larger point that she has received a lot of attacks.
From me specifically.
From
I have proudly contributed to those attacks that she's faced.
Surprising places, perhaps. Tell us what you think about that. Some of the people that have made part-time jobs out of attacking Erika, and this is the net result.
Sure. Well, first of all, I love Erika, and I know that she did get some threats. And, about 2 hours ago, as you know, Andrew, I was a little worried that we were going to have to cancel the event because Erika was not going to come, and she was very worried about it. And I talked to the Secret Service, and obviously these guys do a very good job. And I said, you know what? Let's let Erika do what she needs to do for herself and her family. I'm sure Andrew will fill in. And let's go and make this an amazing event with the Georgia Bulldogs in Athens, Georgia. So
this is what she's supposed to be doing for herself and her family. She's the CEO of this fucking organization now for some reason. What else does she have to do?
Absolutely, we're going to do this thing. But look, I mean, in so many ways, when did Charlie die? It was mid-September, I believe.
September 10th.
And in the past, that's right, it was the day right before September 11th. And in so many ways...
September 10th is, in fact, the day right before 9/11, yeah.
The past 6 or so months have been 2 separate living hells for Erika Kirk. And the first is, of course, that she lost her husband, she lost the father of her children, and I'll never forget this because, I mean, frankly, I think a lot about it because my wife is now pregnant with our 4th baby.
Reminder, I love my brown wife. Reminder, I'm not cheating on my brown wife, Usha Vance, with Erika Kirk.
When we went and picked up, thank you. But when we went and picked up Charlie's body in Utah, and of course you were there with us, and I met Erika and I met the family. I mean, I met his parents and his little sister. And
you met Erika? Was this, I guess, before or after she filmed that weird ass video of her like caressing his corpse?
And I just think about that moment and where she was so broken. And any of you know who anybody who's grieved before is you kind of go from just crestfallen and sad, and then you want to remember the person that you just lost. And there's just this constant flood of emotions, right?
Why would he ask that question? I realize this. I'm going to split this hair. If anybody knows somebody who's grieved, like, dude, like death is so common. Everybody dies. What are you talking about? It's harder to find somebody who's never experienced loss than it is to find somebody who has.
One moment you're laughing about something they said 2 years ago, and another moment you're sobbing because they're not there anymore. And I thought about that moment a lot because Erika told me, and that was the first time she'd ever, told me this. And I guess I thought about it a lot in the context of our own, my wife's pregnancy. She said, I really wish that we had had more babies together. And that kind of hit me like, it's just it. He's gone. That was sort of...
Okay. So this newly widowed white woman says to you, gee, I wish I had had another child with this man, but he's gone now. And what do you say? Apparently, it hits you that Charlie Kirk is gone. And you're going to tell people that the next thought in your head wasn't like, could I be the next? No, I'm kidding.
Sort of one of the moments where I realized
it's just so weird. Why would he say this?
Charlie's not coming back here. And you have this mom who's really sad about the fact that her 2 little kids may never have memories.
Yeah, you have this woman, this single mom now who's really, really sad, and she's telling this to me, and she needs someone to comfort her. So naturally I do. It's also why I'm here at this event. Like,
I mean, you think about like as a father, I know most of you out there are too young to have kids, but one of the things that you think about as a father is, I want my kids to remember this moment, right? I want my 6-year-old to remember when I took him to the zoo, or my 6-year-old son was just baptized on Easter Sunday, and I want him to remember that moment with me. And thank you. But so Erika's struggling with this, and of course that's terrible, unspeakable. Most of us could not even put ourselves in her shoes, while at the same time, she's trying to make sure that Charlie's legacy doesn't die. And in that context, everybody is attacking her over everything, and they're lying.
Yeah, that's all she's trying to do. She's just trying to keep Charlie Kirk's memory alive. She's not trying to sell merchandise. She's not trying to, push his book. She's not trying to maintain relevancy. She's not trying to make more money.
About her, and it's one of the most disgraceful.
She's just a grieving widow. Whom amongst us hasn't, after our husband was shot very, very publicly, filmed ourselves touching his corpse, right? Put that on Instagram. Then wear like a sparkle jumpsuit and go out and do a bunch of public events. barely talking about your husband and just talking about like religion and marriage and giving people advice, who hasn't done that, and who hasn't walked out to pyrotechnics at your husband's memorial.
Things that I've ever seen in public life. And I've seen a lot of crazy stuff.
And if you think any of that's weird, fuck you. Could you even imagine being in this incredibly wealthy woman's shoes? No, you can't.
In my life as a political leader, and I will tell you that the people who tell you, I was there with her, I was holding her hand, my wife was hugging her while we loaded Charlie's body onto Air Force Two and said the Lord's Prayer, the people telling you...
Wait, what? You were holding her hand and your wife was hugging her?
I was holding her hand, my wife was hugging her while we loaded Charlie's body onto Air Force Two and said the Lord's Prayer, the people...
So the scene that he just painted is that he's holding her hand, the wife is hugging her, Charlie's body is being loaded, and also prayer is happening. This is like the most overstimulating thing that I could possibly picture.
People telling you that Erika wasn't grieving her husband are full of shit. And we need to be honest about that fact. Excuse my language. My wife says I got to work on my language. She's been telling me that for 12 years, and it still hasn't taken. But the thing is...
Oh my God, it's so painful watching him lean into the wife guy shit at this event where Erika Kirk's probably not in attendance because what? Is this him trying to put to bed the rumors that they had like an affair? It's literally having the opposite effect.
Look, when you become a public figure, the natural thing, and I've talked to Erika about this privately, is a ton of crazy people say...
Yeah, again, I bet you talk to Erika Kirk privately all the time.
A ton of things about you that simply aren't true. But the thing that makes it so egregious with Erika is that she's a grieving person who's trying to carry on her husband's legacy. And look, we all do things that are wrong. If you want to, criticize Turning Point USA for not taking this position or having this political disagreement, or maybe it should...
Okay, like what wrong thing did she do? When he was like, we've all made mistakes in the context of defending someone, you're sort of tacitly admitting that, yeah, a mistake was made. Please share, JD. What mistake did Erika Kirk make?
Do this or that, that's all above board. But to say that Erika...
They recovered a vial of his semen? Are you talking about Charlie Kirk? What the fuck are you talking about?
Erika Kirk wasn't grieving her husband on that day. To say that Erika Kirk was somehow complicit in it is so preposterous and so disgusting, and it's one of the things that has broken, I think, the American public conversation over the last 6 months. I mean, Andrew, we could talk about this for a long time. Charlie's absence, I felt it so many times in so many different ways. There have been so many times where I wanted to call Charlie and say, man, you've got to call this person, or man, you've got to put this event together so we can help this candidate, or just to bounce ideas off of as a friend. There have been so many ways in which I felt that void, but one of the ways in which I felt that void is that it's like the response to Charlie Kirk dying, the response to Charlie Kirk getting assassinated by a left-wing furry lover is the response should have been, let's go...
It's never been established, by the way.
After left-wing violence and terrorism. Let's defund the networks of left-wing violence and terrorism. That's what we've been doing in Washington, D.C., and that's what...
This is a lone wolf incident. It's a stochastic incident. There's no network of fucking terrorism. He acted alone to the... Like, there is literally no information from Kash Patel's FBI, his own admin's FBI, that suggests that Tyler Robinson worked in conjunction with literally anybody, or that there was a conspiracy.
We've been fighting for every single day. Savannah Hernandez, of course, was assaulted in Minnesota a couple days ago. I talked to Kash Patel on the way down here, and I said, I assume that we're doing something here. And he said, yes, we've had multiple agents on the ground. We've already talked to Savannah. We're going to use the video to try to go after the people who assaulted her and then try to defund the networks that fund those radicals who are going around assaulting activists. That's what we should be doing.
How do you sign up to get paid for this shit? Where are the people that are like getting their Soros checks? How do you get paid to be an agitator at a protest, to wreak havoc on MAGA? Like, sign me up, dude. Like, where I don't understand how this is so prevalent, and yet no one has like ever approached me, and I've never met anybody who's part of this, even though I know people that are in activist groups.
And I know that politics is hard, and I know that it's challenging, and I know that things aren't always easy, and we're going to have disagreements even within our coalition. But if you're going after Erika Kirk and not the people who are trying to destroy the United States of America, you're part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Yeah, amen.
I mean, I don't disagree with this sentiment. The only thing that we disagree about is who's actually trying to destroy this country. Because, I mean, I would say Erika Kirk is part of that group. But is she the most important part of that group? No, not really. That's mostly like the entire MAGA movement and their base. And yeah, time is better well spent, you know, going after them. But, you know, it's really no problem to make time to criticize MAGA and then go after Erika Kirk, because that's basically one and the same.
You know, I think that's really well said, Mr. Vice President. And I always try and remember that Erika has to live with this constant reality that her kids are one parent away from being orphans. And so we take that extremely seriously. And as you mentioned, what happened with Savannah, and I think it's just important that we remember that we're dealing with humans. These are human beings.
This is a human man that we're dealing with. We're dealing with real, actual human beings.
Yeah, I you know, exactly. And I've heard some people say, well, you know, Erika was smiling 2 days after Charlie Kirk died or something like that. And it's like, most of us in this room have grieved somebody that we loved.
He knows damn well that is not the most prevalent criticism that she was fucking getting in light of her husband's assassination. It was not that. That was the first one that people were like, it's kind of stupid. The idea that like you couldn't crack a smile or find something funny, even in light of tragic circumstances. Sure, you're reaching. That's not what people were saying. They were calling out the pyrotechnics. They were calling out all of her weird public appearances, her outfits, her makeup, her fucking her social media decisions, her line. People were doing deep dives and realizing like, holy fuck, this woman has been trying to like launch a fucking career ever since she turned 18.
You know, maybe, hopefully not a spouse who dies in the prime of their life, but
what about the video where she was celebrating the merch sales? Yeah, what about it? It's totally normal to be happy that in light of your husband's untimely assassination that you sold 30,000 hats or whatever. Who wouldn't be happy about that?
You deal with somebody who's grieving, it's always this weird combination of emotions. It's intense sadness, intense affection. It's, you know, you sort of love that person in that moment, maybe more than you ever have because you feel their absence. You think about all the happy moments that you had and you can't help but smile. And then you remember they're not there and you can't help but sob. That's what grief is like. And so, again, if your instinct is to go after not the left-wing radicals who are assaulting Savannah, or not the people who shot Charlie Kirk, but if your instinct is to go after a young mother because she's grieving in a way that you find you find wrong, well, why don't you stay in your lane and mind your own business?
Yeah, amen.
Grief is complicated.
This is people's business. She made it people's business. When you go out and do all of that shit as a public-facing person who is now the new CEO of Turning Point USA, she didn't have to do any of that stuff. She made it a public conversation. This is not people prodding into the private life of a private individual. This is a public figure.
So there's another angle of this, Andrew, which is just so absurd, which is that, you know, people will say that, you know, Erika, you know, she's been doing this or she's been doing that, and I would be doing something different. And it's like, first of all, that's fine. Like, if you want to criticize somebody because you have a disagreement, disagree with my politics, disagree with something that Erika or Andrew say on the Turning Point podcast, but this desire to go after her for the way she's grieving her husband, that's the most preposterous thing I've seen in a very long time, and I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in politics.
Amen. Thank you for saying that, Mr. Vice
Yeah.
President.
Dude, who has stuff on him? Who the fuck? Again, unless he's fucking this woman, or I really like can't, or there's some corporate benefactor that there's some advantage to him doing this. Erika Kirk is reviled by, like, universally, as far as I can tell. People on the left fucking hate her for obvious reasons. People on the right ain't so hot about her either. So what is it that compels so many of these people to defend Erika Kirk? It's bizarre to me. Now that Charlie Kirk is dead, that org is going to fade into irrelevancy as far as I can tell. Yeah, in the short term, there's going to be people like pouring money into it, but it's not going to ever reach the sort of status that it had with Charlie Kirk. Like, you're not going to be able to replace Charlie Kirk, which sounds insane because you can always come up with like a new right-wing grifter, but like not using Turning Point USA. I see no evidence that that's going to happen. The people that they've tried to slot into his role are equally as uncharismatic as Charlie Kirk, and untalented, don't get me wrong, but like immediately people are like, the difference is that Charlie Kirk founded TPUSA, so all of his mistakes at the beginning, he had way more time and like a smaller audience actually watching him as he was like refining his craft, which is literally just memorizing talking points to dunk on college students with. But you can't slot in an inexperienced young person that you're trying to make become the next Charlie Kirk when TPUSA already has the visibility that it does. So they immediately didn't like this kid, and I haven't seen him since. I haven't seen him try to push him since. They like, to the extent that you could try to make the org succeed, it's other commentators that would frequently appear on Charlie Kirk's podcast. Like, that is your best bet, is trying to make one of them even bigger than they already are. Not Erika Kirk, not some new kid to replace Charlie Kirk, or abandon the org. Jack Posobiec is crap. I mean, he is, but he would be, like, just objectively from like a business standpoint, like if I were in charge of TPUSA, I would be pushing him hard. Or like the other guy who's like his right-hand man. I don't know why you would try to like get like a new Charlie Kirk and like debut him. So this is him getting heckled though by somebody over Gaza, I think.
So the Pope said something where he said, and I'm gonna
It says JD Vance deals with heckler who yells "You're killing children" at him over Gaza.
Try to remember the exact quote, but he said that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. I'm pretty sure that he said that exact statement. Now, on the one hand, again, I like that the Pope is an advocate for peace. I think that's certainly one of his roles. On the other hand, how can you say that God is...
I was going to say, this is going to be a hell of a... But after you say, I'm fine with the Pope, talking about peace, like, how gracious of you.
Is never on the side of those who wield the sword. Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from, those who had survived the Holocaust? I certainly think the answer is yes, and I agree. Jesus Christ does not. I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support genocide. Whoever yelled that out from the dark, he certainly does not.
Oh my God! So he engaged with him for no reason because that person wasn't even mic'd up.
I think that's pretty easy. I think that's a pretty easy principle. Okay, so here's a guy. Let me just say this. This is a guy. No. First of all,
also, like, JD Vance is like literally converted to Catholicism in adulthood. So I'd be shocked if he doesn't know this. There have been times that the Catholic Church has supported warfare. So if they're not supporting this particular war, it's not because they have this general we're pacifists in all cases, no matter what. It's because they don't support your war, dude, because there's no merits to it. That's what that means. There's actually like judgment being laid here, and they don't like what you've decided to do.
First of all, random dude who's shouting, can I finish my point and then I'll respond to what you just shouted? Is that okay? Okay, great.
Yeah, can we give him 1 second to answer this?
So let me just finish this question on the Pope, and then I want to respond to what this guy said. So, number one, when the Pope says that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword, there is more than a 1,000-year tradition of just war theory.
He comes off like such a bitch. I mean, can't hide who you are, right?
Okay? Now, we can, of course, have disagreements about whether this or that conflict is just, but I think that it's important, in the same way that it's important for the Vice President of the United States to be careful when I talk about matters of public policy, I think it's very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been... Who
the fuck does he think he is? This is so insane to hear from, like, a Catholic parishioner.
Again, hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first.
Oh, this could not be going worse. This is so painful to watch.
But I think one of the issues here...
Like, dude, He is actually, whoever is talking about the genocide in the audience, you're making a critical error. You're never supposed to interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. And let JD Vance cook, okay? Let him talk about how the Pope is not doing theology right and is not interpreting the word of the Lord correctly. Please continue.
Is that if you're going to opine on matters of theology, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure it's anchored in the truth. And that's one of the things that I try to do. And it's certainly something I would expect from the clergy, whether they're Catholic or Protestant. Now, to respond to this guy here, he said, I believe he said the administration supports a genocide in Gaza. And here's my response to that. When we came in, the humanitarian situation in Gaza was an absolute catastrophe. You know who's the person who got a peace agreement in Gaza? Donald J. Trump. So if you want to complain about what happened in
Gaza Riviera is a peace agreement in Gaza that's going to greatly benefit the Palestinians. Also doesn't respond to the genocide charge.
So if you want, sir, to complain about what happened in Gaza, why don't you complain about Joe Biden and the last administration? We're the administration that solved that problem. And by the way, not only was our administration like the administration that solved the problem, but the president, excuse me, sir. Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years, because we have taken that situation seriously. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of about
the famine started under this admin. Like, it really exploded. There was extreme food insecurity under the Biden admin during this, like the fucking pier that collapsed. Like, need I remind everybody? But holy shit, for him to actually try to argue that like they are letting in like record numbers of aid or whatever is actually insane.
Our administration is, whether it's there or Thailand and Cambodia, we have consistently tried as much as we can to solve these problems, not just complain about them like the guy who just ran away angry.
Okay, let's hear what JD Vance actually thinks about the Gaza genocide, which is that it's not fucking happening at all. This is him on Theo Von about like 10 months ago. And Theo Von has said that it's a genocide. Theo Von also pals around with Jared Kushner and other MAGA figures, but I digress. This is Vice President JD Vance this past weekend with Theo Von. This is episode 588, 10 months ago. This has 3 million views. I think this is where they talk about it.
Okay. A little bit of boogie, boogie nights for the fellas.
That was FDR's favorite movie, so that makes sense. So, all right. What were we talking about? Technology. Okay. So I was getting a brief. So
because that's what people
when I first became, no, they are, and I get it. And look, like all I'll tell you is
JD's posture is giving me the ick.
Try to be as.
Oh yeah, I did go to the last Blockbuster. I forgot about that. Shout out Ben Oregon.
My national security guy. I want to make sure it's not classified information. Okay, no, it's not classified information. Okay, basically, long story short, one of the guys who works the national security team of the Trump administration gave me this brief about how, okay, when you're using an iPad and let's say, you know, you're reading a story from some random newspaper and you hover on a particular paragraph, like your iPad is collecting that information on you. God. Like it's actually trying to track what you're doing. Like that is the stuff that really freaks me out.
Well, how do we stop that? I think it freaks everybody out. I think it just makes people sick. It's like you don't even feel like you exist for any purpose anymore other than to be advertised to or to be, I don't even know anything else.
Well, you think about it, like think about it 100 years ago, 50 years ago.
Oh my God. Okay, dude. When did they start talking about this? Palantir. Sniper bullets. Okay, here they're talking about the Gaza. Okay, here they talk about it.
To start a fake account in your name, and that, by the way, happens. I had a friend of mine who had an illegal alien steal his social security number, and when he went to the IRS to complain about it, they wouldn't give him information on the person who was stealing his stuff. And by the way, that's what we're trying to do is make it so the IRS can talk to the
this is pre-Ozempic, JD.
Department of Homeland Security. But the only real protection against this stuff, I think, is to have a government that actually protects the rights of its citizens. And, you know, we should all be worried about our privacy being invaded by the government. I think we should be just as worried about private corporations as we should be the government. I think, everybody can invade our privacy, but I don't, let me put it this way. I don't think that the solution to that problem is to like pretend that the government doesn't already have this information. It just does.
Right.
You got to make sure it doesn't misuse it. And that's my view, at least, is we got to live in reality, and the government's already got this information. We just need to make sure they don't misuse it.
Horrifying.
And on like the Gaza thing, just sort of, chat about that for a little bit. I mean, I'm like a human being. So I look at this stuff, I see
citation needed.
These videos, I see the pictures, and it's very heartbreaking. And just since you brought it up, like what we're trying to do here is try to solve two problems here. Okay. So on the one hand, you've got innocent people.
So on the one hand, you have Palestinians, and they won't get off the land that Israel wants.
Innocent Palestinians and innocent Israeli hostages, by the way, who are like caught up in this terrible violence that's happening as we speak. Okay. And we're trying to get as much aid and as much support into people as humanly possible. That's like one thing that's going on. The other side is Israel's attacked by this terrible terrorist organization. I think people sometimes forget that, right? They forget like the thing that kicked this off is that we had this terrible terrorist attack. And
no one forgot about October 7th. It's just not relevant in the context of an ongoing genocide. You don't get to do a genocide in self-defense after a terrorist attack.
A lot of innocent Israeli civilians die in that terrorist attack. And so I think what we're trying to do in the Trump administration with that situation is to get to a peaceful resolution. And I think the peaceful resolution looks something like this. You've got to give Israel confidence that Hamas is never going to attack them and kill a bunch of civilians. And then you've got to get as much aid and support into these innocent Palestinians as possible.
Oh, okay. So the thing that was actually should have followed that, if you're actually serious about ending this conflict, is that Palestinians need to be in a position where they can not have to fear for their life and every waking moment of it, so long as they're under the fucking boot of Israel, backed by the United States. But no, of course not. Israel gets everything they want. Complete and total capitulation, no conditions, no pressure, just they get whatever they want. And then Palestinians just have to suck it up.
Possible, because in some ways they're caught in the middle of this thing too. One thing that I don't love about the whole Israel-Palestinian debate is I think it kind of degrades our humanity a little bit, because I've seen people on the left, mostly on the left, who will say, well, they'll completely ignore that Israel, like all these innocent Israelis were killed in this terrorist attack. And you have some people
who is ignoring this
on the right who will completely ignore that there are like kids who are caught up in this violence. And I think it's why
and adults and elderly people and women and like boys and men who had nothing to do with this.
President has been, I call him the president of peace. It's why he cares about.
It's so disgusting. Like the only people that he will extend empathy to, Palestinians, I mean, are literal children. That's it. Everybody over the age of 18, he kind of makes it sound like they're like probably fair game, right? Like they're probably affiliated with Hamas or like engaged in hostilities. You can just assume that.
Solving this problem, because the longer this goes on, the more suffering, the more death. So we're trying to solve it as much as we can. It's not easy.
Do you have a say in it?
Yeah, I mean, well, the president's obviously the person who makes the final decision all the time. But yeah, I mean,
well, actually, it's Trump who does it, but
we certainly, I think I'm one of the few people that he's talking to constantly. We're constantly, we're talking to the Israeli government. We're talking to people in the Arab world. We're talking to people in the Palestinian territories. Like we're constantly engaging in diplomacy. I mean, one of the crazy things, dude, is this guy is a very dear friend of the president's. He's our special envoy of the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. He's a Jewish guy, very pro-Israel. He's done more to try to bring this conflict to a close than anybody. And you sometimes have people who say that they're pro-Israel who attack Steve for not being pro-Israel enough. And I think it's totally bogus. Like I see this guy operate every single day. He actually is like, he's a Jewish guy who believes in the purpose of the state of Israel. He also is a guy with a heart who's trying to prevent the killing.
Yeah.
And I think there's just like, when I talk about this whole debate has caused us to lose our humanity, I think of the people who are constantly going after Steve, because this is a guy, he's a father. He lost one of his own.
The real victim in the Gaza genocide is this random dude named Steve, honestly.
Children because of an overdose. And he loves people. He believes in the value of human life, and he's doing a really good job. And he's one of the important people in the president's ear too.
Yeah, it seems like I've heard of Mr. Witkoff, but I never met him. But
Good dude. Yeah. You should have him.
I think so. I think the tough thing, just as a regular person, right? It's like we're seeing all these videos of people like picking up pieces of their children, and like, of course, it's the sickest thing I think it's ever.
Of course, I mean, Witkoff really, the special envoy to the Middle East, really is the biggest casualty of this entire thing.
been televised, basically, if you consider watching something on your phone
It's
being
very
televised.
sad, man.
It's it feels like a massacre, and it feels like, I've called it a genocide. Other people have different thoughts about it, and that's fine, right? And I don't need anybody to share the same thoughts, or you too. But I think where it gets scary is that
Why does he undercut himself so much?
we give, we're complicit in it because we help fund like military stuff, and that's where it's like a regular guy, you're like, well, I'm paying these taxes and they're going towards this, like, but you can't do anything, like you can talk, but it's like, you can't, I don't understand how it becomes like tough for people. Like sometimes it feels like we look out for the interests of Israel before we look out for the interests of America.
So let me say a couple things. So number one, like, I think you're a great dude, so we don't always have to agree on everything. Do I think it's
totally.
do I think it's a
So painful to watch this. It's just like he just instantly rolls over. Do you think it's a genocide or not, Theo?
genocide? No. And here's the reason why I don't think it's a genocide, because I don't think that the Israelis are purposely trying to go in and murder every Palestinian. I don't think that's what they're doing. I think they got hit hard, and I think they're trying to, like, sort of destroy this terrorist organization.
In 2023, in 3 months, Israel killed 30,000 Palestinians. Half of them were kids. In 3 months.
And war is hell, and that is true. I also think it's true, man. I mean, I've seen people on my side of the political aisle. I'm a Republican. You know that, but your audience.
I know it looks like, they're just slaughtering every Palestinian site, but like, they're not trying to do that. They're just, a little upset.
May not. Who will see these videos of these innocent Palestinians.
Again, this is taking place in 2025. 2 years after October 7th.
Kids and say, oh, well, they had it coming to them. No. Like, if you have a soul, your heart should break when you see a little kid who's suffering, which is why we have the policy that we have, which is we're trying.
Again, like, empathy only extended to Palestinian children. All adults can just assume they can be assumed to be terrorists and just written off.
Eliminate the conflict, eliminate the source of the conflict.
Because he doesn't want to jeopardize his privilege. Theo doesn't want to get excommunicated from white society for recognizing the others, a whole people too sharply. I don't know what you mean by the last part, but like, I have to assume it is primarily motivated by like a financial incentive to stay in the good graces of these people. I also get the sense that even if he didn't have that, Theo's just seems a little bit simple, is what I'll say. And I think he just seems to have a difficult time kind of like asserting himself, because every single clip that I've ever seen of this guy, he's like I've never really seen him go hard against anybody, unless somebody else can like link me something.
So that we can actually bring some peace and some humanitarian assistance into people. And that's my basic view. And the president's interesting. He's a pro-Israel guy.
Yeah.
And he also
Understatement of the year.
recognizes that to bring any conflict to a close, you've got to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
And so, we've been attacked. I've been attacked. The president's.
Except Hamas, of course. Except the de facto representatives for Palestinians. They can only be met with bombs, right? You can't actually negotiate directly with the leaders that Palestinians elect, or Israel should probably get to select them, right? Even though the reverse is never in order.
It's been attacked for being too interested in diplomacy. And you ask, like, what can I do? I think that what people should demand is that if our tax dollars are going to something, we should be actively trying to fix it. Okay, that's kind of the way that I think about it. And what happened with the Biden administration, man, it's crazy. They were spending so much money all over the world. They weren't engaged in diplomacy at all. So we sent $300 billion to Ukraine, for example.
That is diplomacy. Okay, whatever. I can't even get into this. All right. This is where he's asked about Epstein directly.
We'll do one more. Sorry, real quick.
Watch the moment student asked JD Vance straight up about Epstein after Melania Trump's statement. This one has 298,000 views.
I love this, but I gotta go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President, and coming to UGA and allowing us to express.
Do you agree that every adult who materially supported Hamas was a legitimate target? Absolutely not, because Hamas is de facto the governing authority in the Gaza Strip. So there really is it's very difficult to disentangle the general Palestinian population from Hamas, and Hamas, like, not all aspects of Hamas are comprised of a militant wing. There's also people within Hamas that just are administering like the bureaucracy necessary to oversee the Gaza Strip.
Our freedom of speech, so thank you so much. The first lady said Epstein was not acting alone and had to be held accountable.
Theo is beyond out of his league in his current position. He blew up and wanted to be the next Joe Rogan, so he went full force into politics, and now here we are, another Trump admin. Okay, but you say that, but Ezra Klein told me that Joe Rogan is not political. So, I don't know. Might need to workshop your little hypothesis there.
She said and called for a congressional hearing, but President Trump multiple times called the files a hoax. The acting attorney general said Epstein shouldn't be a part of anything at the DOJ. If there are compromised government officials in those files, how can the public trust that this administration will hold anyone accountable when its own Justice Department is actively blocking the investigation? Given that, can you clearly articulate your stance on whether federal entities should have a formal investigation? Thank you.
Yeah. So
is that clavicular? Yes, this is literally clavicular asking JD Vance a question at the TPUSA event.
So first of all, you said the Associate Attorney General or something. I haven't seen that quote, but here's my view on the Epstein matter. Number one, the guy was clearly a scumbag, okay? Number two, he clearly had extraordinary connections, both with intelligence services, both inside the United States and outside the United States, and also with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people, okay? Number three, I've been a firm advocate and will continue to be a firm advocate of where we have something, and you know, like, I'm probably more obsessed with this than most officials, okay? Probably more obsessed with this than most people even in this room, is when you see somebody who says something in an email that suggests, you know, there's one email I read, and it's been a little while ago, but it was talking about, you know, one person sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein saying, oh, there were some really nice, like, pizzas and grape sodas or something like that. And I remember it sounded like the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, but here it was in like an email from a guy. And my reaction to that was, we should absolutely investigate that person, okay? And, you know, you remind me, I'm going to follow up on that to see whether we've investigated that person, because we should. We absolutely should. When you see evidence of sexual assault, sexual misconduct.
So JD Vance just admitted to having something come across his desk or his feed that reminded him of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, which I guess he thinks there's some credibility to because he meant to look into this, and then he didn't until now when you reminded him. Why would you admit that? Why would you admit that you thought you came across materials that could suggest sexual impropriety towards a minor, and you kind of just went about your day and didn't immediately drop everything you were doing to see to it that there is an investigation that proceeds?
Regardless of whether you're powerful or not, in fact, you should probably investigate it more if you're a powerful person, right? I don't want powerful people, you know, being involved in this disgusting behavior. But I have to defend the president on this, because when he said that it was a hoax, what he was talking about was this democratic idea that he's connected to Epstein. If you look at those emails, it's like, you know.
Dude, are we actually going to try to call into question whether or not Donald Trump is connected to Epstein? What the fuck?
They were in the same, you know, everybody in Palm Beach knew everybody, okay? Like, the president has said he knew Jeffrey.
I think we all knew Jeffrey Epstein.
Epstein, and he was a scumbag. But what you see in those emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump. And Donald Trump hated Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, one of the emails is about Donald Trump narking on Jeffrey Epstein to the local sheriff saying, this guy's a scumbag. You should go and pick him up. So when Donald Trump says, when the president says this is a hoax, he's not saying it's a hoax that Epstein was the scumbag. He's not saying that it's a hoax that Epstein was connected to powerful people. He's saying this democratic idea that somehow he was Epstein's best friend, that is a hoax. And if you look at the emails, it's obvious that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald J. Trump. And by the way, one of the...
So, okay, so they were just sworn enemies. That's why Trump's name is all over the fucking Epstein files. Got it.
Best signs for whether you're a good person or not, for whether you're...
Bro is mentioned more than Harry Potter in all 7 books.
A decent human being is if the worst people in the world hate your guts. The fact that Jeffrey Epstein hates Donald J. Trump is a pretty good thing for Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, well, and I will say, by the way, just so you know, the DOJ, just before we got on stage, I guess I saw the news, has unredacted fully the 6 million documents, made it available to your congressmen and women. So put pressure on.
Okay, so that literally never happened. Pam Bondi basically resigned over the fact that she was getting so much heat for how she mishandled the Epstein files. And they, to this day, are not in compliance with the law. And they have said, the new acting attorney general has just said, we're done releasing files. We're not going to be in compliance with the law. That's it.
On them to go give you a report of what they find. Mr.
Awesome.
Vice President, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Wow, ending on a high note there. Let's just pretend that Trump was not affiliated with Epstein, and to the extent that he did. He became friends with him so he could call him out and say he's a terrible person and actually become his sworn enemy. So that's what you do with people that you hate. You remain in contact with them. You send them birthday cards and you say things like, may every day be a wonderful secret. Yeah. Sworn enemies, by the way. Like, Jesus. And this is the other thing. He's over here saying that, like, Erika Kirk faced the threat. She faced the threat. CBS News, again, this is basically a Trump rag. Secret Service determines no credible threats to UGA rally after Erika Kirk's cancellation, source says. This was reported 2 days ago. The U.S. Secret Service determined that there was no credible threats to Tuesday's Turning Point USA rally at the University of Georgia, even as a planned co-appearance by Erika Kirk was canceled over unspecified security concerns, a person familiar with the matter tells CBS. During the evening's rally at Athens University, Turning Point executive Andrew Colvett said that Kirk had received, quote, some very serious threats in her direction that led her to cancel her plans to appear with the VP. The group said in a statement that the threats related to her travel outside the secured perimeter. Vance said he'd been worried about that the event would be canceled altogether. I talked to the Secret Service, and obviously these guys do a very good job. And I said, you know what? Let's let Erika do what she needs to do for herself and her family. We saw this. Kirk cited threats and concerns raised by her security team. The person told CBS News' Homeland Security and Justice correspondent Nicole Skanja, speaking on condition of anonymity to describe internal discussions. The Secret Service, which is responsible for protecting the VP, was not tracking any specific or credible threats tied to the venue or to Vance, the person said. According to the source, the site was secure and there were no known threats to the protectee. While Kirk may have received hostile or threatening messages, including on social media, those were not part of any identified or actionable threat stream monitored by federal authorities, the person said. After being briefed by his protective detail, Vance was informed that the event remained safe and chose to proceed. In a statement Thursday, a representative for TPUSA said threats related to Erika Kirk's travel outside the secured perimeter led our team to make the difficult decision to withdraw her participation. Our security team continuously assesses security considerations, and this was the right call in the interest of her safety. We're grateful to law enforcement and the U.S. Secret Service for ensuring a safe event. The rally was the second of the conservative organization stops on the This is Turning Point USA tour after Ohio State. Additional rallies are planned for George Washington University, Baylor, and the University of Idaho with various speakers. Kirk is not expected to appear at any of the later rallies. Is that Drewski? Yeah, correct. This is literally Drewski, you guys. I'm not buying it. I mean, I think that she just knows that, like, they can look at internal polling. They can see that she's off-putting to literally everyone and that she hurts the credibility of the organization. And I wouldn't be surprised if she's turning away from being such a public-facing figure with it, because between her beef with Candace Owens and the fact that she's just so off-putting, that, yeah, she probably doesn't need to be appearing in public anytime soon. And yeah, you can just say the security threat or whatever, and everyone will just buy it, and nobody's going to question it, and nobody's even going to even, like, see this article. But of course, except our girl Candy. So Candace had a lot to say about this. This was streamed a day ago. This is 1.4 million views. Erika no-shows JD Vance. Public relations lies about why. So CBS just gave us, like, the inside scoop. So we thought Candace is going to have the actual fucking tea. So let's fucking go.
All right, you guys. Shabbat shalom. Mommy stayed home for the first time, I might add. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Erika Kirk. I gotta tell you, I am getting too old for this. I'm being serious. How old am I getting? My birthday is coming up in
a couple... You have a nickname for... I mean, it's Candy's World, and I'm just living in it. This is Candyland.
Of weeks, and this morning I was having the team help me pick out a microscope that I want as a present, because I'm in my dweebing out era. I'm suddenly interested in DNA and cells, and I'm watching TikToks from phlebotomists. Like, why do we have to go to the doctor for everything? Can I figure this out with a microscope? That's how old I'm getting. Too old to have to take time out of my precious day to work through the latest Turning Point public relations blunder. Blunder after blunder, lie after lie. They treat us like we are toddlers. They want us to make believe. Yesterday, Erika no-showed an event, last minute, an event featuring the Vice President of the United States. How disrespectful. Well, not as disrespectful as the excuse that they are currently handing us as to why. Plus, Pastor Victor Marx.
Can we at least admit Candy is as cute as a button and always beautifully dressed? No, we have to say that the First Lady of France is more attractive.
Have some respect. He replied to me, and to be honest, the response was kind of weird. It's just weird. I can't explain it. I'll let you guys be the judge. Welcome back to Candace. So last night, in case you missed it, in case you've been hiding under a rock, Erika Kirk was slated to appear alongside her friend, Vice President J.D. Vance, at the University of Georgia, and she just completely no-showed it. She stood him up. That is not casual. That is the sitting Vice President of the United States. It is low-key disrespectful outside of a real emergency. Emphasis on the word real.
Her intro is fucking cursed. I hate it so much. It doesn't match the aesthetic of anything else that goes on this show at all.
It was mystifying at first, really, especially since the decision very clearly had to have been made. We were left to assume that it had been made in the umpteenth hour because the announcement was made by none other than Andrew Colvett on stage. This means that ticket holders were not informed until the very moment of the event. Actually, the Turning Point leaders who put together the event were not informed that she was not going to be there. How do we know? Because they were posting and promoting her appearance just 50 minutes before doors opened. Here is a video of the TPUSA staff promoting her. Take a listen.
Hey everybody, my name is Grant Tyler. I'm the field representative for the Peach Territory and also the University of Georgia.
And I'm Caroline, and I'm the University of Georgia chapter president.
And we are here at the Aikens Ford Arena about to host J.D. Vance and Erika Kirk.
Doors open at 1:50.
This is supposed to help get people in the door.
Come out and support your country.
We'll see you there.
They look sweet and happy and clearly not informed of what was going on. So if the story that they are going to sell to us, that there's a threat, then we have to assume Erika was on the ground, right? On the ground in Georgia, something happened and she pulled out, but she wasn't. She was back home, which means that decision had to have already been made long before those students made that video. Yet Andrew Colvett is going to, as you are about to see, last minute on stage inform and surprise even the event planners with this message. Take a listen.
For those of you wondering why I don't have really flowing long blonde hair right now, so I'm going to address it right at the front. Mr. Vice President, I'm on stage here instead
Dude, she's so just subtly devastating.
of our friend Erika Kirk. That's right. Because unfortunately, she has received some very serious threats in her direction, which is terrible. It's a terrible reflection on the state of reality and the state of the country. But it underscores a larger point that she has received a lot of attacks from some surprising places, perhaps. Tell us what you think about that. Some of the people that have made, part-time jobs out of attacking Erika, and this is the net result.
Oh my! Is the implication here that it's our fault? Is it my fault? Why do I feel like they're talking about me? Is that weird? She's not here. And come on, Veep.
Yes,
come on.
Queen, immediately make it about yourself.
Explain to everybody how it's actually Candace Owens' fault because she's being attacked, more broadly speaking. What do I have to do with her going to an event? And by the way, this is weird, but I told you guys I'm aging. I am so old that I distinctly remember when the messaging was the exact opposite. They were sort of gaslighting us the other way. Remember, right after Charlie was assassinated, a lot of people were like, look, she's doing a lot. She's kind of just like doing a lot. Like I would be pretty scared. Most of us, even people who didn't know Charlie, were scared to go out their door. The world felt less safe, but his wife was just fearlessly trotting through all of these events, attending.
She's not super wrong in this case, even though I don't believe the excuse. No, I'm like, it is obvious that when he is talking about her critics, I don't think that there's any reason to think he's restricting that solely to just like random people commenting. It's definitely also about Candace Owens in particular. She's easily been the biggest thorn in all of these people's sides.
Speaking, massive, sold out 21,000 spillover crowd at State Farm Stadium. And the PR machine was like, oh, you noticed that she's doing a lot. Well, let us explain to you why she has no fear. Let me explain to you why she's abnormal. She's just sits above you all. In fact, Erika Kirk herself jumped in, and this was the reason that we were given via her interview with Jesse Waters. Take a listen.
Do you feel safe?
I do. What are they going to threaten me with? Going to heaven sooner to be with my husband? And I don't say that to be reckless. I do not.
Dude, that's insane to say. Why would you say that?
Say that because I'm out in the streets. Like, here I am, come find me. And that's not at all. It's a fearlessness that's rooted in the understanding that I will have my day and my time, whenever that is. when the Lord knows that I've completed my mission. And I'm not afraid. Charlie wasn't afraid either. We never lived in fear. If we did, we wouldn't get anything done. And I can't help run alongside this mission of Turning Point USA and raise my babies with fear. I can't. That's not a life to live for anybody.
So that was in her godlier than thou era, right? When we had, like I said, normal concerns like, hey, wouldn't you be kind of scared for your kids? You're doing a lot right. No, Erika is on fire for the Lord. And that's why you don't understand it. It's supernatural because the Lord is giving her.
And it's actually smart to point this out, that all of these like security concerns or whatever kind of like go against a lot of the things that she was saying initially after it, like he had been assassinated.
His courage. So I'm just asking the common sense question, what changed 7 months on? What was the threat that Erika endured that was so severe 7 months later that she had to last minute cancel an event with the number 2 man of this great nation? What threat could be so severe that she didn't even trust that the Secret Service, right? The nation's Secret Service, to the vice president, he just got back doing negotiations with Iran overseas. Like, it has got to be a pretty good Secret Service. She did not feel that even they could alleviate it. Well, we can always rely on Andrew Colbert to further illuminate matters on Fox News. Take a listen.
It was a really unfortunate experience.
I cannot, dude, slow news day if Fox is covering this. Erika Kirk not showing up somewhere should not fucking be news, even on Fox.
For me too, just to have to watch that very difficult decision get made, which I think is the first time that we've ever had to make that decision in Turning Point history. But everything that happened with Charlie, obviously his assassination, we're still, you know, grieving that. And you saw what happened with Savannah Hernandez, one of our TPUSA Frontlines reporters in Minneapolis. And to see the security team.
It's this or Hassan again.
Team, you know, tell us, we cannot guarantee your safety. We recommend that you don't do this. Was a really chilling moment for all of us to kind of have to internalize and experience and realize that Erika Kirk is, you know, her children are one parent away from being orphans. And sometimes you just have to say, listen, right now, what's most important is your safety, is your security, and your children, your family. Let your team handle this. Let us do what we can do. And so, you know, I obviously was horrified at the reason why, but I was honored to stand in and pinch hit for Erika last night. And I was grateful for the vice president to, that we didn't have to ultimately cancel the entire event. He was willing to do it with me. And it was
like, what event is not secure enough for Erika Kirk, but is secure for JD Vance? It doesn't make any sense.
Very gracious of it.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just getting whiplash. I feel like that's what we were saying. Like, what could be more important than being home with your children when she was just all on the book tour and she bought, and we were just told, no, she's a brave soul. This is what she wants to do. And the worst thing was she would be reunited with Charlie. And now it's so bad that it's requiring a level of Hasbro, right? They're even going to bring in their Hasbro friends over at the Daily Wire to further substantiate the matter because people are going, this feels weird. What could be?
This goes deep. Israel's in on this one.
So much of a threat that they just let the VP, Vice President of the United States, carry on with the event. The people are noticing this doesn't sound right to us. And so since Charlie's passing, the Daily Wire, you will note, always has the inside scoop on what's going on with Erika Kirk for some reason. And here's what they said on Twitter. They said, regarding the threats to Erika Kirk that prevented her from attending today's events with Vice President Vance, a TPUSA official tells me that their security had been monitoring the situation in the days leading up to today's event. People were doxing her travel location and trying to track her arrival and departure, I'm told. And there were multiple direct threats against Erika specifically. This ultimately led to her security's assessment that they could not guarantee her safety. The event venue itself was fine, especially once VP was on site, but it was the travel portion that was the chief concern, the official tells the Daily Wire. Her children are one parent away from being orphans, and so we take the security's assessments and advice seriously. Okay, so a couple things right off the bat wrong with that. Erika now worried about her kids. Yeah. Okay. This feels like a level of propaganda that they have.
Dude, Candace is fucking crazy to actually go that far and say, like, she doesn't care about her kids, like, whatsoever.
Hit before. You're also telling us
it's like it was just stupid for her to do these like LARPy statements in the interviews following Kirk's assassination, where she's like, the only thing waiting for me is heaven and the Lord or whatever, like immediately after. And if you know that obviously you're like going to be a security like risk or like heightened security risks anywhere you go publicly after that.
Now, because you're realizing they're always responding when the public doesn't accept the first sloppy meal that they try to feed us. They're like, oh, okay, no, you're right. It doesn't make sense that the VP would be able to attend this event and Erika would not. So let's switch gears. We'll say it was related to travel. that people were tracking her plane. Okay, people had been actually tracking Erika's plane since the very beginning. People were doing entire shows about where she was going and how much she was traveling and how ridiculous it was, and she never canceled a single thing. So that's just on its face not true. Secondly, if you're going to be a person who is a public figure and you are going to travel privately, as she does, then yeah, people are going to be able to easily guess which airports you're going to, which private terminals you're going to fly into. They're not going to know which FBO, but you're telling me, what is the threat? What could possibly be the threat to her travel? She flies in and she flies out on a private plane that they just could not alleviate it. What did they threaten? We're going to be at the FBO. We'll be at every FBO. We'll be at Signature. We're going to be at Atlantic. We will be there and we are going to boo you. What is the threat? Tell us more about this threat, which was specifically taking place with doxing her travel schedule. What does that even mean? Her event is listed publicly. People buy tickets, or I guess not buy tickets, but they register their tickets to go to these events for free. So you're doxing yourself in order to be a public figure that goes on a tour, right? If you're a singer, a songwriter, you got to say where you're going. You're doxing yourself, but someone's tracking your plane. Well, what is the concern there? That could not be alleviated. You couldn't have somebody on the ground just waiting there to make sure nobody was inside the private terminal, by the way. This woman does not fly publicly. Yeah, like I said, it had to have been something bad.
I just don't understand why they have to do the security thing if she wants to not appear somewhere. Why not just say it was for literally any other reason? She wasn't even scheduled, as per the CBS article we just read, to attend any of the subsequent events. So just make up some reason. Say there was a scheduling conflict, or she's not going to be able to, or there's a personal matter. Why do the security thing? I don't understand. Like, nobody's expecting there to be a cover. This woman can literally do whatever she wants, and people are not going to question it on those grounds.
I'm not buying this plane tracking excuse. It seems to me, especially they're mentioning the kids now. Every time they do that, they're basically using every tool that is not even available in Erika's emotional shed. So what actually happened? Let me back up here and give you some facts about the University of Georgia. There are over 43,000 students that are enrolled at the University of Georgia. This event was, as you heard him say, scheduled to take place at the Aikens Ford Arena at the Classic Center, which is near the University of Georgia. The stadium holds just 7,000 people. So they were hoping with an announcement.
I have a headache. She could literally say, I need to deliver I have to return some videotapes. And the people who have been defending her up until this point would not question it. They would uncritically repeat that statement.
That the vice president of the United States was going to be attending, that it was a guarantee that they would be able to peel off something like 15% of the student body to attend. But actually, they need even less than that, because to make matters easier for them, they also opened the tickets, the free tickets, to the general public. So forget having to get 15% of the student body to sign up. They just needed generally 7,000 people in
JD understanding he's infinitely more expendable than Erika Kirk.
The area that wanted to support MAGA and or the
I mean, Mike Pence almost learned that lesson the hardest way, right?
Rock star widow Erika Kirk. Reality, nobody wanted to attend. The
Rockstar widow is crazy, dude.
Numbers were abysmal. That is what happened, and I want you to know that is what has been happening. So in the umpteenth hour, they decided to cancel her appearance, and here is the evidence of what that event looked like. Here's a tweet with an accompanying clip, which was taken from reporter Jake Traylor, who is a reporter with MS Now. Take a look at this tweet and the accompanying video of the auditorium. He wrote, "Turning Point USA seems to have misestimated crowd size for Vance. The Aikens Ford Arena less than 25% filled for the vice president." Now he's assuming it's because of Vance, right? That people are not showing.
Oh, this is really bad. Like, no one was there.
Could be another reason. A person who was supposed to be there until the umpteenth hour, people could be turning down that particular opportunity. And I'm sure everything Vance and Trump are doing at this current moment isn't helping much either. In fact, it was so bad, right? The turnout was so bad that if we go back and re-watch that Fox News clip, they're actually showing you fake footage. Well, it's not fake footage, it's real footage, but it's fake.
It's fake, but it's not, but it's fake, but it's real.
B-roll, because it's from old Turning Point events. This is how sloppy the Hasbro is. We'll show you this. We'll scroll here.
Dude, not everything is Hasbro. Why does she keep saying this?
Not the venue. Not the venue. And in the corner, it says Andrew Colvett via X on Tuesday, because it says Athens, Georgia. This is not true. This is true propaganda. And we took a closer look at it, and they actually spliced together 3 separate events so that they could show something of substance when Andrew spoke. That is humiliating. That is humiliating. And he's there pitching a story, a sad story about why they couldn't do it because it's your guys' fault. You didn't keep Erika safe. Now, I am told by Turning Point USA college students and volunteers that this has been a repeat problem, that they similarly had a very hard time moving tickets for her event in Washington, D.C. with Karoline Leavitt. They just could not hit capacity. They never did, despite effectively turning these events. They're not even know why it's called a college tour anymore. It's just anybody in the public.
She doesn't know what umpteenth means. She doesn't know what a lot of words mean.
General admission that is willing to come listen to Erika Kirk speak for free, please come. They're going to eventually start paying people to attend these events, and they cannot sell out even a small
they paid people to go see the Melania documentary.
And yesterday, it looks like, was the worst audience turnout in Turning Point's history. Okay, let me repeat that. Under Erika Kirk's stewardship, Turning Point USA is now facing a crisis.
How is that possible? Even I am a little bit surprised because JD has never been somebody like a politician that could attract huge crowds or anything like that. Not even Trump for that matter. But I am surprised that this is one of the lowest turnout events for TPUSA, even with people thinking that Erika Kirk was going to be there. And Vance, that's kind of crazy.
Is the worst turnout in the organization's history.
Like, people fucking hate them then. Or they just don't care.
Even with a feature alongside the Vice President of the United States. Similarly, they had to move the Believers Summit, something that they advertised for last year. It was slated to take place back in October, but they could not move any free tickets. Erika knew that she was not coming long before Andrew Colbert made the announcement on stage. Yet, she did not make a statement herself until after the event began. What gives? Here's what she wrote on X. She retweeted a clip from the event, and she wrote this. I was so looking forward to tonight's event at the University of Georgia with our vice president, but after all our family has been through, I take my security team's recommendations extremely seriously. Thank you to our amazing Georgia chapter for your support. God bless you all. I can't stand...
Ogre Boy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We are covering Miss Candy over here. Losing her shit for basically an hour straight over the fact that Erika Kirk clearly lied about having security concerns to get out of an event that she was supposed to do with JD Vance that nobody seemed interested in attending. So everybody should follow Ogre Boy, and thanks again for the raid.
The lying, the constant lying, and she is not being honest. Okay, she moves things off of her calendar. She will make it work. White House here over the weekend. She was at Bettina at Mar-a-Lago, the one who's marrying Don Trump Jr. She was at her bridal shower. Erika will be wherever it is that she needs to be. That is not the reason that she chose not to show up. And how do we know that this was not some last minute cancellation related to a threat?
Well, okay, that's a horrible comparison from Candace Owens. Erika Kirk being able to attend a private event that the general public is not invited to is obviously going to be way less of a security threat than if she were to attend a public event where she's saying that like they had security threats or something, even though the Secret Service is contradicting her apparently.
Well, first off, common sense. I knew they were lying as soon as Andrew announced it on stage. Take it from someone who has endured a great many threats. The last thing you do is announce a threat on stage when one is happening. In fact, I have dealt with threats at Turning Point USA events where we have had to inform them, this guy who was completely insane and escaped a mental institution or he was a mental hold, and they didn't know where he was. They alerted us, and I was doing an event in Nashville with Charlie, and we had to alert the security team. Nobody goes out and says, hey, Candace has a threat. That's why she's not here. And you know what? Would you like to, JD, let me give you the stage to blame everybody for her having this threat. That is so performative and outlandish that I instantly knew that it didn't pass the sniff test. But another way that we can confirm that we know
what would pass the sniff test, Candace,
this is not real and they're making this up, is because Erika was also slated to speak yesterday at 1:30 p.m. in Georgia at a local high school. But she canceled that event, and she didn't cancel it last second. She canceled it the day before on Monday. Okay? So Tuesday, yesterday, she has a 1:30 event, and then she has an evening event with JD Vance. But on Monday at noon, she had already informed the high school that she was not going to be in attendance, a full day before her last minute on-stage cancellation of her event with JD that the students did not even know about. So she honored the high school students with information, but did not honor the college students with any information, making them look like fools outside, okay? And how did they do it? They emailed and they texted and informed the parents at school that her appearance had been canceled, and they gave a reason, and that reason was not security. Let's read it together. Here is a text that went out canceling the high school event. It reads, first, you can see they set this event up on March 30th. On Monday, you can see that it reads, Parent alert, due to scheduling complications, the optional Turning Point USA high school event scheduled for tomorrow, September 14th, has been canceled. We are sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused.
We are sorry for ever thinking it was a good idea to invite Erika Kirk to speak at this campus, and we will never do so again.
And are
That's what they should actually be apologizing for.
For other Turning Point USA opportunities in the future, okay? A scheduling conflict. A scheduling conflict, not a threat, but a scheduling conflict. Now, if there were a viable threat, wouldn't it have been prudent to inform the administration of a high school, even if it was an airplane-related threat that, oh, it must be, if it's so serious, like someone's going to harm her, you tell the high school, hey, we have a very viable threat right now. We don't want to bring this to you. They were not informed that. They were just told it was a scheduling issue and there was not some significant thing that was pending in the background, which caused her to abandon her previous God's got me philosophy. So,
okay. In reality, I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like she was already canceling events. Like even, if she stood up JD Vance or whatever and she didn't do this high school one, it probably was some scheduling conflict or she just didn't feel like doing it. Who fucking knows? But she's trying to present it like it's impossible that you could have a scheduling conflict in one instance and then there could be a security concern. Although, while it's not logically impossible, okay, I do think it's highly unlikely that that's the case. She probably just didn't want to go.
Oh, like I said, don't you think her staff would have let the high schoolers know if there was a threat? That would have been the responsible thing to do. I am told the truth is, again, that there was immediate parental backlash already that kept happening because she was announced. And they basically said, okay, this is an optional event. It then ended up that there was going to be abysmal attendance, meaning nothing that they could record on social media to make it look like she's, got the crowd going crazy. And so it was nothing for her to look forward to. And so she skipped it. This keeps happening. Parents and students are organizing against her for a variety of reasons. Some of them, those reasons that we have laid out on the show, they do not trust her. They do not believe her. And I can provide more proof for you by way of a parental chat on Facebook that is currently going on right now regarding another event that she has coming up at a high school in Phoenix, right in her backyard, no less. And this is Pinnacle High School. The parents are organizing. Take a look at this chat. This is a parent that posted saying, I am very concerned learning that Erika Kirk is going to be speaking. And then you can see an anonymous member wrote below, as a teacher, I find this highly inappropriate and a safety risk to our students and staff. Also, as a teacher, I know the district may care more about attendance more than anything else. So call your kids out of school and that will send a message. They are basically 30.
Wait. Okay, she's like skipping over everything. It says, good afternoon. I'm posting as a very concerned parent at Pinnacle High School. Today, I learned that Erika Kirk will be speaking at Pinnacle next Friday during school hours. I'm a big believer in First Amendment rights, but I also believe that polarizing political figures and religious figures have no place at a public high school. I'm a taxpayer and a believer in the separation of church and state. I have left a message with the principal, spoke to someone at the PV district who was not interested in stopping this, and am attempting to get in touch with the ACLU. Dude, the ACLU would probably stand up for her right to go speak at this, not see it as something that she's not within her rights to do. Additionally, I'm told her security detail will be outfitted with weapons while on campus. I understand Erika needs to be protected, but welcoming guns onto campus during school hours is a safety issue. If you feel that this is an appropriate use of school property during school hours, I strongly encourage you to call Principal Richards and to call the PV school district offices. I have never spoke up on any issues before and have always let them work themselves out, but I cannot stand any longer. This is an anonymous parent. And then somebody else, it says, anonymous member. As a teacher in PV, I find this highly inappropriate and a safety risk to our students and staff. Also, as a teacher, I know the district may care more about attendance than anything else. Call your kids out of school, and that will send a message.
6 likes. They are organizing, essentially, a walkout, a boycott of Erika Kirk. Okay? I haven't reported on this stuff in the past. I've been very aware that this is going on. The reason why I am now laying this out today is because what enrages me so much about the messaging, the setup there by Andrew Colvett, is that it is akin to narcissistic abuse. They can never admit that they have failed or that they have done anything wrong. So what do? They tell the public that it's our fault. It's your fault. This wouldn't happen. This wouldn't happen if you guys would just stop criticizing her. That's completely psychopathic. We don't accept that. We reject that. Okay, no one does this. People cancel events last minute for a variety of reasons. He got drunk last night. He's hungover. Their PR comes out, makes an excuse. He had a mental breakdown backstage. We've seen a lot, especially in the land of rock and roll. Oh, I lost my throat. I lost my voice. I won't be able to sing tonight. Probably was partying. I want you to actually go through your mind of all the famous people that you know who have canceled events last minute. When do you ever recall management coming out with messaging that implies that actually it's your fault? It's the public's fault. You didn't keep this person safe. They couldn't come out tonight because you failed this person. Well, that's exactly what the messaging was, and you should be infuriated about it. It is ridiculous. They are now paying influencers. Oh, if only everyone would just leave her alone. No one would track her plane. What? Do you not think people are tracking J.D. Vance's plane? Elon Musk took his notoriously off of something. Taylor Swift. People get their planes tracked all the time. By the way, there's no remedy for that situation. What's the future remedy? We're just not going to announce when we're just going to pop up and surprise people. The messaging was crappy. I am so sick of there never being an adult in the room that will just come out and say, as a leader would, you know what? Ticket attendance wasn't great. We want to remedy that in the future. We want to figure out what we can do, changes we can make so that we can establish Erika as the new leader of Turning Point USA. You know, they're still getting to know her. That's responsible messaging. But these guys, it's your fault. And shame on J.D. Vance for taking the bait on that. In response to Andrew Colbett's questioning, he's going to lecture us. He's going to come in and...
J-Ray, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. Did Candace finish her Erika series? Yeah, but unfortunately we never finished it because it just got boring. Like, she was going so much into like the family tree, and I'm like, dude, get to the stuff now. I should go back and see, like, off stream, because I don't know how boring it will be. If she ever got to the point where she was looking at, like, look, she said she like lied about her dating history or the more like salacious, like gossipy shit. But as far as I could tell, she was just going like back and back and back and like talking about random members of Erika Kirk's family.
He's going to lecture us. Take a listen to what J.D. Vance has to say.
Again, if your instinct is to go after not the left-wing radicals who are assaulting Savannah or not the people who shot Charlie Kirk, but if your instinct is to go after a young mother because she's grieving in a way that you find you find wrong, well, why don't you stay in your lane and mind your own business?
Yeah, amen.
Grief is complicated, and
grief is complicated.
And so there's another angle of this, Andrew, which is just so absurd, which is that, people will say that, Erika, she's been doing this or she's been doing that, and I would be doing something different. And it's like, first of all, that's fine. Like, if you want to criticize somebody because you have a disagreement, disagree with my politics, disagree with something that Erika or Andrew say on the Turning Point podcast.
We do.
But this desire to go after her for the way she's grieving her
She literally snorted.
husband, that's the most preposterous thing I've seen in a very long time. And I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in politics.
Okay, first off, we do criticize them all the time for what they say on the podcast. The whole public has been doing that actually since everything happened. Please stop saying this repeat phrase that everyone grieves differently. It doesn't matter how many times you say it, doesn't make it true. Okay, you can't just say stuff. Everybody grieves differently. Yeah, no, for sure. Everyone that I know does.
Like, people grieve more similarly than dissimilarly. If this is some sort of like atypical grief pattern that Erika Kirk is like displaying or whatever, it is the most bizarre atypical grief pattern like ever for a public figure.
No one. That's why it stands out to people, and people go, this is strange. Most people would fear going out. They would want to be closer to their kids.
Not gonna lie, the Candace/Erika stuff doesn't do much for me. Oh man, that is so unfortunate. I can't get enough of the fact that she can turn literally this much information into an hour of content. Like, it's kind of like watching like a Yapper masterclass. I watch just to study, to see like, how can I improve at my own commentary and just reach for like, how do I grasp at straws better and more interesting ways? Like, if she's not going to be in a writer's room, this is what she's going to be doing. And she is pretty good at it.
Stop trying to constantly feed us this slop. But the audacity to say something like he just said, he said that it was the most preposterous thing that he has seen in politics in a very long time. People criticizing Erika Kirk. That's the most preposterous thing he's seen in politics in a very long time. Disagreeing with the new CEO and chairman. This is not just a widow. This is the new CEO and chairman of TPUSA, a position that she did not earn. Nothing that she has done warrants her being in that position. And that to him is like, whoa, I can't believe people are doing this. I've seen some preposterous things just over the last few weeks in politics that should probably rank higher on your list, okay? Like when you guys blew up that school, 150 Iranian schoolgirls were killed, and then you lied about it. That, to me, feels a little more preposterous. I mean, it was not just even 2 days ago that Trump said that he thought Jesus was a Red Cross doctor. That was a little preposterous. Y'all just out here lying about things. I don't know, the Epstein files? Did you have time to go through them, Mr. Vice President? Nothing in there ranked more preposterous for you than us criticizing.
She really didn't watch any other part of that event because he literally brought up something from the Epstein files that she could totally dunk on him for like having something come across his desk and being like, oh, thanks, you reminded me to look into the like child sex trafficking that may be occurring in those fucking emails.
Erika Kirk, how about Trump just generally attacking a pope because he's calling for peace? How about Trump saying that Brigitte Macron is hot? That was pretty preposterous. That she's got it. It's not even close.
Oh, and update, the merch is on the way. I can't believe you guys actually sent me the money for that.
The literal ticket you guys ran on was calling for peace. Now you're attacking the Pope, or Trump is attacking the Pope because he's calling for peace. That feels pretty preposterous. Going to war with the explicit aim of opening the Strait of Hormuz, which was already opened before you began the war, is
Hormuz. Didn't even put it in the caption.
Pretty preposterous. Gas prices right now are pretty preposterous. Us criticizing a grieving widow who can't keep her story straight about anything? No, that shouldn't even hit your radar. So please do not lecture us, JD. Do not. Okay. The lecture that is coming from you is exactly why we don't like Erika, because we see it for exactly what it is. It's elite. She has money and connections. She can call Vice President J.D. Vance. She can get the Secretary Scott Bessent to issue a letter on demand, demanding you stop looking into their finances. She can get Trump to say how much Charlie loved her in his Easter speech. It's the balcony approach.
She is so mad that he said Brigitte Macron is hot. I mean, not just hot, that she's hotter than her. Wouldn't you be mad about that? Like, I don't think Brigitte Macron is like a Manchurian candidate or trans or anything like that, but I definitely don't think she's more attractive than Candace Owens.
That makes us sick. We feel it.
I got the sweater.
You guys looking down in the crowd like we're animals and you're somehow more dignified. Okay, Mr. Vice President, respectfully, our friends aren't in the Epstein files. And I have enough common sense to know that the reason we refer to it as common sense is because it's shared amongst the commoners, us, the majority. And right now, the left and the right...
Dude, that is not what common sense means. What the fuck? It's like not the origin of it.
The internet, we have correctly...
The reason why it's called common sense is because it's the sense that is among the commoners, people.
Identified the nature of your friend, Erika Kirk. So please, I beg of you, we are 7 months into this thing. Please do not give us more Fed slap. We have had our fill. And if it is truly your desire...
7 months into this, holy shit.
...to transform hearts and minds about Erika, might I very humbly suggest that you start with a story that makes sense about September 10th. What happened? One that doesn't feature magical bullets and Superman necks and trannies that write out entire confessions in the spirit of a Jane Austen novel, my love. One which doesn't feature company employees who witnessed the shooting and for some incomprehensible reason neglect to call 911, but instead rush to remove cameras within minutes. That would be my advice. Rather than lecturing us from a balcony, string together a coherent story and a timeline for the commoners. Please and thank you. Anyway, moving on from that, on to some other things that are happening behind the scenes. Essentially, Turning Point is now just in the business of creating an illusion. And by an illusion, I mean that even when they are posting events of her being greeted at events with like...
the great illusionists at TPUSA.
Thunderous applause behind the scenes, you should know that middle schoolers and high schoolers are being forced in some scenarios to sit in these events. It's mandatory. Okay, they have no option. So remember when you went to school and there was assembly? When you had to go to assembly in the middle of the day? That is the state of affairs at Turning Point USA. They are the administration. It's an assembly. Surprise, Erika Kirk is here. And they're like, look, the auditorium is filled. Like, I guess to keep it real, if I was in high school, I was really bad at chemistry. If he offered 5 extra points and was like, Candace, you can bring up this really bad grade that you got if you go sit with Erika Kirk in the assembly right now or after school. No, I still wouldn't do it. But I'd think about it. I don't wish them bad. I just wish them truth. I want them all to stop lying about everything and anything and thinking that a J.D. Vance or a sprinkle of Trump is going to change things. Please stop abusing the public with lies. And already, since more things are leaking, Andrew is commuting the story. Right? Yesterday it was, this is happening because of the people back at home. Now he knows stuff is coming out about the high school event that was canceled on Monday, but he's trying to fit it into this puzzle, trying to make it work somehow, that he announced it on stage suddenly, that Erika wouldn't be attending. And here he is on Charlie Kirk's show this morning with their...
She's the new Oprah.
Latest excuse that's dropping. Take a listen.
Obviously, the big part of the news was that Erika was, she canceled her appearance at that because of security threats that were made against her. It was something we were, monitoring for days before the event. We actually had a high school event that was planned to be before the college event in the area that we had to cancel a few days before because of the increased online chatter that we were monitoring. Our security team, I should say, was monitoring. And so we thought, we got the Secret Service, everything should be fine at the main event. But what ended up happening, and I have to be somewhat careful here because our security team does, obviously wants to be a little bit circumspect in the way that we talk about this because we don't want to give the bad guys any more ideas. But it was a situation where they were...
What the fuck?
Trying to...
We didn't want to give the bad guys any more ideas.
Dox her travel and monitor her travel, suggesting different ways that people could attack her. And it was like something we were actively trying to navigate and change itineraries, move locations. Nobody wants to live that way. It was a terrible experience in many, many ways. And I feel terrible for Erika.
Is he dressing like Kirk? Actually, no. Men's fashion is just ridiculously boring and not very expensive.
Ultimately, when you're in that moment and the security team looks at you and says, we can't guarantee your safety, at some point you just have to say, we'll do this a different way.
Tough job, Andrew. It's truly a tough job that Andrew Colvett has. I just gotta keep up with the crowd and pivot the stories, try to make it make sense. The plane, there was a threat, he tried to move the FBO and charter a different plane. We don't know the tail number. You don't know the tail number. What were they sharing? I was just like, what are we talking? You guys have multiple planes starting with USA. Oh, it just was a threat. We just can't tell you too much. We can't tell you, even though we announced it on stage. We know that
we don't want to give bad guys any ideas.
People are asking for more. We just want to honor the security, and these threats are very serious. And that's why when Charlie multiple times texted me on the security team the day before saying he thought he was going to be killed, we don't like to talk about that. We don't talk about that threat.
Cishet men's fashion, you mean? Well, yeah. I'm talking about like men's like business casual or like business wear or whatever. That the same goes for women in the United States. Like all of what is considered, professional for women to be wearing is like basically everything has to be covered up, and it doesn't matter how hot it is. You need to be wearing like a cardigan and layers, and it just looks horrible. And I really don't even like, I don't like any of the, it's just boring.
That threat, we don't want to talk about. This one, we want you to know it's your fault. So don't criticize Erika. Emotionally manipulative, narcissistic. I reject this, and you should too. Anyway, we are going to be back after a brief break with an update regarding Pastor Victor Marx. He responded, and it's interesting. We'll be right back. All right, you guys, I love
Victor Marx. Dude, these ads.
Victor Marx, what can I say? He was a difficult subject to cover. A lot of editorial decisions had to be made because there was just so much. There was just so much to choose from. And I want to be clear, the information that we got about his biography, that came from Victor Marx. We could have put together tons of clips. He tells his story many times, many ways. And we just were like, okay, let's try to reduce this to the facts about his life, who his father was, who his stepdaddy was, the things that he has said.
Who is this person? Genuinely.
And, we didn't even include stuff going on with his family, his daughter, very public back forth.
Who is Victor Marx? I don't know. I feel like I have just like turned on an episode of like The Young and the Restless or some other like daytime soap opera, and they're just continuing a storyline without giving me like any sort of like recap or here's what happened in case you missed the last episode of this. Like, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
That went on where she was accusing him of abuse, and there's a lot of that. And then she retracted her statement after
running for governor of Colorado.
They began speaking again, and we were like, okay, we don't need to include that. We didn't include the young woman who alleges that Victor Marx kidnapped her from Canada. People had her on the shows, and she discussed how she was kidnapped. But there was a lot going on with Pastor.
Dude, okay, I have to skip this because I genuinely have no clue what she's talking about. And I don't feel like going down the rabbit hole to figure it out.
Have it. Anyway,
I did miss the last Candace.
I wanted to let you know that we then were hit with another wave. People emailing us from Turning Point USA, inside and outside. I love this, just so you know. We have people that are saying that they will get jobs at Turning Point USA just to give us information from the inside. We have people volunteer. They're like,
Dude. So it's literally, if you're at the point that you're getting a job so you can have insider information to provide to Candace, like, so you're unemployed already, but how are you supporting yourself? How are you even, like, I guess TPUSA is probably not paying. You can volunteer for them, so you could probably get inside info that way. But who is watching this? Is the average person watching this somebody who has money or who doesn't?
going on an interview. I reply, they want me in. I will be a mole. Like, that is how the world feels. They are willing to go to work.
Literally infiltrating TPUSA.
To get information. It makes me happy and it makes me smile because that is the influence that Charlie Kirk had. Like, that's incredible that people are willing to do that for him. But anyway, people are still on the inside, and people who were fired also informed me that, yeah, no, there's other people that have trafficking history.
Getting on the CIA payroll, the Candace Intelligence Agency.
That are involved with Turning Point USA. And in particular, there is someone who openly discusses the fact that he used to traffic arms. I'll say allegedly, but this is apparently something he's very open about around the office. He's very close with Andrew Colvett. That's what I am told by, again, both current and former Turning Point USA employees. His name is Marcus Wada. Okay, here's his bio from Turning Point's website, which is interesting to me already. He's the senior productions director. Marcus Wada is the director of strategy of productions at Turning Point USA. Marcus has spent a decade in film and television production, working on films that were international.
Working in Hollywood, guys. Is that where she's going to go with this?
Nationally distributed, and television shows such as Miss Universe. Okay. That's a connection there. Marcus worked to raise financing for films and producing films. He left Hollywood to work in the conservative movement, producing and directing Turning Point USA's documentary series, Border Battle and the Great Global Reset. Well, apparently he also, which I wouldn't put it in my bio too, to be fair, regularly tells people his testimony about how he was involved in trafficking arms in Poland. Poland, where are you at? I saw you in the chat. Someone said, watching from Poland. And I said, ooh, you guys are getting name dropped today. So yeah, he used to be involved with trafficking in Poland. But then, as the story always goes,
Polish trafficking, yet add just another country to add to the conspiracy that involves Egypt, Israel, France, the United States. Why not add Poland, right?
He found God. I am just so pleased to hear it. I'm so pleased to hear it that so many people involved with Turning Point are able to find God. Turning Point USA is out here, I guess, just finding employees and partners in a manner that is unique. It is unique, I would say. It's like a mesothelioma commercial where you or someone you know involved in trafficking. Give us a call today. There may be a place for you in our faith department vibes, right? So then I found out via these employees that Marcus Wada also says that his brother is still involved in the game somehow in the industry in some way. Is it charitably? Is there a difference? I can't be sure at this point. Anyway, I did end up finding the guy. I'm prodding that narrative. There seems to be something there. I'm assuming it must be a half brother because he has a different last name, and this guy's is Jewish. And he runs a consulting company.
Candace is a hardcore grifting KKK conspiracy nut. Even if she has 10 fans, I'd be shocked. Figure drawing 4912 in YouTube chat. We are looking at something that was live streamed 2 days ago and has almost 1.5 million views. She has quite a bit more than just 10 fans.
That consults in human trafficking. What can I say? It's a big industry, you guys. And I want to be clear. These people are not involved in the trafficking. They are charitable and want to alleviate this global circumstance. And these people also, you know, have histories, but I don't know, guys. I didn't even know you could consult in those things. I thought the website was made up. I was like, what does this mean? You're consulting in drugs and look at this industry areas. National border security, money laundering, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and firearms and ammunition. This is brother. Controlled substances. Okay. What does it mean to consult in it? How do you consult in it? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm an old dog that can't learn a new trick. That's my problem. But I am good at spreadsheets. Not so great at Excel, but I know how to put together a timeline and spreadsheets and to organize. You guys should see my pantry. It is ridiculously organized. Okay. And I did put together, you guys saw this earlier, the connecting themes.
Weird flex, but okay.
Spreadsheet because we kept seeing these recurring themes and I did not use Excel as it should be.
Dude, what is this? Liberty University, Eastern Europe, trafficking / sex abuse, military. And all of this is just about like just stuff like it says like Liberty University, Tyler Boyer attended and graduated. Erika, wait, he didn't graduate. Oh, wait. Sorry. I confused Tyler Robinson with, I guess, some rando in TPUSA. Erika Kirk attended and graduated. Cabot Phillips. All of these people, like Eastern Europe. It says late 2012 / early 2013, Erika Kirk begins Romanian Angels Project. 2011, Tyler Boyer goes to Romania to work with the Romanian government. He posts photo of himself with the Ukrainian orphan named Natalia. She doesn't speak English, and he claims to be helping an adoption agency program. Dude, this is the Eastern Europe connection.
But I did put together.
This is actually like a very neatly organized version of the Charlie Day, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like conspiracy meme where he has like all the fucking yarn behind him and he's gesturing towards it.
And it's the trafficking and sex abuse. I should write charity to make that clear. It's getting pretty long, you know. Derek and Shalane Maxfield, that was that plane that left and went to Page, Arizona that day. They run a child abuse charity, a trafficking charity. Sapria, Colonel Otto Buscher, obviously the Romanian instance with Erika, all surrounding what happened at the military base. And he worked with Romanian Angels, which was her charity. The civilian commander stationed at Fort Huachuca, charged with running a child sex abuse ring. Turning Point USA Faith, Greg Laurie, whose church, Erika went right on tour with him, Harvest Church, is currently being accused of trafficking children from Romania. Okay, they are fine with that partnership. George Zinn, our decoy boy, was arrested for having pornographic images of children on his phone. Andrew Piscadlo, that was the person who was detained that day, works to ring the alarm.
How interested are people in this TPUSA thing? I have no clue. I mean, I literally spoke to a Candace Owens viewer who came across my stream once because he was trying to find like an actual Candace Owens like live stream, or Ian Carroll, somebody else who she like collaborates with. And even though he had been diligently watching every single episode since the Charlie Kirk assassination, he knew almost like next to nothing with respect to the details. And I was like, why does this matter? Like, why is this important at all? If like, even if I grant everything that you're saying is true, who cares? Like, why am I supposed to care that Bridget McCrone is a man? Why am I supposed to care that like Charlie Kirk, like maybe Tyler Robinson like didn't kill, like what is the point? And he was like, the whole point is just that like everybody's lying and you can't trust anybody except God. So it just makes people apathetic is what it seems. Isn't Candace a Catholic? Yeah.
On military Ukrainian sex trafficking in the United States. Calvary Chapel Church is obviously riddled with pastor abuse stories. That's an aside, Rob McCoy aside. Glenn Beck, Tim Ballard, that's Operation Underground. Tim Ballard, his name came up in the mix early on as someone who was being met with that day. Erika Kirk lived in China, or in the days that follow, rather, if I remember correctly. Erika Kirk says that she lived in China and worked with child sex trafficking victims, but she's mum on that now, tight-lipped, does not want to talk about what charity that was. No one seems to be able to find it on the internet. We know she was living in, was it Chongqing? Am I saying that right?
It is so funny that she actually, I don't know, like, what is the lie here? That, because neither one is that significant or revelatory, even if I were to grant it. So, wow, a notable public figure lying about the fact that they did charity work, never heard of that before. But you almost get the impression that, like, she's like, no, she did do the charity work, but that was just a cover for something more nefarious. When it's like, why would you ever assume that all of these vain, money-obsessed, clout-hungry people actually went through the trouble of doing shit like that as a cover to do like secret government agency work, when in reality these are are vapid people who just want a media career and the fastest path to it. They don't actually give a fuck about stuff like this. They're lying about it probably. If it doesn't exist, it's because they were hoping nobody would ever check.
To Chongqing, I think it's spelled Chongqing. Maybe it said Chongqing. That's interesting. The TPUSA advisor, Paul Vallely, the retired Army general who ran psychological operations and co-wrote the book with Michael Aquino, the Satanist and founder of the Temple of Set.
Satanist.
I didn't know Satanism had a great schism, but they did. Some people thought that Satan was an idea. Some people thought that he was a real person. And so the Temple of Set was born out of Satanism. So you guys know if you're not up on your Satanist theology. Anyways, not a bar for entry as an advisor to Turning Point USA. He was accused, I'm referring to Michael Aquino, was accused of abusing children at Army Child Development Centers. Victor Marks, as we learned, runs a charity for child sex abuse. We got to add his pills, too. With the what are the pills, man, that he's doing with David J. Harris, that a portion goes to help sex.
Dude, you missed a few episodes of this, and holy shit, the gaps in your knowledge will be intense, because I feel like I'm this is not just like kind of trying to like walk in and like take a midterm. It's like walking in trying to take like the final exam. I have no clue how we've gotten this far, and like none of these names outside of like Erika Kirk are like ringing a bell.
Trafficking victims.
I guess these are all TPUSA people that are involved in international global conspiracies with Israel, Eastern Europe, sex trafficking and abuse, the military industrial complex, and they all happen to have gone to Liberty University, which to my understanding is like an online university that comes off from the outside like a diploma mill.
Nelda Buckman the #1 donor to Turning Point USA, is extensively involved in rescuing children that are being sexually abused and trafficked. The backstory that she gives was that her first husband, this is her story, her first husband cheated on her with like a lot of women that were in the industry, and she was angry about that. But then she realized that she wanted to understand these women, and that brought her to the trafficking industry. And now she has a lot of angels. This angels, Texas angels and Austin angels. I can't remember all of them, but that's another connection there. And now we have Marcus Wada involved. I should probably change that.
For Victor Mark's episode covered a huge amount of ground. I mean, you don't fucking say. I feel like I missed everything.
That to more responsibly say, formerly involved in trafficking arms in Poland, according to Turning Point USA, current employees and past employees. So we can just update that spreadsheet, you guys, just so I can say that clearly. Formerly involved, Marcus Wada. We just kind of type that as a note. Yeah, we'll live edit that just so that doesn't get misunderstood from the public. Formerly, comma. He's not formerly Marcus Wada, guys. No, he is Marcus Wada. Was he formerly Marcus Wada? I don't know, actually. If people change their names, nothing would surprise me. Maybe he is formerly Marcus Wada. I think we're having a little bit too much fun today, guys. I'm just like, the stories are just getting they're just so ridiculous. What can I say? What can I say, ladies and gentlemen? We will be right back after a quick break.
Ridiculous is one way to describe this shit. This is like truly schizophrenic, even for Candace.
That's 8. He does not look Polish to me, Marcus Wada. Well, it's on his LinkedIn. He lived in Poland, so he just speaks Polish. I don't know. I don't make these rules, guys. I just research and listen to the people and present it to the public. We do have some new merch available on the website. Best way to support the show, the best way to support independent thinkers. We love being independent, obviously. You can head to CandaceOwens.com and buy yourself some kit, buy yourself a hat. We really like our Make America Christian Again hats. I think they're just really beautiful.
Oh, so it's okay when Candace Owens sells a hat. Okay, but Erika Kirk, after her husband is shot, she can't be happy about the fact that she sold merch in his name. Wow.
Personal fave, I think that you should just buy that right now. I'll wait. Everybody go buy that right now. Tons of other stuff available on the website. Top comment from last episode. Jared Johnson wrote, Erika is the kind of friend to steal money from you and then pray that you find it. That one took me out yesterday because I feel like you hit the nail on the head. Erika is the kind of friend that will steal your money and then pray that you find it. Is like, Jared, you win every award. I laughed out loud when I read that comment. I'll pray for you. Oh my God, you listen, Wally, honey? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm going to pray for you. I pray the Lord finds it,
She is so fucking petty.
Brown wrote, she didn't know how to play the part of a human being. She's quoting me, exactly what woke up everyone. Yes, hope you're paying attention, JD Vance. There is such a thing.
Oh, did he say that? It sounded like something that I remember him saying when we watched the clip of JD Vance explaining why she wasn't there.
As having a spiritual intuition about things. It's what keeps you safe. Being aware something about justice feels off, and
that's addict behavior. This entire fucking show, Candace's entire program, just screams brought to you by meth. Brought to you by crack cocaine.
Is something was not tracking, and then when she wasn't behaving the way that she should behave, you guys basically told us that we were crazy for noticing that she had no fear, and now you're flipping the gear. You're just completely doing a 180 now and saying she has fear. Come on, guys, just stick to a script. Stick to some form of a script. Okay, comments on today's episode. Smith writes, did JD just slip up by saying that the people that killed Charlie? I didn't even catch that he said that. And I do believe that there were people involved, multiple people involved in killing.
Yeah, it was just a slip up. But like, no, actually, no, he didn't, because he was talking about, this is actually something that she should have covered more. Why didn't she watch any more of the fucking... It's like she didn't watch any part of the thing. Like, there were other things that she could have gone in on Vance for. Like the weird ass comment that he made related to like something that he saw in the Epstein files that disturbed him and that he needs to look into because he had forgotten to until that person reminded him. She should have brought that up. She also should have brought up the fact that he's like, we need to stop. We need to go after these like terror cells in the United States that are like funded by left-wing agitators that want to go after the right. Like, that is suggesting that there was like, again, multiple people, that it was a conspiracy involved in taking out Charlie Kirk.
And I do not believe that it was Tyler Robinson alone on a rooftop. And so we're going to continue to read the court documents and stay on top of them and force them to be honest about things for a change. CC writes, it's extremely nuts to be screaming, make heaven crowded, while canceling appearances because of a threat. The irony of Charlie still making his event after telling people that they were trying to kill him. Go home and be a mom like Charlie wanted. You just can't have it both ways. You don't get to be a public figure and to say, I don't want to have any attention, but I do want to be the CEO and the chairman of Turning Point USA. It's always like they are the people that...
Holy fuck, I wish you still lived in Austin. Austin. I wish I lived in Austin, but I've never lived in Austin.
Present the problem, and then when everyone's like, okay, well, you're the person, you're the one that brought the public into this, they go, oh, no, never mind, I just want privacy. It's giving Meghan Markle. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to be the princess, but I also want privacy when I want it, but I also want Netflix cameras when I want it. Life just doesn't work like that. Okay, you can't take us into the casket and then pretend to be aghast when people ask you where you buried him. Did you bury him? Do you think that they cremated Charlie? I ask myself that question, right? I ask myself
why
occasionally whether or not they cremated Charlie, because that is starting to make sense to me that they would do that. I don't know, because now she can't share the details because she says people are.
Why would they cremate a body that they clearly prepared? Unless she thinks that that's not his body.
Come and try to destroy. I mean, I can't think of a single figure that's deeply hated in American history that has suffered having people go after the gravesite. And I genuinely, that's just not a thing that people do, right? I'm sure they do in extreme circumstances, but that doesn't feel right to me. There's something very strange about that. And similarly, it's like she wants to be the grieving widow. She wants to be treated like a grieving widow that's taking care of her kids, but she's boss babing it. And she's making decisions, and she's reversing course on the things that Charlie believed, and reversing course on the things that she alleged that she believed when Charlie was alive. And people are going to call that out, and they have a right to call that out. And so I encourage people to continue to do that. If she doesn't want to play the role of the CEO and chairman, she's welcome to step down. Okay, she's more than welcome to step down, and then she will not have to deal with the day-to-day criticisms of how Turning Point USA is being run into the ground. But otherwise, put on your big girl pants, so to speak. Sarah Miller writes, loved ones of missing and murdered people regularly get dissected in their interviews with the press for how they are grieving publicly. I guess you are only allowed to grieve differently when you're a part of the Epstein class. It's bogus. Yeah, that's completely right. People absolutely tear apart people every second of every day, especially given the size of this case. And as I said earlier, their inability to just string together a comprehensive story regarding what took place on September 10th. They're relying on us to accept make-believe. This is a fairy tale story. And then they're like, well, why don't you believe that Rudolph had a red nose, Candace? Why don't you believe that he was carrying Santa's big butt all across the North Pole? Like, I just don't believe that, actually. And how could you not
Santa's
attack that?
on
It's godly and it's this and the Lord, and then it's suddenly not the Lord, and they have real concerns, and it's just all over the place. It's very sloppy. Caroline writes, Candace, please let me help you with your Excel. I can do wonders. No, I am just using it to organize the columns. I am ignoring the rows. We are just doing the columns on connecting themes because I was like, I could make this in Word, but why would I when Excel has already made this for me? Thank you. Yeah, we're keeping that forever. In fact, I am inspiring.
Me discovering how to use Excel at the fucking ripe age of like, how old is Candace Owens? She's like she's like approaching 40. It's okay. You guys, enough of this. We're circling the drain here. We're just doing comments, which is usually funny because again, you get insight into like who is attracted to this type of content. Like who the fuck is watching this, who is following this. But I think we're done here. And if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. Same with YouTube. You should subscribe to me if you want to catch when I go live on YouTube, and like the stream because it pushes it out to other people. If you want to support me, the best way to do that is the Streamlabs tip link that is in my YouTube description box or pinned in my Twitch chat. You can also buy a YouTube super chat from me and I will read it out loud to you and thank you for it. Or you could gift subs throughout the chat in Twitch, or maybe be on the receiving end of a gifted sub if somebody's feeling so generous. But now I really want to look at Tucker Carlson going after Trump. I think he literally calls him the Antichrist in this. Okay, this is Tucker on the new religion of Trump's America and his mockery of Jesus Christ. This was one day ago, 1.3 million views practically. And this is him going scorched earth apparently. So let's see. This is 2 hours. I don't think I'm gonna watch the whole thing. I want to see just mostly when he like goes after the monologue alone. This is like, okay, I don't care about the interview. I just want to see the monologue. And he has things to say, apparently.
Donald Trump is a famously irreligious man, just not that interested, basically secular, a product of his time and place. If you doubt that, some of the funniest clips ever of Donald Trump, and this is not a criticism, they're legit funny, are him being interviewed during the 2016 campaign and asked basic questions like, what's your favorite book of the Bible? To which he says, with some confusion, well, the Bible, maybe unaware there are component books to it. So Donald Trump is not someone who traditionally, or ever really, has weighed in on questions of faith or theology. He kind of gives it a pass, sort of smiles. Yeah, I'm for it. I'm for it. The Bible. But in the space of 1 week, Donald Trump, the same famously irreligious Donald Trump, has weighed in pretty specific ways on matters of faith and theology and religion publicly in ways that are disruptive and sort of hard to understand, but worth trying to understand. So all this began about 10 days ago on Easter Sunday, early on Easter Sunday, before 9 a.m. on Easter Sunday, when Trump tweeted that he was planning on destroying civilian infrastructure in Iran. It was going to be bridge and power plant day, basically promising war crimes, crimes against civilians, against the population of the country. And then in that same tweet or truth, he used the F word on Easter Sunday. And then he seemed to make fun of Islam. Praise Allah, he said. So in one short statement of about 110 words, he seemed to give the finger to the world's two largest religions, Christianity and Islam. That was Sunday. And then exactly 1 week.
Tucker Carlson has famously never made any jokes at the expense of any religion, not Judaism, not Islam, not at Muslims. Nope.
Later, also on Sunday, the Christian holy day, he attacked the Pope.
And like, that's not me defending Trump, by the way. I don't give a fuck about that. It's that this man of all people calling somebody out for disreputable or inappropriate jokes at the expense of somebody else's faith or whatever is stunning.
The leader of the world's largest religion and largest Christian denomination, and attacked him personally and said basically he's only Pope because of me. He's bad. The Pope is bad. And then later that day, maybe most interestingly, bafflingly of all, he sent out this meme. Take a look at this. Now, there are two on the screen. The one on the right is the one that he sent out, and it's himself. It's Donald Trump, President of the United States, dressed as Jesus, healing a man. And you can see the healing power coming off of his right hand. Now, the image on the left of your screen is the original image, and it was floating around the internet. Who knows exactly where it came from, but it's been there for quite some time. The one on the right is the one the president sent out, White House Communications Office, or whoever does this, sent out, and you'll notice that it's been changed, and the American soldier over the president's head, the president
is like Lucifer, or what are we getting at here?
Jesus' head has been changed and is now, if you look very carefully, a demon, some kind of winged creature of hell. So it goes from an image that suggests, healing and light.
Dude, this is like fucking astrology for men. Really, it is. Like, to actually try to find some significance in this AI slop image that Trump tweeted out mindlessly, like it was any other fucking day, is moronic.
Image that suggests, I don't know, a scene from Revelation, John's vision on the Isle of Patmos, the end times, the apocalypse, who knows? Nothing good. It suggests demonic power because there is a demon in it. So he sent that
But
out.
I mean, this is literally a guy who says he was attacked by a demon in his sleep because he woke up with like scratches on his side or whatever.
Withdrew it, deleted the tweet from the internet after an outcry, but was asked about it. And he said, yeah, I sent that. Didn't explain how the demon got in there. Someone at the White House put it in. Didn't explain why. And he said, I sent it out, but it wasn't me as Jesus.
Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. I really appreciate it. We stand with Pope Leo against the Antichrist. Hell yeah, we do, especially on the Straighterade live stream. Yep.
So obviously it is. It was me as a doctor.
We also stand with Pope Leo when he calls for Iran to have a nuke. Very based. We love to see it.
Because I heal people. Jesus, of course, basically described himself as a doctor, someone who came for the sick to heal them, which he did. So maybe a distinction without a difference, but still kind of confusing. And then today, a day later, was asked about it again, and he said, no, I didn't have anything to do with that. I didn't send it out. Which wasn't exactly an answer to the question. Even more confusing. What was that? And then, to make it even further mysterious, sent out this meme on Truth Social, retweeting somebody else, and it's him, Donald Trump, being, I don't know.
Holy shit. In this AI picture, look at the way that Trump is depicted. Like a fucking like Chad that he's absolutely not and never was.
How would you describe that? Caressed by? Healed by? Maybe endorsed by Jesus. That's unmistakably Jesus, the Christian Messiah, the man God at the center of Christianity, with his arm around Donald Trump, basically saying, you go Trump, I'm on your side. So all of that in a little over a week. What does it mean? Because it certainly means something. This isn't so much a couple of memes. These are These are icons. It's iconography. These are attempts to send a statement about faith. What statement is the president sending? Well, not a coherent one. Doesn't actually add up to a theology. It's mockery. He's mocking Jesus. He's making fun of Christianity. The central figure of the religion is being held.
Nuclear weapons are against our religion. Rogue theology. Did you think I was being serious when I said that thing about Pope Leo?
Held up for mockery, of course. And his description of how this got out is itself mockery of the idea of truth. One day he says, yeah, I did it. Next day he says, no, I didn't do it. Both are on video. That's not really a...
And what's stunning is that Donald Trump has never told a lie before or tried to cover his ass with a lie or backtrack after he posted some insane, stupid shit on Truth Social or on Twitter. This is the first time he's ever done that in public life, and in his political life also. So it's really crazy and brave for Tucker Carlson to come out and call out Trump for lying in the year of our Lord 2026.
Lie, it's more than a lie, it's bigger than a lie. It's an attack not just on a specific set of facts, it's an attack on the idea that there are facts. It's an attack on truth, openly. No one's hiding this. So this was kind of dismissed after a online kerfuffle for a few hours, and people were outraged, and then they weren't, and we've got other things to worry about. They moved on. But for sincere religious people, for Christians who care about Jesus and what's true and what's not, a lot of them went to their Bibles to try and figure out, what are we watching here? And a lot of them came up with a couple of verses that seem to fit what we're watching. And if you are a sincere Christian or know some, maybe you got these texted to you, but we'll read them just so you know how a lot of people of faith were interpreting this. The first is from Paul's second letter to the Thessalonians, the church of Thessalonica, chapter 2, a very well-known verse in which he's describing what's going to happen when Jesus comes back. And he says, you're going to hear that Jesus is coming back. Don't believe what you hear. A bunch of things have to happen before he returns to earth, redeems the world, history ends. And you'll know that he's coming.
I feel like he's posted himself as Jesus a dozen times. I don't think he's ever posted it or reposted it, but other people will generate these images, and it's not uncommon to see Trump depicted as Jesus or some Christ-like figure in these depths of fucking QAnon hell type, online forums and Facebook groups.
By these events. And among them will be the rise of a figure he describes as the man of lawlessness, sometimes describes as the Antichrist. But the man of lawlessness is the phrase from his second letter to the Thessalonians. And he says this: there will be a great rebellion against God, led by that man of lawlessness. This man, quote, will oppose and will exalt himself over everything that is called God or is worshipped, so that he sets himself up in God's temple, proclaiming himself to be God. He will pose as God. He will mock other gods and put himself in their place. That's from the second letter to the Thessalonians. But that's not the first place in the Bible, Old and New Testaments, where something like this is described. Variations of this are in a number of prophecies in what Christians call the Old Testament, including those contained in the book of Daniel. The prophet Daniel describes something very much like this at the end of history, and he's describing this period, really, as is so often described in the prophets, as punishment. Punishment for faithlessness and sin. God's people are being punished for not following God. And that punishment, he describes in part in chapter 11 from the book of Daniel, predicts the coming of a king, and we're quoting now, a king who will do as he pleases. He will exalt and magnify himself above every god, and will say unheard of things against the God of gods. He will be successful until the time of wrath is completed. For what has been determined must take place. It's all ordained, in other words, preordained. He will show no regard for the gods of his ancestors, nor will he regard any god, but will exalt himself above them all. So to a lot of Christians, or people who know the Bible well and believe in it, these predictions in both the Old and the New Testament, and
is this really cathartic for people that are religious and offended by what Trump posted for them to watch? Rogue Theology, are you in YouTube chat? Can you tell me if there is any, do you feel any sort of yeah, fucking get him or whatever? I can't even relate to finding this enjoyable, even if I were highly religious.
Others seem to fit what we were watching. Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors.
It's just Tucker for an hour straight doing this fake wide-eyed naivete and like trying to address Donald Trump directly about a thing he doesn't know about, doesn't give a fuck about, has never given a fuck about. He's never given any inclination that he is genuinely religious or spiritual in any meaningful sense. He has openly mocked and joked about religion, heaven, being the Pope. I don't know how many times. It's so unserious to think that you could ever reach Trump this way. Like, and it's kind of formatted in such a way that it's like made for him. So what is the appeal here?
Mocking the God of gods and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? At least that's my conclusion. Who knows? We're also told repeatedly in the New Testament that you're not going to know that Jesus will return like a thief in the night, and you better be ready because you can't predict it. But we're also told there are signs, and is this one of them? Well, again.
No, this guy is heretic. Okay. Did I miss the PBD segment? No, I have PBD loaded up. Don't worry.
Unclear. This, by the way, fits the behavior of other leaders throughout history who saw themselves in a kind of rivalry with the gods of their people and sought to put themselves over those gods, exalt themselves above God. That's actually pretty common. That is really the definition of megalomania. And it's happened before and will doubtless happen again. But that's clearly what this is. This is
Tucker does like to play on the evangelical Christian persecution fever dream. Yeah, I guess that's the appeal to this, right? Like it's catharsis that somebody is affirming for like an hour straight that you were just like the biggest victim ever.
Mockery of God by a temporal leader, by a man. This is the leader.
These are not the comments I would have expected. The top comment is, we need separation between, synagogue and state. Okay. Don't vote for anyone that kisses that damn wall. Just appointing Paula White is a mockery of Christianity. Thank you, Tucker, for having Father Trenum on your podcast. I'm sick of these psychopaths. It's truly heartbreaking to witness how leaders have become so corrupt, both financially and ethically. Zionist occupied government. Okay, so it is literally just like a Christian anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and people saying that like Trump is not Christian enough. We've all been noticing the stuff they don't want us to notice. Yeah.
Of our
Only Tucker Carlson is outraged about the AI Jesus thing.
Saying, I will take no instruction from God because, as he showed in the first meme, I am God. Okay. So that kind of raises the question, is that okay? Seems to be okay. There were no massive protests in front of the White House. There was no attempt really to do anything about this. In fact, many Republican leaders shrugged it off. Self-professed Christians shrugged off. No big deal. You know, he's just true socialing. Don't pay attention. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. What, do you have no sense of humor? Mocking Jesus? Giving the finger to God? You're so uptight. And as for his attacks on the Pope, Republican leader after Republican leader, including just hours ago, the Speaker of the House, the self-described Christian, fervent Christian, Bible scholar, joined in attacking the Pope. So you're going to have to wonder, is this the behavior of a Christian nation? Is the United States a Christian nation? Well, that depends how you look at it. The United States is the nation with the most Christians, over 200 million. There are more Christians in the United States than in any other country on planet Earth.
Don't remind me, Tucker.
So it is by that definition a Christian nation. Of course, it's not officially Christian. Our Constitution forbids the U.S. government from creating a state religion in the First Amendment, in the Bill of Rights. So no, it's not officially Christian, but it is fundamentally, materially Christian because it's majority Christian still. And once again, it's the country with the most Christians. But it's not a Christian country. And in fact, if you take 3 steps back, it's a nation, or it's a government anyway, that has for a long time really acted in opposition, explicit opposition to the interests of Christians, not just in the United States, but around the world. Our foreign policy, for example, seems to target Christians. And this has happened consistently enough that it's probably not an accidental byproduct of the policy. It may be the point of the policy. Who knows what the intent is? But certainly a fact of every foreign policy adventure, at least since Vietnam, which in the end, and this is often forgotten.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 130 bits. Got Mittens post incoming any day now. Ooh, I feel like a boomer. What is this meme?
Left the Catholics, and there were many of them in Vietnam, in concentration camps. Didn't help the Catholics at all. Vietnam went from a Catholic country to a communist country. And that's not entirely our fault, but that is
a Catholic country. Yeah, who even conceives of it in these terms?
That was the effect.
From a Catholic to a communist country.
That happened.
It would be as absurd as saying, like, from a capitalist country to an Islamic country.
The Iraq War.
Those are not incompatible. They're actually, they're not like a ton of them or whatever, but there is a sect of Catholics that are basically like Catholic socialists or communists.
There were millions of Christians in Iraq when it started. There aren't now. A lot of them are dead. Our policies in Syria, today in Lebanon, the only country in the Middle East with a Christian president, a Christian head of the military, being bombed with our bombs, dropped from our airplanes. Our munitions are being used to kill Christians. Our government is effectively sanctioning the ethnic cleansing of southern Lebanon, including Christian villages, ancient Christian villages. So our foreign policy abets the murder of Christians, and not just our foreign policy.
Tucker hates this foreign policy shit because I'm pretty sure he has holdings in these regions now with like real estate. Like I'm pretty sure he has like a house in Qatar.
All of our policies.
Hold on.
Europe, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, our country as well, have all changed substantially demographically and become much less Christian because of immigration. So you often hear people complain, oh, Europe's becoming
This is
Muslim.
like great replacement shit.
Yeah. Why is that? Well, because of mass migration.
Yeah, this was reported December 25th or 2025. MAGA loses it after Tucker Carlson buys new home in Qatar. Tucker Carlson has ignited a meltdown after revealing he purchased property in Qatar. The former Fox News host appeared at the Doha Forum in Qatar on Sunday, where he interviewed Qatar Prime Minister Mohammed bin, very long name, Al Thani, and made his real estate revelation. I've been criticized as being a tool of Qatar, and I just want to say, which you already know, I've never taken anything from your country and don't plan to. Carlson told the Prime Minister, I am, however, tomorrow buying a place in Qatar. He added, I like the city. I think it's beautiful, but also to make a statement that I'm an American and a free man, and I'll be wherever I want to be. Qatar is also the country involved in gifting President Trump a luxury plane that raised a series of ethics questions. The news of Carlson's property purchase sent some key MAGA names into serious flap. This is Ted Cruz posting a weird-ass AI image of Tucker Carlson. And then... Well, okay, I'm not the only one who saw it this way. Bizarre AI image showing Carlson's head on the body of a person with their legs spread and lifted and their hands in a prayer position. The original picture was of California Governor Gavin Newsom, which was taken last week. He had his legs crossed awkwardly and what the New York Post called a testicle-crushing pose. Newsom's own office already mocked the pose on their own X account. Cruz's NSFW version added the caption live footage of @Tucker Carlson interviewing the Prime Minister of Qatar. Okay, weird.
Migration.
Ted Cruz is gay for Tucker. I mean, like, what the hell? What are you supposed to take away from this? Why would he post this?
We've abetted it. The neocons certainly have abetted it. They've been in favor of it. They've attacked anyone who's opposed to it. Viktor Orban in Hungary, just lost the other day, the Prime Minister of Hungary, was hated by neoconservatives in Washington. Why is that? Because he pushed back against mass migration into Hungary. And he said, Hungary is part of Christian Europe. It's a Christian country. It's one of the main reasons I don't want mass migration. Well, the entire foreign policy establishment in the United States decided he was an enemy for saying that. So it's not simply that they haven't stopped the destruction of Christian Europe. They've been fully in favor of it. They're fully in favor of the war between Russia and Ukraine. Net effect, millions of dead Christian men. That's not just, again, an accidental byproduct. That may be the whole point. So the United States government, as distinct from the people of the United States, who are still majority Christian, the United States government has been pretty aggressively anti-Christian for a very long time. Donald Trump is not the first president to give the finger to Jesus.
Yeah, again, evidence of that is just not being gung-ho enough for Viktor Orban.
Hardly.
There's a problem in this country of being too hostile to Christians, am I right?
He is the first president to do it in public. And this has been going on long enough, and it's reaching a kind of boiling point right now, that we can begin to see the outlines of what the actual religion of the United States government is, certainly this administration. Because there always is one. There's no secular government, never has been one, never will be one. A truly secular government would have no purpose. Its leaders would have no destiny. There'd be no real reason to continue on. It certainly wouldn't have any evangelical zeal. And our government does have evangelical zeal. We're spreading democracy and free market principles around the world, freedom or whatever. So every government is motivated by religious impulse, whether the government admits it or not. And ours certainly is. So what is the civic religion of the United States? What's the religion of the U.S. government? What's the religion, honestly, of Donald Trump? It's not Christianity.
He's an atheist.
Clearly. It's Israelism. It's the defense of Israel. Now, how do you know that? Well, because the United States has set up
Israelism
as its chief foreign policy and the defense of Israel. That's one clue. There's that. But as much
it's so clunky to say that. You'd think it would just be like he he worships at the altar of like money or something like that. But okay, Israelism.
Deeper than that. Who are the main enemies, as identified by the President of the United States, of his government domestically? Who are his enemies? Who does he dislike? Who does he attack? Who does he go out of his way to undermine? Well, it's people who doubt Israel.
Well, I was going to say, it's Christians.
People who stand in the way of the aims of the secular government of Israel. And that would include Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, and the Pope. Now, how do you know that's what it is? Well, because that's the only thing they have in common. The Pope, the American Pope, first American Pope, Pope Leo, is in American political terms a liberal. He is, by the way, for mass migration. Shamefully so, I would say, as a non-Catholic. But while not anti-Israel, he's not a Zionist because
also being like having like again, show me these statements where like Pope Leo has talked about encouraging mass migration and not just like spoken about like, oh yeah, we should care about immigrants or our neighbors or whatever.
Catholicism doesn't recognize Zionism as part of its catechism. There are plenty of Catholics who love Israel, and there are some who don't love Israel, maybe some who hate Israel, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the core tenets of Catholicism. And unlike so many other newer versions of Christianity, Catholicism has been around for thousands of years and has a very clearly articulated catechism. You know what Catholics believe or what the church believes. And what it tells its members, its parishioners, its Catholics.
I mean, Catholics don't even know what Catholics believe. If you look at polling data, there's actually polling data that shows that like only a third of Catholics actually believe in transubstantiation, which is like a core tenet of being a Catholic. But I believe that it's inverse for Catholics that actually attend church on a weekly basis, like 70% accept it as true.
Communicants to believe. It's all written down. And unwavering support for the state of Israel is just not on the list.
And for people that aren't Catholic, like transubstantiation is when like you take the Eucharist and the wine. Catholics actually believe it is literally the body of Christ. Like it's not that it's symbolic or something like that. It is supposed to be literally that you are like that is Jesus Christ. So
list at all. At best, it's a faith that's agnostic toward the political fortunes of the Netanyahu government. And that's not going to change because, again, there's a structure and there is...
Does that count as cannibalism? No.
A list of beliefs, a creed written down. So it's pretty hard to force a church like that to change its views because...
You're also literally a heretic whenever you disagree with the Pope. It's baked into papal law. Pope says we're bad, and somehow people think he's not the real Pope, which is also heretical. It's schismatic, but you can disagree with the Pope and on political matters. I think people get the impression that you literally can't, if you're a Catholic, you can't disagree with like the Vatican, you can't disagree with the Pope. You can, but it's within very narrow parameters. Like you can't disagree with him on like core tenets of the faith. But there are different ways that you can go about criticizing the Pope. They don't say that that's not allowed or that you have to be excommunicated or you're not a true Catholic if you do. But you can't not accept the Pope as the true leader of the church. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Eucharist and women's sports post by MAGA incoming.
Those views are effectively set in stone and have been for a very long time. So the president's problem with Pope Leo probably has nothing to do with Pope Leo's views on crime, which may be annoying, by the way. His views on mass migration are very hard to defend and very destructive, but that's not really the problem here. The problem is that Pope Leo criticized this war with Iran, which was waged in partnership with Israel on behalf of Israel at the instigation of Israel, and he criticized that. That's his problem. So did Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey made the mistake of criticizing Israel's lobby in the United States, AIPAC. That was his sin. Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't say a lot about AIPAC, but wasn't enthusiastic about waging wars on Israel. She got attacked too. That's the only thing all three of them have in common. Thomas Massey is a pretty strict libertarian. Marjorie Taylor Greene is what we used to call a MAGA conservative. She believed the Trump program from 2016. hardly a liberal, totally opposed to mass migration, tough on crime, as they used to say, has basically every single belief in common with the Donald Trump who ran for office in 2016, 2020, and 2024. There's no daylight between them. She ran for Congress because she was inspired by Donald Trump. She was the #1 Trump acolyte in the Congress. Why did they break? Over Israel. Over Israel's connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
And I would say and Epstein.
And over Israel's push for the United States to join all kinds of foreign wars, particularly a war with Iran. That's why they broke. That's the thing that split their relationship and got the president attacking.
Did you see that Trump pulled funding from Catholic charities that help homeless children? Is that recent, or you're saying it's like old?
Her and Thomas Massey and the Pope. So
Because I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happened under like USAID cuts or something.
What does that tell you?
Oh, today? No, I
It tells you what the religion is. The religion is Israelism. It's the support of Israel. That's why the president is totally comfortable surrounding himself with evangelical preachers, every one of whom has one thing in common, whether they're word of faith preachers or charismatic preachers or not. That's a huge split among evangelicals. Are you charismatic or not? Do you believe that glossolalia, tongues, prophesying has a role in contemporary Christian worship, church services? They're mad at each other about that. Trump probably isn't even aware of that distinction. All of them are welcome as long as their faith includes unwavering support for Israel. That's the common denominator. That's the only thing that matters. And because that's the only thing that matters, the coalition, the ever shrinking, day by day shrinking coalition that supports this president is now out in force explaining that actually the
okay, Tucker, chill.
Pope and Catholic,
like, again, Trump still has like his base. This like it's like this whole idea like it's increasingly shrinking or whatever. Like there's a difference between a Trump voter and a Trump supporter. The people that voted for Trump in this last election, you can't necessarily, even though again they literally supported Trump, if they are, you know, people that are independents or they didn't really identify themselves along partisan lines, or they've literally gone back and forth between different candidates or different parties and like not voted, those were not really like meaningfully part of Trump's base.
Like the Catholic Church itself, which about 20 minutes ago, most people thought was conservative in that it's pro-life, for example. That used to be a tenet of conservatism before this president. It wasn't for abortion. That the Catholic Church is somehow liberal, and not just liberal, anti-Semitic. It's evil. It hates Jews. It's actually pro-Nazi. Watch Lindsey Graham make this case.
They're religious Nazis, and the Catholic Church, God bless the Catholic Church, in the 30s, you didn't really get Hitler. To the Pope, you really don't get this religious Nazi regime, the Ayatollah and his henchmen. They are evil. They will kill all the Jews if we let them, and the Jewish people, one Holocaust is enough.
Oh.
Dude, like Lindsey Graham is like so ignorant, man. He's so ignorant. Like some of the first attacks in Nazi Germany were against Catholics, is my understanding.
See, the Pope doesn't really get...
Like, I'm not saying that there aren't Catholic Nazis or whatever, but like to the extent that you see this sort of like Catholic fascism, it was like primarily like Francoism. It was not like necessarily like sympathizing with Hitler.
That Nazism is evil. Catholics just somehow missed that memo. Hitler bad. They just didn't. It's been 80 years, but they never really bought into the proposition that the Holocaust was bad, that murdering Jews was bad. They're probably kind of for it, actually. Now, it's interesting because a year ago, no Republican member of Congress would have dared say anything like that. First of all, that's insane. It's a slander against Catholics, saying this is a birthright lifelong Protestant, but it's just not true. It's a horrible thing to say about anybody. But as a political matter, it would have been crazy to say that because Catholics, sincere church-going Catholics, vote Republican. In fact, the more often you go to Mass, the more likely you are to vote Republican. And that's true across...
That I completely believe.
Across races, by the way. So you see all these, Hispanics are voting for Trump. And he got more Hispanics to vote for him, it is true, in 2024 than any Republican maybe ever. More than Jeb Bush, speaking Spanish, married to a Mexican lady. How did he do that? Well,
Dude, this is also really ignorant. Like the only time Texas has gone blue, and I'm pretty sure it was like Jimmy Carter. It was largely because of Hispanic people. Did Texas go blue for Jimmy Carter? Yeah. He's like the only Democratic president to have gotten Texas in like, I don't know how many decades. And if you look into it, the reason being is because he was able to capture a lot of Hispanic voters.
One of the reasons he did that is because a lot of Hispanics are very Catholic. They're Christian. They're religious. They go to Mass a lot. And because their faith, for some of them, their faith is at the center of their lives, they voted for the candidate who seemed most predisposed to their religious views. Maybe he's not a Christian or a fervent Christian, but he seemed like a man who would protect Christians, Catholic Christians included. And so they voted for him. So a year ago, and every Republican knows this because there's lots of polling on it. Because
Obama won Texas. No, he did not. He won Florida in 2008. That was like the kind of shocking one.
Politicians think in terms of coalitions and who's going to vote for me and why.
But by 2012, he didn't get Florida.
They know this very well. So a year ago, no Republican would ever get up on TV and say, think about Catholics is they're kind of Nazis. But there's Lindsey Graham doing it right there. This is a profound break, and it's a very clear window into what the actual faith is. Israel is the deal killer. Anyone who doesn't support the military aims of the modern Israeli government cannot be part of the MAGA coalition, and Lindsey Graham has just told us, can't be a Christian. It's amazing. But it's not just Lindsey Graham.
It's too totalizing. He's not like contextualizing the rest of Donald Trump's imperial ventures like within this framework, because what does Israel have to do with Cuba? What does Israel have to do with Venezuela? Like, what does Israel have to do with Greenland annexations and flirting with Canada annexations? Like, obviously, Israel and the pro-Israel lobby and donors that have given like literally over hundreds of millions of dollars to Donald Trump are influencing significantly his and guiding his decisions with respect to foreign policy, and now that's impacting domestic policy. But these are also people that Trump chooses to hang around with and like freely associates with. So, I mean, they are like pressuring him. They're exerting that pressure. They're lobbying him, but he wants to be lobbied by them.
Everywhere today, in case you haven't seen it. Here's Patrick Bet-David on his podcast a day or two.
Paul Bet-Davidson?
Go watch this.
I don't know why Catholics, have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is.
We saw this. He literally did a poll in chat. Asking, who do we think has more power, Catholics or Jews? A great question.
They have this. I don't listen. I get the Jews have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, your Jesus is gonna do." They'll say, "Well, he was a Jew anyways, right?" Yeah. But then Catholics have that issue with Jews, and they act like they're all innocent.
Why? I don't understand. Catholics are not acting like they're all innocent. For him to specifically call out Catholics as being somehow particularly anti-Semitic is just garbage. In reality, Europe, again, the Church of England, any other sects of Christianity have historically had adversarial relations with Jewish people. So it's not particular to this one particular sect of Christianity. It's Christianity broadly that has this past.
And everything. And when you look at Catholics, the amount of centralized power they have.
His reference point is probably The Sopranos or something. Well, if it's that, I can forgive him, obviously.
Centralized. If you know what the total Catholic population is worldwide?
I grew up in a majority Catholic area, and I've never heard an anti-Semitic comment even once in my entire childhood. I have no idea what PBD is talking about. I was raised Catholic, and I really don't know where he was coming from. I have no interest in doing Catholic apologetics or any of that. I am an atheist, so I would just tell you if I knew anti-Semitic Catholic people or something like that, growing, being steeped in it, going to mass all the time, getting my communion. I never encountered any of this. And it was not because I was too young to understand.
It's 1, 2, 1, 3.
I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's not my experience.
Billion. Jews are 15 million.
15 million.
But Jews are decentralized, meaning Jews don't have somebody they listen to that says, hey, you better do this. Catholics, God forbid you say something about the Pope. They're like, hey, man, listen, who is that Pope figure in the Christian community? We don't have...
it's so funny for him to pull this out, because, to the extent that anti-Catholic bigotry exists, and, it does exist, it's not as much as Catholics want you to think it is, but it's there, okay? At this point, a lot of, what gets called, anti-Catholic bias is just genuine disagreement with the doctrine itself, but, it's not bigotry against Catholics, in my opinion. But these sorts of attacks were literally used against JFK leading up to the general election. Nixon wanted to Nixon's team whatever, and he like there's you can look at like the JFK like historical archives where they literally penned a newspaper article talking about this, like insisting to the public that like attacks that JFK was just going to obey the Vatican and was not actually going to be loyal to American constituents is basically like a Catholic trope to the extent that even exists.
Have one. No. If I ask you right now who's the Pope in the Christian community, you don't have somebody to look at. Who is it? Which pastor?
Yeah, exactly.
No, they don't.
We don't have one.
It's an independent network.
It's just the Bible.
So if you look at only Catholics and Muslims have somebody that they look at as their supreme leader, like you got to go to somebody. But even more, it's Catholic.
Well, there's only two theocracies in the world:
Catholicism and
Islam. I'm sorry, the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yep.
And the Vatican.
Yeah.
Those are the two.
There is not only two theologies, like there are theocracies in the world, but whatever.
Two major theocracies.
So actually, the Vatican is very much like the Nazi Iranian government, the theocratic government, the mullahs. It's all basically the same. They've got the complicated dress. They hate the Jews, as Patrick Bet-David just said. Catholics have a problem with the Jews. A problem with the Jews. It's slander. It's an attack on the world's largest and oldest Christian denomination, and it's taking place openly. And it's all coming from the same.
Catholics were the original dual loyalty trope. They said that their president was the Pope. Yes, exactly. That Catholics would, first and foremost, primarily be loyal to the Vatican, and they would not be able to transcend that or actually faithfully execute their duties as American public servants.
Same source, which is Israel. The issue is Israel. Anyone who supports the Netanyahu government, not Israel as a concept, not all Jews, no, the Netanyahu government, anyone who ratifies every decision, no matter how violent or grotesque or genocidal of the Netanyahu government, those are the good people, and anyone who doesn't is a Nazi. And by the way, their religion itself is a Nazi religion. It's an inherently anti-Semitic religion. That's what they're telling you out in the open. And the kind of casual dismissal, the mockery.
Tucker thinks everyone he dislikes has problems with Jews. Okay, he must have just stepped in because he's making a mockery of people that are accusing Catholics of having animosity towards Jews. Tucker is not exactly the ones fighting on the side of the Jews these days.
The loathing of the oldest and largest Christian church is just remarkable. Now, again, Trump is someone who, has a lot of problems showing respect to other powerful figures. And it's not just Trump. Most men like Trump are that way. They get along well with women because they're not threatened by women. Woman's probably not trying to kill you and become king. They're kind of loyal. But other men, every other man to a certain male personality type is a potential threat. That's why kings kill their sons. Every man is a potential threat. And so Trump is not on a gut level instinctively respectful of anything or anybody. And that's one of the reasons he was a much needed transform.
I have no idea what he's even trying to say. He's just trying to say that Trump is cucked by Israel, but he's doing it in the most insufferable way possible.
Political figure for so long in the United States because he was willing to ask questions that most people in Washington had never even thought of out of deference to the existing system. Why do we have NATO? Is it really a good idea to offshore manufacturing? Is our immigration actually our system helping the United States or hurting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? All famously the questions that Trump asked about the way we were doing things were made possible. He was able to ask those things because he doesn't have reflective respect for anybody. Got it. And so when Trump...
First, I listened to Tucker at 1.5 speed. I mean, honestly, I probably can speed him up a little bit more than what I have him at, and I'll do 1.25.
Mocks Jesus and the Pope and Christians and tweets out the F word on Easter morning. You're kind of like, well, this is awful, but it's also kind of consistent with the Trump we know. This is just Trump turned up to 11. But what's interesting is there are certain circumstances where Trump shows sincere reverence. There are the outlines of an actual religious faith here. And they're not what you would expect. So here, for example, is Donald Trump, the month before the last election, this is October 2024, visiting the grave of a man called Rabbi Schneerson, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who he's since passed away, the leader of a large Orthodox sect. He's Eastern European by birth, came with many of his followers to New York, to Brooklyn, and built a very successful, though relatively speaking, very small center of religious thought and political power, actually. He died some years ago. There's the now president standing there. It looks like maybe Ben Shapiro there, Howard Lutnick.
Spartan Spear, thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. Would I ever run for political office? Fuck no. But thank you so much.
Wearing a kippah on his head. As you look at that, ask, is it possible to imagine Donald Trump ever mocking Rebbe Schneerson, who, by the way, and this is kind of the point, is considered by some of his followers to be the Messiah?
This is a hilarious photo of Trump.
And to be completely clear, every American is allowed to decide for himself who the Messiah is, so that is not mockery of that belief. I don't personally believe it, but one of the reasons we've been able to live with people of different faiths in this country for 250 years is we don't mock other people's religious faith unless you're absolutely forced to, unless you're trying to make me attend your religious rituals or bow down before a God I don't consider God. Unless it comes to that, we kind of let each other have our own religious views. And that has worked. That's changing very, very fast, however. But ask yourself, can you imagine Donald Trump sending out a meme mocking Rebbe Schneerson? And of course, under no circumstances could you imagine that, because under no circumstances would that ever happen. Trump would not be allowed to do that, and Trump would never even consider doing it. But sending out multiple images...
Like this language, Trump would not be allowed to do that.
...is mocking Jesus? No problem at all. So that gives you a more precise sense of what our civic religion...
I could actually 100% see that. Like, dude, Trump has made openly anti-Semitic remarks. Hold on, I don't think I could say the word that Trump said, but I can pull up what it was. Hold on.
Actually is. A civic religion, by the way, is not a conventional religion. A civic religion is a series of customs, some enshrined in law, not all, that a society, civilization, and its government observe. And it doesn't necessarily mean there's a God at the...
Like this is the BBC. Trump's comment draws outcry from Jewish groups. U.S. President Donald Trump has drawn criticism from Jewish groups after he used an anti-Semitic term at a rally. Trump described some bankers as this term at the event in Iowa. He said afterwards he did not realize it was considered offensive. It's a ruthless Jewish moneylender in Shakespeare's play The Merchant of Venice. The ADL, a Jewish anti-discrimination monitor... Okay, BBC. Let's just describe the ADL that way, whatever. Said the president's use of the slur was very troubling. Thanks, ADL. Completely useless as always. Former U.S. President Joe Biden used the word while he was vice president, later acknowledging it was inappropriate. At Thursday's rally in Des Moines, Trump was celebrating the passage of his budget bill through Congress this week. Think of that. No death tax, he said. No estate tax. No going to the banks and borrowing from. In some cases, a fine banker, and in some cases, the word and bad people. As the Republican president returned on Air Force One to Washington, D.C. after the rally, he was asked by reporters about the use of the term. He said he was not aware it was seen as anti-Semitic. No, I've never heard it that way, the president said. To me, it's somebody that say a moneylender at high rates. I've never heard it that way. You view it differently than me. I've never heard that. Congressman Daniel Goldman, a New York Democrat, called Trump's remarks blatant and vile anti-Semitism, and Trump knows exactly what he's doing. The ADL said in a post that the term evokes a centuries-old anti-Semitic trope about Jews and greed that is extremely offensive and dangerous. President Trump's use of the term is very troubling and irresponsible. Deeply dangerous. Yeah. So, when Tucker's like, he wouldn't be allowed to do it, it's like, dude, Trump runs his mouth. He has said this, bullshit or whatever. What you can say is that he would be more sensitive to the backlash because, Trump doesn't really apologize for, anything, ever. But to the... this is sort of the closest that he'll get to expressing regret.
Center of it. That's why it's a civic religion rather than a conventional.
Isn't the ADL the one that said Pepe the Frog was a white nationalist meme? Well, it was for a while, but that's not the reason why the ADL is unreliable. The ADL is unreliable because they, and I'm not the only one that's found this, I don't even think CNN will source them anymore. But because they're fucking pro-Israel group.
Religion. But our civic religion is, if you, again, takes 3 steps back and just assess the country with the eyes of a visitor, a modern Tocqueville, you can see it really clearly. What are the events? Who are the people who we treat with reverence? What are you actually not allowed?
Is that a slur? News to me. The term, I have no idea, but I'm not going to risk it on Twitch.
Out to make fun of. What is blasphemy in modern America? Those are the questions you ask if you are trying to understand what our operative religion is. What's the religion of our leaders? Again, it's not a conventional religion necessarily. It's not Torah Judaism or Rabbinic Judaism or evangelical Christianity or Catholic Christianity. It's the actual religion, the real religion, the set of beliefs that we treat with reverence. Well, it just so happens there was a religious ceremony ongoing today in the United States Capitol, complete with very recognizable religious iconography, symbolism. You may not even have known this was happening, but it was happening today as part of an 8-day celebration of remembrance of the Holocaust, the period in the 1930s and 40s where the German government, the Nazi government, murdered, in addition to a lot of other people, a whole bunch of Jews. And
why won't Tucker say the number? Why just say a whole bunch of Jews? Why not actually say a specific number?
Ended in part because the United States sent troops to Europe, millions of troops to Europe, to defeat the German government. And with the help of the Soviets, our allies at the time, we did that. And in the process of doing that, over 250,000 Americans, American men, were killed trying to stop the Nazi government from doing the evil things that it was doing. 250,000, more than, American men died fighting the Nazis. But in today's ceremony in the Congress, there was no mention of them. There was instead this. Watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, a museum leadership program has included more than 72,000 U.S. military members. Through examination of the Holocaust, they gain insight into their own professional and individual responsibilities. The candlelighters are members of the United States Army 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard.
I am Sergeant Ethan Ottman. I remember.
Amazing. Just cut to Tucker's like fucking stare.
That is a current uniformed U.S. military member from the Old Guard, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, which is ever present at our public events in Washington, lighting a candle at the menorah and saying, I remember. No explanation of, I remember what? What are we remembering here? And we do have a sense that we're not remembering the American soldiers who liberated Dachau, for example. We're not remembering the 250,000 American men who joined a war they had nothing to do with inherently. It wasn't taking place in North America, it was taking place in Europe. And the dispute was over Poland and Czechoslovakia. And they sacrificed their lives to defeat the Nazi government that was murdering Jews and a lot of other people, Poles and Russians and Gypsies and Czechs and lots of people, a lot of Jews as well. But they gave their lives to stop that. But we're not remembering them. We're remembering only the victims of one specific ethnicity during these 8 days of remembrance, as distinct from the day of remembrance that we also have.
What do you want to bet that that's not even true? And even if it were, like, that's not an issue to me. I don't think that there's like an issue with like singling out a particular demographic minority that was exterminated or destroyed in part.
That's also enshrined in American law in January. So there's a total of 9 days of remembrance of one group of victims in a war that killed tens of millions of people globally, tens and tens and tens of millions. The numbers are actually not even clear. So many people died. We're not exactly sure how many died, but many tens of millions died, including close to 500,000 Americans, over 250,000 in Europe fighting this Nazi regime, not remembered. So that is not to disrespect.
Dude, how is it so frequently that people don't bring up how many people in the Soviet Union were killed during World War II? It is like, okay, 500,000 Americans, stunning, right? Try 28 million. It's like 27 million Soviets were killed during World War II.
The Jewish victims of the Holocaust or the Second World War, of course not. Merely to note that in this country, only one group gets to be remembered, and remembered with grave solemnity by uniform.
Because they're the bad guys. Well, it's like, it's crazy to me that Tucker Carlson, who like literally does like fucking Russian propaganda in like a grocery store or whatever the fuck, like that he doesn't bring up that figure. Like I never hear anybody bring up that figure, and it's insane. It's an insane amount of casualties and just death.
Formed members of our military who take no credit for ending this Holocaust. So that doesn't make any sense. I mean,
we were educated, we did the most, and Russia only helped a little when it's the opposite. I mean, yeah, it could be that.
If you didn't know the backstory in any of this and someone wrote that down and told you, you'd be like, well, what? That isn't what? And it almost seems like there's a kind of guilt implied in this, which is a little weird. There are countries where, that might be appropriate. This is not one of them because, again, this was the country that helped liberate people from those camps and fought the government that built those camps. We're the good guys. What is this? It doesn't make any sense except when you see it in the only terms in which it makes sense, which is as a civic religion, which is what it is. And it comes complete with blasphemy laws. Once again, if you want to know what religion matters, it's
so funny that it's like, I wonder what his issue is with just framing it as Zionism and specifically going the route of like Israelism and like trying to make this sort of proprietary term.
Religion that can't be mocked. So clearly that's not Christianity. I'm Jesus today. No, I didn't do that. Oh, he's your God. Okay, I'll send a meme out with me posing as your God with a demon over my shoulders. Nothing you can do about it. I'm not even going to explain what that was. I don't need to because I don't care about your faith at all. But there are certain things that are blasphemy. And at the very top of that list is something called anti-Semitism. Now, what exactly is anti-Semitism? It's one of those crimes it's a true crime in the United States. And
did you catch the Tucker impression on SNL a few weeks ago? Pretty damn spot on. I did.
Actual anti-Semitism, hating people because of their blood, is a crime. Certainly, in Christianity, that is a crime. That is wrong. You're not allowed to do that. But that is a universal crime. It applies to all people. Whites, blacks, Asians, Jews, everybody has a right to be treated as an individual because everyone was created by God as an individual. That's the Christian understanding. It's a universalist understanding of rights. And that's the old civic religion we had. The civic religion of civil rights.
Almost like besmirching ethno-religion is a no-no for Tucker. I mean, yeah, that's true. If he's being internally consistent, that could be his reason that he doesn't, cast aspersions upon or like use Zionists or like Zionism to cast aspersions upon the Trump admin or people that are like pro-Israel advocates. But Zionism is basically understood, it's like a vague term and it means so many different things to so many different people that he could change or like give it its own definition the same way he's doing it with this like Israelism thing and it would be fine.
Now, there was a civil rights movement, which was, fraudulent. Maybe at its core, maybe its aims were not advertised honestly. Maybe there was another point to that. Just possible.
Can you make it a little faster? You pauses too much. I'm going to go up to 1.35 and we'll see.
But conceptually,
he pauses so much that I thought that was actually just a pause from him.
It's kind of hard to argue with the fact that the assumptions behind civil rights are Christian assumptions. They're Western assumptions. They're the assumptions upon which our whole civilization is built. And the core assumption is that standards, rules apply to everyone because every human being possesses a soul given to him by God at creation, which is not an act that men brought about, but that only God can bring about. God creates life. He endows each human being with a soul. That soul is eternal. Therefore, each individual possesses rights granted him by God, not government. And a good government protects those rights. And in so doing, upholds God's law. That's Western civilization right there. And in a kind of diluted, silly way, the civil rights movement was upholding those ideas. The term civil rights, the term human rights reflect that understanding. The rights apply to you because you're a human, as they do all human beings. But that's over. That civic religion has died. And we know that. It's probably been dying for a long time. Identity politics is a refutation of that.
He's preaching, not reasoning. I mean, that's kind of Tucker's whole thing.
The idea that some groups have more rights than others, that's the opposite of civil rights. That's the opposite of human rights. Those aren't human rights, those are group rights. They apply to certain groups. One bloodline is superior to another bloodline. Well, that's not what we thought we were for. That's the opposite of what we thought we were for. All of a sudden you wake up and you realize not only are we for it, the government's for it. And that's why they're able to arrest people, not who commit genocide, but people who complain about genocide. Some of us thought stupidly, like the cattle we are, that the real lessons of World War II were every person has inalienable rights. That's what we were taught. That was a pretty common understanding in, say, the 1970s and 80s. Nazis are bad because they redlined one group and said these people don't have the same rights as everyone else by virtue of their blood. And they were really interested in eugenics. And they were interested in people's bloodline. Who are you related to? We're going to find out if you're a secret Jew. Well, that's disgusting. We used to say that's Nazi behavior. And then the next thing you know, every other federal form you get asks you what your race is. And you're thinking, well, why does that matter? I thought you told me it didn't matter. I thought you told me it was evil to care about that.
So now it's racism for the government to gather demographics data on its citizens.
But you wake up in 2026.
Like, not how it's used, just to gather it.
and our closest ally is using our weapons to kill and displace people because of how they were born, and not only is that okay, the only real crime is complaining about it. Well, that tells you, it tells you a lot of things, but it tells you we've got a whole new set of rules. We have a whole new civic religion. And that civic religion, once again, is called Israelism. And it means that any criticism of Israel is by definition bad, and any praise of Israel is by definition virtuous, because the only truly good thing is Israel. And we know that by the actual definition, and there is one, of anti-Semitism. So what is anti-Semitism? And if you've been called it, or if someone's ever implied it, you have a problem with the Jews, you're kind of obsessed with the Jews, say people who are completely obsessed with the Jews, you probably wonder, like, what are they accusing me of? Well, here it is. This is the...
Gathering racial data is not racist, not necessarily, no. It depends on like how it's gathered and for what purposes, but I'm not surprised that the government is requesting that sort of data for like public housing and stuff like that. Like, you're not wrong. Like race is not real. It's literally just skin deep. It's a phenotype, but by gathering data on it just to study it, you're reifying things that don't like concepts that don't really exist. But we can't pretend like race is not obvious, even if it's not an empirical thing or something that you can observe biologically. It obviously has a sociological effect that has to be measured, and the best way to do that and to approximate it is to get self-reported data on people's race.
IHRA, International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, you may hear this. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Do you know what it is? It's on their website. It's worth looking at. Spent the morning reading it. Fascinating. So here's the actual definition of anti-Semitism. And by the way, this is a now globally recognized definition enshrined in law around the world in more than 40 countries. This is the definition, and I'm quoting. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Huh? So anti-Semitism is a perception. It's a feeling. Okay. I thought you allowed to have any feeling or perception you wanted. You could look at facts and come to any conclusion you wanted. No. Certain perceptions are inherently immoral. They're, quote, anti-Semitic, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Oh, so you don't have...
I mean, like, I'm probably not going to be a fan of this definition of anti-Semitism because it's probably going to include anti-Zionism or criticism or particular criticism of Israel. But it is possible to have stereotypes that are ultimately harmful, even if they're superficially positive, right?
Have to hate the Jews to be anti-Semitic? No.
So when they're like, oh, it's a disposition or whatever, it sounds vague and counterintuitively like what do you mean? Like, how can you have this sort of like negative but simultaneously positive view? But you can have like such things like positive stereotypes.
Well, that answers the question for those of us who don't hate Jews at all. How can you be anti-Semitic if you don't hate Jews? Well, you can be, according to the official definition of it. Continuing to quote, rhetorical, meaning talking, words, speech, formally.
Enemy Charlie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We were watching Tucker Carlson go on a fucking tirade against Trump. He's on his, you know, Jesus is king shit.
Protected no longer, rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. Wait a second. So anti-Semitism is not necessarily hatred of Jews, and it can be expressed toward non-Jews. So you don't have to hate Jews, and you don't have to express or have these perceptions, these feelings toward Jews. You can be non-Jews too. What is this? Well, the people who wrote it at the IHRA probably anticipated this would be confusing to you. So they gave 11 examples of what anti-Semitism is, just so you know. Like, how do I know if I'm being anti-Semitic? Well, here are 11 examples. Of those 11 examples, and we did the math, 2/3 are criticism of Israel, the state of Israel, the nation, with the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi. Criticism of Israel in 2/3 of the examples that the IHRA gave, that's anti-Semitism, including, here we go, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Oh. In other words, if you think what's happening in Gaza is genocide, well, Nazis committed genocide. Now the state of Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, meaning they're trying to eliminate people on the basis of their blood. You are an anti-Semite.
We did the math as a weird, I know, just like one more time on this.
They gave, that's anti-Semitism, including, here we go, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Oh. In other words, if you think what's happening in Gaza is genocide, well, Nazis committed genocide. Now the state of Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, meaning they're trying to eliminate people on the basis of their blood. You are an anti-Semite. Oh, okay. You're an anti-Semite if you think that. It also tells us that the suggestion that Jews killed Jesus is, quote, Classic anti-Semitism. Classic anti-Semitism. So there goes the New Testament. The whole New Testament is anti-Semitic too. Read the Gospels and see if they...
If you read the Gospels, it does not say that. It talks about like the Romans and the Pharisees. It's not like whatever.
They fall under that definition. They do. Why does this matter? Well, because about 40 U.S. states and the District of Columbia and our biggest cities, Miami, Los Angeles, have adopted this. This is...
Well, he would be the authority on anti-Semitism. Yeah, if there's anyone who knows anti-Semitism, folks, it's Tucker Carlson.
Their standard that they voted on and adopted, it's in the law. This standard. The one that tells you that criticism of the secular state of Israel or portions of the New Testament are, quote, anti-Semitism. The government of almost 40 states in the United States, I think 39 states, 40 countries around the world, but not just countries, NGOs, sports teams. The British Soccer League, Chelsea United, all of them have adopted this standard. Now, why would a sports team adopt this standard? Well, who knows why? Think about it for a minute. Why?
It is disturbing that this is officially how the United States government, like what they voted to pass as like and adopt as like guidelines for what qualifies as like anti-Semitism.
Why would you declare something illegal? Oh, because you want to punish people who violate it. That's why. This happened today. Ukraine, that beacon of democracy and freedom that we sent hundreds of billions of dollars to, just made it law today that anti-Semitism, in other words, criticism of Israel, is a felony punishable by up to 8 years in prison. 8 years in prison. How could a rational person understand that? Well, a rational person could not understand that. Why would a citizen of one country be sent to prison for criticizing the leadership of another country, a country not his own? Why would a citizen of one country be sent to prison for having a...
This one... It's like talking about like soccer teams and stuff like that. We should be talking about this. House declares anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, dividing Democrats. This was reported December 5th, 2023. House Democrats splintered on Tuesday over a resolution condemning the rise of anti-Semitism in the U.S. and around the world, with more than half of them declining to support a measure declaring that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. The resolution denouncing anti-Semitism, drafted by Republicans, passed by a vote of 311 to 14, drawing the support of all but one Republican. 92 Democrats voted present, not taking a position for or against the measure, while 95 supported it. That reflected deep and growing divisions among Dems between those who have offered unequivocal support for the Jewish state and its actions and others, especially in the party's progressive wing, who have been critical of Israel's policies and its conduct in the war with Hamas. And this is, again, war with Hamas. Under this resolution, those who love Israel deeply but criticize some of its policy approaches could be considered anti-Zionist. Representative Joel Nadler, Democrat of New York and the longest-serving Jewish member of the House, said in a floor speech before he voted present, "That could make every Democratic Jewish member of this body, because they all criticize the recent Israeli judicial reform package, de facto anti-Semites. Might that be the author's intention?" Zionism began as a movement to create a Jewish state in the land previously known as Palestine, and since Israel's founding has been defined as the political ideology of supporting Israel's continued existence as a Jewish state. Useless. Thanks for this incorrect summary of Zionism, New York Times. Very cool. The House has passed a number of resolutions in recent weeks to declare solidarity with Israel, denounce anti-Semitism, and repudiate the actions of Hamas and its supporters after the October 7th Hamas-led attack that killed more than 1,200 people and took about 240 more hostages. Representative David Kustoff, Republican of Tennessee and the author of the resolution, rejected the suggestion that his measure was political, instead charging that Dems have espoused anti-Jewish opinions. "We've seen members of this very body repeat blatantly anti-Semitic rhetoric and spread lies about Israel and her right to exist." Dude. Like, he's like, I'm so worried about anti-Semitism, and then, like, criticism of Israel is what is meant here when he says, like, spreading of lies. Mr. Kustoff said on the floor, "Let me be absolutely clear. Such hate has no place in the halls of Congress nor in our national discourse." In recent weeks, Republicans and a number of Democrats have accused some left-wing Dems of using anti-Semitic language. Last month, the House censured Representative Rashida Tlaib, Democrat of Michigan, for promoting a pro-Palestinian slogan from the river to the sea that is seen by many as calling for the destruction of the state of Israel, which is kind of their problem. Ms. Tlaib denied that was her intention, defending her rhetoric as an aspirational call for Palestinian statehood. She has also come under fire for her colleagues for accusing President Biden of supporting a quote-unquote genocide in the Gaza Strip. A quote-unquote genocide in the Gaza Strip. Genocide is defined under international law as a crime with the intent to destroy a national... Again, like, this is not even the definition of genocide in the Genocide Convention. It's with the intent to destroy a national, racial, ethnic, or religious group in whole or in part. You don't have to destroy the whole thing. Israeli officials have insisted they are trying to target Hamas, blaming the terrorist group for any collateral damage. Some human rights officials have questioned Israel's tactics, however, as the civilian death toll has climbed, with the health authorities in Gaza estimating more than 15,500 have been killed. Dude, like, this has aged like fucking milk. I mean, but if you go to like the archives of the New York Times and like how they covered the Holocaust at the beginnings and like as news was reaching the United States, it's equally as horrendous. Such sentiments have been echoed by pro-Palestinian protesters in large cities and on college campuses during demonstrations that have sometimes been punctuated by voices questioning Israel's right to exist. Oh no. And incidents targeting Jewish students. Democrats questioning the resolution called such displays of anti-Jewish sentiment unacceptable, but said equating all anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism went too far. Let me be unequivocally clear. Most anti-Zionism, particularly in this moment, has a real anti-Semitism problem, Mr. Nadler said, but we cannot fairly say that one equals the other. Ugh.
Opinions about historical events that he did not participate in and that were almost a century ago. Does that make any sense? No, except in religious terms. Those are blasphemy laws, same as the old blasphemy laws. And for all the talk of how the mullahs are bad, the mullahs are bad. Well, the mullahs probably are bad. I'm not defending the mullahs, but why are we told the mullahs are bad? The mullahs are bad because they're religious extremists. They have blasphemy laws. They'll hurt you if you say certain things. Okay. Well, that looks a lot like what we're seeing here. Almost 40 states. Now, it's interesting. The president has been, all of a sudden, it makes sense. This may be the Rosetta Stone that helps us interpret events we're watching now that are very confusing. And those would include the president advocating for re-upping FISA. Now, FISA, without getting too boring about it, is the law, which has to be voted on periodically by Congress, that allows the U.S. government to spy on Americans. To spy on them. Now, the whole point of it is supposed to be to spy on foreigners who are threatening us, but the nature of the technology being what it is, there are cases where we pick up communications from Americans, and in order to make that legal, we need this thing called FISA. Now, what's interesting is that the president himself was a victim of the misuse of these laws in his first term. They were used against him in what became a kind of bureaucratic attempted coup against him that we call Russiagate. And so the president was personally very sensitive on this question. He'd been the victim of the misuse of these laws. And so he said many times, I'm not for that. I don't think Americans should be spied on by their own government. I don't think you pay your taxes, today's tax day, by the way, in order to be spied on by your government when you've done nothing wrong. But we are. Everyone knows that. And this allows it to be legal. All of a sudden, the president is advocating for this new law. He wants the Congress to allow the U.S. government to spy on Americans. Why could that possibly be? Well, there are a couple of clues. One comes from the documents.
Hey, Mason. Just realized it's in 2x. It's actually not. This is only, I'm 1.35x speed. But it just sounds normal because Tucker speaks so slow and he pauses so much.
Unearthed and made public, God bless him, by Ed Snowden some years ago that showed that NSA, the National Security Agency, the largest of all of our spy agencies, turned over raw data to, can you guess? Oh, the Israeli government that included private information about Americans. So they sweep up all this information, the comms, the communications of American citizens, and they just turn it all over without taking private information about Americans, our citizens. They turn it over to a foreign government and its intel service to be used God knows how. That's one. Two is a very revealing moment in the Congress 2.5 years ago with a congressman from Ohio called Mike Turner, who at the time was the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. And he was arguing, as chairman of the House Intel Committee always do, for more spying on Americans. So the House and Senate Intel Committees are supposed to provide oversight of the intelligence agencies because you don't really know what they're doing. You don't know what their budget is. The whole thing is secret. You can't know. So your representatives on these committees oversee just to make sure that they're not violating the U.S. Constitution or your human rights given to you by God and protected by the U.S. government. That's the whole point. But for my lifetime, those committees have worked in concert with the intel agencies to violate the civil rights of Americans. And they've almost always been run by some of the most dishonest and personally screwed up people in the entire Congress. So maybe it's not always true, but certainly in the case of Mike Turner, it is true. You know, the guy publicly accused of corruption with a chaotic personal life, that guy winds up as the chairman of an intel committee. I wonder why. Someone who's vulnerable to control winds up in charge of oversight of the intel agencies. Okay, that's definitely Mike Turner. So anyway, Mike Turner's running this, and he's making the case to about 200 staffers on the Hill. And he said, we got to do this, we got to do this. And he has a bunch of slides behind him. And one of the slides he puts up shows people protesting the murder of civilians by the Israeli government in Gaza. Those Gaza protests. And he says, we need this because these people are clearly taking orders from Hamas.
Wasn't his dad involved in the early... His dad, Tucker Carlson's dad was a CIA agent, even though he's lied about that since.
These are like college kids who were mad about babies being murdered by the IDF.
And what is this?
Where he is, yet he's nowhere to be found. Shocker. He's okay
Holy
posing
shit.
for photographs taken by stone photographers once every 50 years, but when somebody actually wants to sit down and talk, the mighty Sasquatch is an invisible coward. I found a set of his footprints leading to a campsite. It was a campsite for Boy Scouts.
Dude.
There was a hole in one of their tents. Sounds to me like Mr. Foote is featured in more than just the X-Files. Good evening. I'm out here looking for...
Dude, I can't take the fucking Tucker Carlson cackle. It's like every time he does it out of nowhere, it's like fucking POV. You just told the frat boy who date raped you at a party last night that you're going to report him to the dean. Insert Tucker Carlson laugh.
But because Mike Turner, and a lot of people like Mike Turner, because look at them and say, you've got foreign connections. You can't have come to this conclusion on your own. You didn't just choose apostasy. You clearly were corrupted by some outside force, some foreign power. We get to spy on you. He made that case in the Congress. So how does this connect to blasphemy laws as outlined and adopted by almost 40 states by IHRA? Really simple. If having these, quote, perceptions is a crime, then that gives the U.S. government pretext.
I'm convinced he laughed weird once and then had to keep doing it to pretend it was a bit.
To spy on you and then punish you. Another way of thinking about it is almost no human action or now perception, thought crime, is ever encoded by any legislative body without an eye toward punishing people who violate it. Why would you vote on it if you didn't intend to punish people who go against the standard you set? Well, you wouldn't. And so the point is, this new civic religion is very much the opposite of the old civic religion.
Like, Tucker, arrive at the point. What is the point of this?
In that it doesn't protect civil rights, human inherent rights. It is the enemy of those rights. It is the enemy of universalism, the belief that all of us were created by God and have equal moral worth. It is the enemy of that. And it's the enemy of the understanding of people that led to the Bill of Rights, which is we have these rights given to us by God. It does not believe that, and you know that, because its first command is that you shut up, and not just shut up, but change your, quote, perceptions, change the thoughts in your head, change your feelings, your perceptions, your conclusions. You must change those. It is a totalitarian worldview. It is a totalitarian worldview in that it seeks to control the totality of a person, not just your actions. You can't punch someone in the face because you don't like his ethnicity. Fair. Everyone's for upholding that law. You can't have a certain perception of another person. If there's a better definition of a totalitarian aim, hard to think of what it might be. So that's our new religion. That's where Israelism gets us. I want to end with probably the most mocked and yet clearest evangelist of this new faith is Israelism. You could say it's Christianity without the New Testament.
Who?
And that
Trump?
would be someone, again, who's often made fun of for being dumb or he doesn't know what he's talking about. But it's sometimes people like that that give you the clearest picture of what the people in power really are talking about. And that person would be Sean Hannity over Fox News.
Oh, my
Not a bad guy.
God.
I mean, guy, lifelong Catholic. If you asked him, are you a Catholic? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm a Catholic. And I think he is. It's not an attacker, even.
This is, if he's going to, I hope to God he shows some embarrassing ass clips of Hannity to dunk on him.
Claim to understand his personal religious faith.
Because I'm sure Sean Hannity has swept for everything Trump has done. Like always, really. But even with the AI Jesus, I bet all of that he fucking swept for him.
Watch Sean Hannity, cradle Catholic, describe the Pope. This is his reaction to the President of the United States attacking the Pope, head of the Catholic Church. And here's Sean Hannity's response as a Catholic to that. Watch.
He doesn't want any conflict anywhere, and he was talking about violence. And I'm like, have you even read the Bible? Have you read the conflicts, the wars that the Israeli people they were empowered by God to defeat their enemies? Did you ever hear the story about David slaying Goliath through the power of God with a slingshot against this massive giant, or the conflicts and the wars of King Saul and so on and so forth? And frankly, all throughout Israel's history, they've been, surrounded by enemies, but as God's chosen people, they against all odds keep winning. Pretty amazing.
So it does take a kind of cable news mentality to say of the Pope, hey, you ever read the Bible? I mean, it's hilarious. Hey, think about the Pope. This guy's never read the Bible. He's just the Pope. So there's that. Okay, it's funny. But listen to the content, which is actually more interesting and less funny and a little meatier than it seems at first. So the Pope is saying, look, I'm a Christian leader, the Christian gospel, which I represent, however imperfectly this Pope may represent it, from my perspective, imperfectly, but whatever. All Christian leaders have a duty to consult the gospel as they think about their positions on things. That's the whole point, is the gospel. And as a Christian leader, the leader of the biggest Christian denomination, like I'm not for war. And maybe some wars are possibly defensible under just war theory, which no one ever really explains. But you can imagine a war of self-defense that most Christians would feel comfortable with. Being a Christian probably doesn't necessarily mean you oppose all violence in all circumstances. Maybe it should. but in practice it doesn't. But this Pope is just saying something pretty conventional like that. Nothing crazy, actually. No name calling. No great departure from Christian theology or ethics as people have understood it for thousands of years. And the response is, hey, you haven't read the Bible? There's a ton of killing in the Bible. Israel's constantly under attack by its neighbors, the Amalekites, the Philistines, you name it. And they fight back with God's blessing, and they kill. And that's what they're supposed to be doing, which is true, by the way. It is all in there. But it's not in the New Testament. And for Christians, that's the difference. It's not a matter of the Old Testament.
Okay, I have to. I can't do it anymore with Tucker. At least like the monologue will like end to like I these last few minutes are like painful, man. I just want to do. Can I just do PBD? Can I just do PBD, please? Like, is it so terrible that I just already want to get to PBD?
Did you ever think you would make it?
My fave.
I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever signed. Right here.
You are a one of one?
My son's right about it. I don't think I've ever said this before.
Unfortunately, it's only PBD and Tom. There's no Vinny and there's no Adam in this one. But let's see.
All right, so let's get right into it.
Let's get right into it. The PBD is about to break down why NATO allies won't help the United States secure the Hormuz blockade. Let's fucking go.
First thing I want to talk about, guys, is NATO allies refuse to join Trump on the Iranians' port blockade. Now, this is big news because at first it was like, it's Spain. Well, you know, the Spain president, he's a socialist. Even he says his family progressive. So, hey, I want to make you work with America, but you guys can't come and land over here. And he says, look, we don't need you. We're going to do it by ourselves or not. Then it was Starmer. I don't want to be a part of this. Now it's the whole NATO allies refuse to join Trump's Iranian port blockade, according to Reuters. Allies said on Monday they would not get involved in U.S. President Trump's plan to blockade Iranian ports, proposing to intervene only once fighting ends in a move likely to anger Trump and increase strains in the alliance. Trump said the U.S. military would eliminate any Iranian ships that came near the blockade that began on Monday after the weekend talks failed to reach an agreement to end the 6-week conflict with Iran. Trump initially said the U.S. would work with other countries to block ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, but the U.S. military later specified that the blockade would only apply to ships going to or from Iranian ports. Since the war started February 28, Iran has largely blocked the waterway for all ships, but its own. It has been seeking to make its control of Strait permanent and possibly collect levies from ships that use it. The blockade will begin shortly. Other countries will be involved with the blockade.
Holy shit, is this a woman co-hosting the PBD podcast? I've never seen this before.
Okay, Trump said in a post on Truth Social on Sunday, but NATO allies, including Britain and France, have said they would not be drawn into the conflict. So he did say they will. They're not so far. Tom, what do we know about this? Especially now that crude oil is at, what, 91.37?
Is PBD Christian or Jewish? I know he looks like the most Israeli dude ever, but he is Christian. He's Iranian Christian.
The market's reacting somewhat positively. S&P at 7,000. So Wall Street, like you said earlier, is doing good. Main Street's maybe taking a hit. But walk us through what you think's going on here with the blockade.
So there's a lot of gamesmanship going on in the world. So right now, Britain and France have a problem.
And again, Tom's contribution to the analysis of this conflict in just the last episode was explaining to people barely, like over a month into this fucking illegal war, how Iran is able to block the Strait of Hormuz.
And I dove into this. Macron and Starmer have large Muslim populations, 8, 10, 12, 15%. That's a population you have to deal with, and they are a very loud population. And so publicly they're saying, we will not join the blockade.
Is he, LOL, Team Pope or Team Trump? Oh, he's not Catholic. He is the biggest Israel and like Trump dick rider that exists. He's basically state media. Trump literally has personal contact with PBD. He just talked about in a couple of episodes ago how like Trump called him like on Easter weekend to talk. And in a previous episode when he was like, let's see how the war is going. What they don't pull up news articles and analyze the news articles. They do AI summaries or they go directly to Trump's Truth Social account. That's what they use.
Blockade. Well, what does that mean? I will not put my ships next to your ships, so I won't join the blockade. But what was interesting, Britain and France through NATO said, we are working on an initiative to open the strait. Pat, that's what they said. You know what that initiative is?
I'm unfamiliar, but this gentleman speaks as if he's been dropped on his head as a baby. So you're not a tomcat? You're not like a huge tom head, I guess? Okay, fine. Tom actually, despite coming off that way, is ridiculously rich because he helped co-found a Ponzi scheme or MLM with PBD. So, inspirational?
Negotiating behind the scenes with the United States. So we won't join the blockade, like put our boats out there. And they say that for the headlines in their own countries. But behind the scenes, they are working with us, trying to negotiate and find a way out of it. And it's because they have to speak out of both sides of their mouth because they're there. And what that is doing is that's upsetting Trump, because if you're not with me, you're against me, tremendously upsetting him. And it's also kind of undermining the historical importance of NATO. I mean, looking back and asking, hey, do we still need this? This was created at a time where we had a Cold War. We thought there was a bunch of missiles pointing at us, pointing back. Reagan put Pershing missiles in Germany, which caused the Russians to flip out. But that was all part of the NATO chess game. And a lot of people are asking, you know, what does NATO do and what are they necessary for? And Trump is playing that card in the middle of it. Okay, you're not with me, you're against me. Boom, maybe I'll leave NATO. But make no mistake, Britain and France
We're not leaving NATO.
Have a two-faced thing going on here, public and private.
Len, where do you stand with this?
So I think a lot of it is symbolic, and it's obviously political in the sense that no one really doubts the U.S. Navy can do this blockade indefinitely if they want to. There's no world where the U.S. Navy has trouble stopping ships from going through. Obviously, the U.S. Navy is limited in terms of getting the strait open because of all the asymmetric aspects to it, but actually blocking it is fairly simple for the U.S. Navy to do. So trying to get NATO involved.
Yeah, it's so simple to just blockade the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, it's so simple for the U.S. Navy.
Is more of that symbolic coalition effort rather than because the U.S. actually needs their ships in any material way. And so their refusal doesn't, of course, impair the U.S.'s ability to keep the strait closed, but it does signal, like Tom mentioned, all the domestic political aspects they're dealing with, and it does ongoing kind of show the
Hold on. Lynn Alden, an investment strategist and founder of Lynn Alden Investment. She's known for her macroeconomic analysis of U.S. equities and international market trends. Also known for her advocacy and analysis of Bitcoin, and a speaker at a Bitcoin conference. Okay. It's giving Elizabeth Holmes. I mean, I would be lying if I didn't admit that, yeah, I was going to this to see if there was a personal life about this person to say if they're like trans or not.
Speaking of NATO over time.
So it's like, is this like the first like trans guest on like PBD?
Which is relevant in it. You know, it's increasing multipolar world, and you know we have fractures in our own backyard, let alone the world conflict.
Rob, can you run a poll? And I want the poll to be what's more likely to happen: U.S. leaves NATO, NATO supports U.S. versus Iran, and versus neither. Okay, just run that same poll on the podcast. Let's see what happens with it. Here's J.D. Vance when he's talking to Bret Baier, and Bret Baier is asking a question to see where he stands, because we remember J.D. Vance was a non-interventionist. It's kind of like, why are they sending him to negotiate? You know, is it intentional? Because if you send Rubio, you know where Rubio stands.
Rubio and Wickoff, we know what they've been doing.
Gee, wonder why the Iranians would request J.D. Vance specifically, who's never been able to close a deal in his fucking life.
That's right. So do you send J.D. to kind of get him to be bought in and say, I didn't know these people are this extreme? So here's what J.D. had to say to Bret Baier yesterday.
As soon as it can. It's being reported that you had real skepticism about this at the beginning, and that you expressed that to the president. Is that true?
Well, Brett, you know, I give my advice to the President of the United States, and we all do, and I expect that when I give advice to the President of the United States, that it's going to be private, because the President should rely on his senior advisors without them then running to the media. What I will say, Brett, is that I 100% agree with the President on the fact that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. I've seen that just in the negotiation that we've had over the last couple of days, that these are tough negotiators, but they're fundamentally the kinds of people where them having a nuclear weapon would impose terrible costs on the entire world. If they're willing to engage in economic terrorism on the entire world, what would it mean? What leverage would they have if they had a nuclear bomb in Tehran? That's not an outcome that is acceptable to us or really should be acceptable to anybody. So I 100% support the president's goals here to keep nuclear weapons, to keep the worst weapons of war out of the hands of the Iranians.
What do you think about what he said?
Yeah, I mean, he's saying the right things. And can I hit NATO real quick, though?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, have we all lost sight of the fact?
Get ready for what will be the dumbest take on the show, and that's saying something. This guy is consistently moronic.
That UK and France wouldn't be a country if it wasn't for America. And I mean, with the thing with NATO, what's a positive thing that NATO has done, or a positive impact NATO's had in the last 30 years?
Holy shit, dude! This is like. He does political commentary on the show sometimes for a living, and he just asked, what's the purpose of NATO? Has it done anything ever, really?
Nobody remembers that Russia wanted to be part of NATO, and Bill Clinton rejected that.
Bill Clinton didn't reject that. No,
he didn't answer him
Bill
back, right?
Bill Clinton said, no problem. He called somebody, and then he called back and said, not now. So wasn't he rejected? I don't know if I put that on Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was a gamer that he wanted to do it. Somebody he called said no, and a lot of people speculate who it is, but we don't know who that was.
That's a good point. And I mean, the defense contractors led the committee to expand NATO. So I mean, the way I always see NATO is that we needed something to throw money at after the Cold War ended, right? Because we just throw all the military money at NATO. And like the audacity of these guys, we give them all these weapons. We have all of our military troops in their bases there, and like the whole point is to deter Russia from aggression. But I would say that our expansion of NATO is what encouraged Russia to go into Ukraine. So yeah, I think we should pull out of NATO ASAP. Especially,
you think we should pull out?
Yeah, 100%.
I love these morons actually look at NATO and they're like, yeah, the United States is getting the raw end of the deal here with NATO.
What's a positive thing that NATO's done?
I mean, they did a hell of a job at Bosnia-Herzegovina, didn't they? Wow. They got in there, stopped that. Not. That was NATO's backyard.
But if you're saying that means you're agreeing with them that we should leave NATO.
I'm not saying we should leave NATO, but I'm saying you asked the question, what have they done in the last...
Right.
And I'm like...
He asked the question. I'm just wondering...
I'm making the point, yeah, they've done a terrible job. Like, they let that go on in Bosnia until what? Till I think it was Clinton finally agreed to drop tomahawks on enemy positions to see if they could break the back of the rebel general that was committing the genocide in the fields.
What do you think?
Well, my focus is on finance and tech more than geopolitics. Don't really have a firm opinion on that topic, other than I think that years ago it made sense to pressure NATO to put at least 2% of their GDP into the military, basically meeting all their ends of the bargain. Because for a long time, obviously, the U.S. is like the bulk of NATO. So the rest of NATO is kind of that longer tail of other support compared to the U.S., which is almost all of it. At this point, there's obvious fractures. I wouldn't necessarily support going out of it, just because that's it's kind of a temporary decision that can have permanent ramifications. But I'm certainly no expert on.
Well, maybe think about it from the economic side, because you watch how the market reacts to certain things, right? How would the market react if all of a sudden, say things are not going the right way, say the Thursday negotiation gets nasty, and behind closed doors, the president's not happy with the way NATO's supporting him, hypothetically. He announces, because he's capable of announcing anything. He announces we're out. How do you think the market reacts?
My guess would be more muted than one might think. I mean, I think the market could have a sell-off that day. I don't think it would be particularly catastrophic, because when the market says, okay, what does this mean over the next, let alone weeks? What does this mean?
Dude, like, it's increasingly becoming clear that Trump's word is no longer having like shocks on even like the market or anything like that. Like, even after, like the last time you saw this was after the speech that Trump gave on the Iran war or whatever. Like, yeah, prices of like oil surged, but other than that, like, Trump has made like insane threats, and just as he increasingly does not follow through on anything, whether it be like saying like whether he's saying something that would be good if it were to be true or bad, you're increasingly seeing less volatility in reaction to it.
Over years, are we worried about any of those NATO members getting attacked more than they might otherwise, especially if the rest of NATO stays intact? So some of the smaller members are still defended by some of the bigger members. I mean, multiple of them are nuclear powers. So I don't think anyone would seriously worry about the safety of NATO countries just because the U.S.
Spartan Spirit, thank you so much for the 100 bits. The main purpose of NATO is for Americans to sell overpriced weapons to Europe and other NATO nations, to keep Europe dependent on the USA and not be their own power, and to check the power of Russia. NATO is a real benefit for the USA, Trump cult does not understand how NATO works at all. I mean, yeah, it's the same thing with the tariffs. Like, they actually think that other countries were taking advantage of the United States with like lopsided trade agreements that we had, and we weren't like exploiting these countries or benefiting from like exploiting them.
The U.S. was out in any sort of multi-year time frame. Obviously, that has long-term implications for deterioration between the U.S. and Europe in particular. But probably the market would just look through that, kind of like how it's been surprisingly resilient looking through all the current energy shortages.
Yes, it's interesting you're saying that, because I don't know if you guys saw that or not. Zelensky the other day said in a press conference, he's been kind of quiet. He says UK should come back into NATO. I don't know if you saw that or not. Tom, did you see that with Zelensky saying, hey, UK should come back and you should rejoin? Is that it? We don't want anyone's luck. I think the EU and NATO can partner on the military. I don't know if this is it or not, but it was one of the ones where we were asking for UK to come back in and rejoin NATO. I mean, not rejoin NATO, EU. My apologies. It's EU, not NATO.
You know what he's looking for? He's looking for a pocket.
Of course he is. Yeah, of course he is with that taking place. But yeah, I don't know. I wonder, do you, how likely it is that Trump is capable of using that card to say we're pulling out, Tom? Give me a percentage, because right now the poll we ran, here's what the poll looks like. 3,000 votes, 5 minutes. What's more likely to happen? 51% say the U.S. leaves NATO. That's the listeners. And we have our listeners are business owners. These are people that run businesses, are watching the market to see what's going on. 51% thinks U.S. leaves NATO. 15% think NATO will support U.S. versus Iran. 34% say neither. Tom,
UK left NATO. Yeah, this is a PBD exclusive.
do you agree with them?
Yeah, I think it's 50-50 because look at what will happen. We have bases in the Philippines. We have bases in Japan. We have bases everywhere. We would still have bases in Germany, still have bases in the UK, on the south coast of UK, where we launch all the B-1 bombers from. All of that we would still have. So we would have regional defense alliances. So you leave NATO as a group at the middle, Pat, but we would still have all those bases and all of our military presence over there. And if something happened in Germany, we're going to be there to back them up. So I think it's 50-50 to leave NATO, but it would not change our deployment of resources in each country the same way we've got resources deployed all around the world.
You know what it would change? It would change the fact that none of those countries have invested in their militaries in a big way since NATO got put in place, because they've all been hollowed out. They just rely on us that we'll have their back if they ever needed us. So they've gotten fat and happy and casual, and they would immediately stop that, I think, if we pulled out.
This is painfully stupid. That again, he does not understand how this this soft power works.
Because if we don't have to pull off it, but that's our leverage. If we want them to do something, we have all the means at our disposal to encourage them to.
This is the benefit of having an unpredictable leader that's also predictable. That's the benefit.
This is the benefit of having an unpredictable leader that's also predictable. This is the benefit of having water that's wet but also dry.
Benefit of it. He keeps everybody on their toes, and they don't know what's going to be happening. By the way, a couple clips, Rob, if you want to play it. One of them is the clip where the president says he won't let Iran blackmail and extort the world by shutting down the Strait. If you can play this clip.
We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And the amazing thing is, we don't. Can you believe this? We don't use the Strait. We don't need the Strait.
Yeah, Trump's a dumb guy who's kind of smart.
Our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before that.
Now, you can pause this right here, Rob.
A country blackmailing the world. Are we the baddies, guys?
To the clip about what this is costing Iran on a.
Was PBD's chair vibrating? No, he's just constantly bouncing his knee and it makes it shake.
Daily basis, and how long they can afford for this to happen, whether it's water, the revenue coming in. This right here is a phenomenal clip by Jesse. Go ahead, Rob.
The Iranian oil blockade is probably the knockout punch. The Iranians are trying to outlast us. The longer the war goes on, the longer their regime can hold off a revolution. But their economy is experiencing a crippling depression. This blockade is costing the regime almost $400 million a day. That's $13 billion a month. Plus, the Iranians can only store oil for about 2 weeks before they have to start shutting off wells. The Iranians can't outlast us. The world's turning to us for energy. Over 120 empty oil tankers are on their way to the Gulf of America.
Many ships are heading to our country right now.
If you want to go a little bit further out to see when Jesse comes back.
Dude, this is reminding me. Karoline Leavitt actually claimed that gas prices are falling in a press conference yesterday. Hold on.
Affect the U.S. economy.
So this was a White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt and Scott Bessent a day ago. This is stunning stuff.
I don't know.
Danny, go ahead.
Secretary, you were quoted as saying in an interview earlier this week that it was worth a bit of economic pain for international security. Is that this administration's message to American voters with high gas prices that ahead of the midterms this year that it's worth the economic pain?
Well, the message is the short-term volatility for long-term gain.
And Danny, if I could add to that, the president's been very clear, again, as the secretary just said, this is a short-term disruption for the long-term strategic goal of the United States to ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terror cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. That's a good thing for the...
We're not talking about Israel.
American people. That's a good thing for people all over the world. And as the president and his economic and energy team have repeatedly stated, as soon as the operation and now the negotiations with Iran conclude and the Strait is reopened, we do expect gas prices to decrease. And thank goodness we have a president and an administration that believes in American energy dominance in bringing down prices at the pump. Look at how gas prices decreased over the past year since this president was in office. It's a stark.
Look at how gas prices have decreased over the past year. They're on average up 50%.
Contrast to the previous administration and Democrats in this city who believe in hampering our domestic energy industry, who believe in importing our most precious resources, who believe in implementing policies that created the worst inflation crisis in history. So President Trump has built the greatest economy in the world before. He is doing it again. Of course, we have this short-term disruption, but again, it's for the long-term strategic goal of ensuring that these terrorists cannot possess a nuclear bomb.
So we're losing the battle, but don't worry, guys, we're going to win the war.
Jennifer.
This is an article from CNBC. Trump says gas prices not very high as most U.S. voters blame him for price hike. President Donald Trump on Thursday brushed aside concerns about much higher gas prices because of the Iran war, even as a new poll showed that most U.S. voters blame him for the pump gas price spike. Well, they're not very high, Trump told a reporter at the White House after she asked how much longer Americans would continue to see high gas prices. Trump said those prices are not as high as what was expected they would be as a result of the war, which he said was aimed at denying Iran the ability to produce a nuclear weapon. Gas prices have come down very much in the last 3 or 4 days, Trump said. Gas prices have risen 49% since the beginning of 2026, according to prices tracked by AAA. They dropped by an average of 7 cents a gallon after a 2-week ceasefire was announced last week. A Quinnipiac University national poll of registered voters released Wednesday found that 65% of respondents blame Trump either a lot or some for the recent rise in gas prices. The same poll found that just 38% of respondents approve of how Trump is handling the economy, which matches the all-time low for both of its terms in the White House reached in March and in October 2025. The poll of the 1,028 self-identified registered voters has a margin of error of 3.8 percentage points. The price of gas has soared since the U.S. and Israel launched the war against Iran on February 28th. At the beginning of 2026, the average price of regular gasoline was just above $2.75 per gallon. On Thursday, the average price was $4.93 per gallon. The average price of diesel fuel, which had been just above $3.50 per gallon in January, is now $5.65 per gallon. Trump on Thursday said, the fact is, if you look at the stock markets up, everything's doing really well, and the big thing we had to do is make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. Because if they do you want to talk about problems, you'd have problems, he said. This party's just going to cruise through those midterms, man. They're just going to fucking kill it.
Let him keep going. Okay, keep playing it. Keep playing it with Jesse.
Steel and petrochemical industries have been wiped out. Without oil revenue, all they can sell are pistachios to Pakistanis. It could get worse. The president's still weighing limited airstrikes, saying a number of additional targets are very easy to hit. The Iranians are losing their cards here. And Vance, who just spent 20 hours negotiating with them, says that we're in the driver's seat.
Tom.
Well, economically speaking, we're in the driver's seat, but if only if it's a rational Iran leader negotiating on the other side. When you have irrational leaders that just want to wait you out, then anything that you would do for them, I mean, look at the rebuilding of Japan after World War II. Look at the rebuilding of South Vietnam, and look at all that happened. You don't want these guys to be rebuilding, the weaponry and what they do. And so, yeah, it's hitting them, and it's hitting them hard. And yes, you've got this, and yes, drill baby drill, and the renewed relationship with Venezuela and all that Venezuela oil coming.
So yeah, you've got this, and yes, you've got stupid platitude drill baby drill here, and then you have this other thing, and then you have this, and then you have that. It's just great analysis here. Spartan Spirit, thank you so much for the 100 bits. We bombed all the hospitals in the world. Now they have to use our hospitals. Huge Trump hospital, pure mafia business model, but we call it MAGA care. Thanks for the 100 bits.
Coming out and benefiting the people of Venezuela, hopefully, more and more next year than this year. That's all good. But I look at it, yeah, it is. Are they going to break? Are they going to negotiate? Are they going to give up the nuclear option? And so a rational player would, but you have to remember these are.
Why do we watch these idiots at 3 a.m? You answered your own question because it's 3 a.m, and also too because this is unintentionally the most hilarious podcast that exists on the internet.
Rational players that would allow their own people. They'd allow 90% of their own people to die before they give up the card because it's a theocratic, it's a suicidal theocracy.
Dude, every accusation is a fucking confession. So much of this just literally applies to Israel or the United States, if not all of it.
Believes in that end game. And so in that way, they're not a rational actor.
So, Lynn, I'll give you this last thoughts on here, and I know it's more you're more economy than something like this, but have you thought about what would be an ideal situation where the market's going to sit there and Trump comes out the winner? What could happen where Trump comes out the winner in this issue with Iran?
I can certainly see.
There is that situation is not happening. The war could end tomorrow permanently, and you're not going to see gas prices fall, and it still won't change the fact that there's an affordability crisis.
An agreement like years ago where Iran agrees to kind of defer any sort of nuclear program and has observers in exchange for letting off the attacks and things like that. That's kind of the a possibility here. There's also just, I mean, they can declare themselves a winner. Like the U.S. can declare themselves a winner and kind of back out and, see how the optics go.
I guess we could do that. I mean, I would rather we do that and just hold the fucking L in that respect instead of actually doing a ground invasion or committing troops to the region. But I have a feeling that could still be on the fucking horizon. But he can't declare victory without the Strait being reopened. Again, the Strait wasn't closed when we launched this. So I guess he could say, yeah, we're winning. But he has already done that how many times? It's not happening. You can't just will a win into existence.
I think, with that clip we saw, there's some simplification of talking points because even though the U.S. does produce a lot of oil and gas, it's not as though we have just a bunch of spare capacity sitting around. We export a lot, we import a lot. Not all oil is the same because it has to be matched to certain types of refineries. And so we've seen pretty clearly, obviously, gasoline prices and other energy prices have spiked here in the U.S., just like many other parts of the world. We're not the most vulnerable in the world. That's mostly going to be the poorer per capita developing countries that have to import a lot and are now being outbid by all the wealthy nations in the East and elsewhere. But we are impacted. And right now there's obviously Iran's on a clock. I mean they've hyperinflated not for the first time. They've got severe economic issues. They've got all sorts of issues. But as Tom pointed out, they're ideological more so than they're pragmatic. The U.S. is also on a less severe ticking clock. But just politically speaking, there's the midterms coming up right now. Consumer sentiment is a record low, lower than 2008, lower than the peak of COVID, lower than the.
Who made this person an oil analyst? PBD. Did you not hear him ask for this person's commentary, even though he started by saying, "Oh, I know you don't really know anything about this," but honestly, I don't care if people have that are uninformed on this shit give analysis or their opinion or anything like that. You can still judge it even absent that. But this this is just somebody who she sounds like a fucking genius compared to everybody else sitting next to her.
Late 70s.
And it has literally nothing to do with how correct she is or is not. It just has everything to do with the fact that literally one of these co-hosts just asked actually thinks that the United States is the one being taken advantage of with respect to NATO.
All other low points, we hit new lows. And that's partially because, gasoline prices at the pump are up, and then even things we don't see directly, all the transportation costs. You mentioned $7 Dorito bags.
Crazy.
That's part of that. Going forward, all these things that have to move around the country, that's impacted by transportation costs.
$5 diesel.
Yeah, exactly. And so the U.S. consumer is being squeezed. And then that, of course, has, the polls are already shifting pretty greatly toward the midterms. So I think that the Trump administration has an incentive to try to get this wrapped up sooner rather than later. And then it's a force of wills between, obviously, the average Iranian is a lot more impacted than the average American here. But they are a very, very resilient
And now that she's brought up Iranian suffering, will there be any comment on that from these men?
Logical type of regime there. Way more than Venezuela.
There's no question about it when you look at where they're at with this. But you said something about the U.S. economy. I want to kind of go through with this and come to you guys. So
literally his only comment is oh yeah, that's definitely true. They're being affected more by this. Anyway, moves on. Apparently Joe Rogan was trashing this as well with his guest.
That's scary. Well, someone's going to be in control of all this stuff. That's what's really terrifying. And it's all these autistic dorks that are in charge of all these tech companies. They're going to be at the front.
This is also a kind of similar thing where they have said that that's what happened, where they used robots, in quotes, to capture them unmanned. But it's their version of the story, too.
Right.
As I'm saying, Ukraine's version. It's all these reports I see, it says Ukraine claimed that this happened. And then I'm watching the video and I'm like, this looks a little bit like when we send robots in SWAT missions here. We do that kind of already. Right?
Yeah, but who's the source of this?
This is New York Post.
Well, I was trying to find
captures enemy Russian position using only robots, no humans. The future is already on the front line. But then it's going to be eventually.
You just call Elon an autistic dork. Damn, they had a fallout. I'm not sure who he was referring to specifically when he said that, but yeah.
Why would we send any people out there? It would be robots capturing other robots, which is great because nobody dies, I guess.
Then why don't we just play a game of chess? We get the two leaders to play a game of chess, and the winner takes the land and the resources.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Whatever the fuck we're going to do. It's it's just insane. From the time I was a little child, thinking, oh boy, we figured out no war. That's great.
Yeah.
To no, we're fighting war with robots that can detect your heart rate from 40 miles away.
So what do you think?
From the time that I was a little child, though, like how do I make the war in Iran or Ukraine about me?
Think of what's going on in Iran.
It's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
All of it's terrifying. Anytime you're involved with, you're shooting missiles into towns and blowing things up, blowing up infrastructure, blowing up bridges, and Israel's blowing up Lebanon now.
Yep.
It's like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah,
like, how is this still going on?
It's also clear there was no plan.
No.
Zero. None.
No. Well, Netanyahu's been telling the United States that Iran was months away from building a nuclear bomb for 30 years, or 20 years at least. They've always been saying that. Trump was the first one to go, all right, let's do something about it. But it seems like they didn't know what the fuck they were going to do.
There was something done about it. He, in his first year in office, he tore up the
bunker buster bombs.
Yeah, but all this.
He tore up the and then Rogan said the bunker buster bombs when he was clearly reaching for the fucking JCPOA.
We're in a worse place now than before this thing started.
Yeah. Look, the Iranian regime's terrible. Like what they do to the protesters.
I'm not
it's
disputing
all evil,
that at all. I mean,
most people that voted for Trump or wanted Trump to be in office, one of the things that was attractive was this no more wars.
Sure, of course.
And now we're in one of the craziest ones.
Yeah.
And China's flying in cargo planes filled with stuff. We don't know what the fuck's in there.
And Russia is giving Iran information about
fun.
Where our troops are.
Super fun. Great times.
Oh, it's crazy and scary too. I mean,
Science.org says it's
quantum
not likely.
Sensors.
So they say it's bullshit?
Says it's not highly implausible.
Looking at something that says, did quantum sensors help find a U.S. pilot shoot down in Iran? Experts doubt it.
Did quantum
shot down Iran.
Sensors help find a U.S. pilot shot down in Iran? Experts doubt it. Yeah.
Now, okay, here's an ignorant question. Yep. He shot down. Wouldn't you know he's on foot?
What the fuck is a quantum sensor? God only knows.
He's somewhere near that site, right?
Can't go too far.
Yeah, can't go too far.
Right.
So...
Well, the thing is, if he gets ejected from the plane, I don't know how. So if he got shot down, the idea is that it gets ejected from the plane and then parachutes. Right. That could be a lot of distance because the plane's flying at a very high speed. It's an altitude undetermined. He jumps out where? When does he jump out? Is it 100?
Dude, I cannot. Well, actually, I can. This is like one of the most listened to podcasts in all of America and like globally.
100 miles away? Is it 50 miles away? Is it 10 miles away?
Right.
How far can he walk? He's injured. Right. It's fucking terrifying. It's just crazy that these the pilots or the astronauts just went up into space and circled around the moon and came back.
Yep.
Everybody that goes into space has this experience called the overview effect, where they go out there and one of the first things is they go like, oh my God, what are we doing? Like, how are we pretending at these lines in the dirt that we draw?
Yeah.
That it's all just a bunch of people on this very fragile biological spaceship.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
But like all things in the future, all of it's terrifying. The whole, the future of mankind.
Really, when you think about it, everything's scary, in like a sort of cosmic sense. So yeah, what Trump is doing is completely asinine. He has no way to get us out of this. He's causing, a ton of economic pain. Yeah, but on a grander scale, like then again, we are kind of just like a pale blue dot. So let me just, extrapolate the exact opposite opinion you should take away from a sentiment like this. And again, no accountability, no reckoning with the fact that like you voted for this man, you endorsed this man, and all you have to say is, wow, this is scary, guys. This sure is fucking crazy. What the fuck is going on?
Like, it's so perilous. It's all so fragile. All of it.
I know, and it's to think of the stuff that we allow, these external things that we allow to affect our, if there was ever a time to just be a good person, live your life, enjoy, try to spread some kindness and some joy,
Weed tier political analysis. This is even worse. This is like bar napkin math tier political analysis.
I mean, it's now.
Yeah. It's a good time for comedy. People want to go out and have fun. That's true.
Which reminds me, I have a special.
That was
the worst here. But then again, people do like to go out and have fun to distract themselves from the despotism around them. Things are looking really, really great on the comedy circuit. Am I right? To catch that last episode of SNL is pretty good.
That's
What's it on?
There it is.
David Cross is pretty left, but Joe is too dumb to receive it. No, I don't think so. I think, like, when's the last time you heard Joe Rogan be critical of anything, like severely critical of anything related to Trump or MAGA? Like, I do think that he feels the need to sort of flatter his guests, you know, like opinions and whatnot. And you definitely see that reflected in him being willing to come out and just say, like, yeah, this is stupid.
YouTube?
It's on YouTube.
Perfect.
Yeah. The end of the beginning.
Where did you film it?
40 watt.
Okay, now they're doing their own thing. I just wanted to see, like, what the fuck he said, because I saw the headline that was like, Joe Rogan slams Trump. It's fucking terrifying. But two more things before we close out the night with Trump, this Fox interview I want to say that Trump had. Dr. Oz says Trump told him that diet soda might help kill cancer cells.
It's on Capitol Hill, where TV personality and surgeon Dr. Oz just wrapped up a confirmation hearing to lead the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the agency responsible for the health care of 160 million Americans. He refused to say that he will not cut those vital programs.
What I want to know, yes or no, is since you cherish Medicaid, will you agree to oppose cuts in the Medicaid program?
I cherish Medicaid, and I've worked within the Medicaid environment quite extensively, as I highlighted, practicing at Columbia University.
That's not the question, Doctor. The question is, will you oppose cuts to this program you say you cherish? Time's short.
I want to make sure that the patients today and in the future have resources to protect them if they get ill. The way you protect Medicaid is by making sure that it's viable at every level.
NBC's Berkeley Lovelace Jr. is following the hearing. What else did we learn?
Funny to think this guy would be better than RFK Jr. Yeah, if by funny you mean depressing as shit, then yes, I agree.
Yeah, so there was plenty of tense moments like the one we just saw where Dr. Oz was pressed on whether he supports Medicaid cuts. As you know, House Republicans adopted a budget resolution that directs the Energy and Commerce Committee to find at least $880 billion in mandatory spending cuts, most of which is expected to come from Medicaid. So as CMS chief, Oz would oversee the healthcare coverage of roughly half the U.S. population, including those on Medicaid. And so while he sidestepped most of those questions about the cuts, he did say he did not want to see any children lose their Medicaid coverage. He also stressed the importance of ensuring that patients have access to the care they need to stay healthy. He did spend a lot of time.
Okay, having access, literally, what fucking weasel words? It doesn't mean anything. You have access technically if it's not illegal for you to get access to a program.
During the hearing, talking about artificial intelligence, which is a shared priority of the Trump administration, and how it could be used to help find misuse of prior authorization. That is a tool used by health insurance companies that requires doctors and patients to get pre-approval before getting certain treatments.
Is RFK quitting? Close, he's starting a podcast soon, but no quitting on the horizon, as far as I know.
Of course, he was also asked about his potential future boss, President Donald Trump, and any actions that he might take. And that included a question from Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan about whether Oz would break the law if Trump told him to. And we have a clip of that exchange.
If directed by the president to take action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the president's directive?
The president would never do that.
That's
oh my
absurd.
God, dude. Simple question. Follow the law, follow the president. Well, I had breakfast, but I had breakfast, but I had breakfast, but I had breakfast.
It's a disappointing answer.
And other topics that came up included high prescription drug costs, rural hospitals, and access to healthy foods, Chris.
Berkeley Lovelace Jr., always good to have you on the show. Thank you.
Great to have you. Okay. Let's close this out by seeing this insane Fox News interview that Trump had with Maria Bartiromo of Fox.
Hot topic of the hour, a lot of breaking news from President Trump. He told me the blockade of Iranian ports is now fully implemented. He told me the conflict is close to being over. I sat down with Commander-in-Chief for an exclusive interview at the White House yesterday, where he told me all about that, plus the current state of the economy, his expectations for the price of oil, and the reconciliation package to come. Take a look. Mr. President, thank you for sitting down with us. We appreciate it. You've had a real reaction to the blockade. Are you happy with the reaction since you put this blockade in place in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's been pretty amazing, actually. I thought that was going to happen. They reacted to this even, I think, we've...
Dude, his voice sounds raspy as fuck. And keep in mind, this is sped up. Trump does not have this level of verbal agility.
Obliterated them. And this almost seems to be more of a reaction than we had before. So we'll see. I mean, look, it only matters the end result. And we're doing very well. We started off with Venezuela. We showed everybody how good. I rebuilt and built the military in my first term. I didn't know I was going to be using it this much. But we have the greatest military in the world, not even a contest. And think of it. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. Everything's been wiped out. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no leaders. The leaders they have now, it's a new regime, okay? And we find them pretty reasonable, to be honest with you. By comparison, pretty reasonable.
Dude, like the new regime is more hardline than the previous Ayatollah.
It really is a new regime. And I think we're doing very well, but it only matters what the end result is, and maybe it'll happen fairly soon. Who knows?
And you told me on Sunday that you think they will ultimately consent and say they're not going to continue building a nuclear weapon. How will you verify?
Well, first of all, if they don't, we're not making a deal, okay? So there's no deal. This whole thing is really about...
If you get a chance, watch AOC's pre-run vote interview posted by Drop Site She's Shaking. Can you send it to me?
No nuclear. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if they're going to have a nuclear weapon, we'll be living with them for a little while, but I don't know how much longer they can survive. I don't know how much longer they can go because they've been hit very hard. And as an example, we could take out every one of their bridges in 1 hour. We could take out every one of their power plants, electric power plants, in 1 hour. We don't want to do that because someday you're going to have to rebuild, and it takes you 10 years to rebuild a bridge. Even if you're Trump, it takes a long time, and power plants are just as bad. So we'll see what happens.
Did you get any pushback, like from the Chinese or the Saudis, about blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I had none.
Let me move on to domestic issues, sir.
If there was really no pushback, which I seriously doubt, it's because nobody actually thinks it's going to make a fucking difference, and they don't expect Trump to actually get the U.S. out of this. It's like China that's probably going to be the one that does it.
What are your top priorities now for the economy for the rest of the year?
To be honest, we are doing so well. You look at this. I hit the 50,000 Dow mark, which everyone said couldn't happen in 4 years. I did it in 1 year. I hit the 7,000 S&P mark in less than 1 year, which was a number, as you know, you reported it. They said if at the end of 4 years you hit those numbers, I did it at the end of a year. And I said, now we have to do a little bit of a detour to a place called Iran, and we have to stop them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And if you told me that in the midst of it, we would have a stock market that's almost as good as it was 2 months ago, just about, very close, and that we'd have oil, that we'd be selling oil, that oil would be at 92 or whatever it is right now, instead of 200.
Whatever it's
at. A lot of people
at.
said, oh, it'll be 200. This is in the midst of everything. Now, I think we're doing very well, and maybe people assume we're going to win this thing pretty soon.
Price per barrel is like at levels that we haven't seen since like 2022, 2020, like pandemic, like peak pandemic levels or whatever, like whatever it's at.
So we've beaten them militarily, totally. The only thing they have is the Gulf, and I think now we're the Strait, as they call it. And I think now, I don't know how they hold out.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the backdrop has changed. I know it's been only a month or so, but oil prices are up 50%. The stock market had a tough first quarter.
By the way, you're
now,
right.
Stocks are
you're
still
right, but
up.
they're not up. Honestly,
You thought it was gonna
I
be
thought
worse.
there'd be much, and I was willing to do that, to stop a nuclear weapon to be used against this country or the Middle East, anybody in the Middle East. They were going to take out the Middle East. To stop that, it was certainly worthwhile, being much higher than it is right now. If you told me that
Iran was going to take out the whole Middle East, dude, it's going to be crazy.
we're going to be at only $92 a barrel, $92 a barrel, I would have been very surprised.
All right,
and
so
you know what? I'm very happy. And it's going to come dropping down very big as soon as it's over. And I think it can be over very soon.
So
if they're
overall-
smart, it will end soon.
Overall, the impact on the economy, do you expect a hit to growth? Do you expect a spike in inflation?
Well, look, there's a hit because, we go through it for whatever it is, 6 weeks. There's going to be a hit, but it's going to recover, I think, fully. Somehow they misquoted me. I think oil will be down to the levels it was. They said I expect oil to be high at the midterms. I don't expect that. I think that we will be somewhere around where we were, maybe even lower. When this is over, I think the stock market is going to boom. It's already booming. Again, nobody thought we could be at 50,000 during my 4 terms on the Dow or 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit numbers that nobody thought possible.
You've been talking about a reconciliation program with the Republicans. Can you articulate to our audience why a reconciliation package is important and why you want to see it on your desk by June?
Because we can't get any Democrat votes. With reconciliation, we can get things passed. The good thing is the great big beautiful bill, that was 4 years.
I wish that were fucking true, that they can't get any Democratic votes when it comes to the shit that they want to pass every now and then.
Years wrapped into one. Now we're doing some additional things. But, you know, the great, big, beautiful bill, I think it's the biggest, the best piece of legislation. It should be called the great, big, beautiful tax cut bill, because you have no tax on tips, and look how that's working.
Yeah, it's not long enough to call it the big, beautiful bill. It should be called that. The big, beautiful tax cut bill really rolls off the tongue.
Now, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We have people, and you see it. I see it on your show. Watch your show. Your show's great. We have people that are making $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. They had no idea it was coming. And it's turning out to be even better than we anticipated for people.
But there are rules around reconciliation that it requires deficit reduction, right? How will you ensure that you've got a decrease in spending?
Well, we have to go by the rules, and we're going for those rules. And if we didn't go by the rules, we couldn't even put it in. We wouldn't be able to submit it. And nobody believes that more than me. The one thing I really felt strongly about was the military. We built this great military that we have right now, and everybody acknowledges it, whether it's China or Russia. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built that in 4 years, my first term. It's a great, including adding Space Force. Do you know, a lot of the things that you see that work so well is because of Space Force. It was a great thing that we added when we went for Space Force.
So what can you put in the reconciliation bill, other than funding Customs and Border Patrol and ICE? Anything else?
Well, we're doing mostly that. This is mostly about that, because the Democrats don't want to do it. Then we're putting some things as we go along. But, you know, you've heard the expression, we want to keep it sort of slim, because we want to make sure that I have the safest border in the history of our country. Nobody came in. I'm not even sure I can believe that.
Damn.
But
safest border, and he built the entire U.S. military.
the Democrats do the numbers. It's really, you know, the agency that does that is, they tend to be on the Democrat side, to put it mildly. In the last 9 months, not one person came across the border illegally. Now compare that to 25 million people coming across by Sleepy Joe.
I was there. I went to the border 6 times. I saw it. I understand what you.
Oh, damn. So you were there. You know everything, lady. The thing is like, he's taking credit for immigration trends that had steadily been dropping. And it was just unfortunate that you were seeing this like spike around the 2024 election. But that is consistent with trends that you were already seeing. And even if it weren't, I'm not willing to praise any of Trump's immigration policies, because it's like filled with so many rights deprivations that, okay, if you can point to like lower illegal immigration or like lower instances of like any sort of like thing that you could try to attempt to correlate to these policies, so what? It's not worth the trade-off.
They came in by the millions, hundreds of thousands a week, just pouring it, totally unchecked. And you know, the countries, I know the leaders of most of these countries, they're very smart, they're street smart. Some are highly educated, some are, but they're very street smart. They don't send their good people to us. When they do a caravan, 25, 30,000 people in a caravan.
Well, Russian military is not that amazing compared to China. I'm dead sure Russia is not afraid of America's military prowess that he claims he rebuilt to greatness, the greatest ever. I can assure you, you are dead wrong. If Russia cannot even capture Ukrainian territory that easily, they're not going to be a formidable fighting force against the United States, and they're having to conscript and force their men into this war at gunpoint.
You don't have their good. You have people that, frankly, even if they're not criminals per se, they don't want to work, or they want welfare, or they sent all these people to our country. What the Democrats have done to us should never be forgotten.
Can you put the Save America Act in the reconciliation
I'd love
plan?
to do it, and we'll certainly look at it. But I mean, there's nothing easy, and it has to be called Save America, as you just did. A lot of people like to call it the Save Act. Nobody knows. It's Save America. It's voter ID. It's you have to be a citizen to vote.
Proof of citizenship.
Ideally, mail-in voting. You knock the hell out of it. You
make it a budgetary item.
Yeah, ideally, no mail-in voting. Like, this is, you see exactly why, when Trump talks about this, like why Thune and Republicans are not jumping up and down. Not all of them are they're not jumping up and down to pass this legislation. Who votes by mail primarily? Like, a huge number of people that vote by mail. One, I think there's data showing that it doesn't particularly favor one party over the other. And two, it's a ton of old people. Do you know how many old people vote for this fucking party? They're just going to end up shooting themselves in the foot if they pass an act like that.
It's good for the military. You know, the military's away. They have to be able to use it, et cetera. Somebody that's sick, somebody that's away, you can't. And you do mail-in voting. But mail-in voting cut back so that it's fair.
It's tax day. What do you want to make sure people understand about the changes that you put in the tax code in the big, beautiful bill? And how significant are these refunds that people are getting?
Okay, well, the refunds are really significant, and it makes it less complicated to do your tax return, much less complicated. But the people, I mean, I think you're seeing this. You're reporting, everybody's reporting, because now it's gone into effect. And people are getting refunds of $5,000, $8,000, $11,000 that they had no idea they were getting. It's turned out to be better, as good or better than I said it would be.
Is that going to be enough to offset the increase in gasoline prices?
It will be, because gasoline's coming down very soon and very big.
Yeah, very soon, any day now, you guys. The war is ending because we won already, and the gas prices, they're going back down.
So you think gas prices will be lower before the midterm elections?
I think they'll be much lower before midterm, much lower, yes.
Okay. Now, you've suggested...
I mean, that's on the assumption that we stop a country that cannot have a nuclear weapon from... If you give Iran a nuclear weapon, you want to see bad stock markets? You won't have a country. The world will be blown up. You can't do it. You cannot do it. So...
If Iran gets a nuke, now it will be literally a nuclear holocaust for all of humanity. They will blow up the entire world, and that will be bad for the economy.
On the assumption we have that settled, hopefully long before that, and maybe almost immediately, could be very soon. But when that's settled, gas prices are going to go down tremendously, and gasoline, gas prices, cost per barrel, fill up your car, per gallon, any way you look at it, numbers are going to go down. Electricity.
It's also so crazy because you can't even try to pull off that narrative by trying to liken or suggest that Iran is like ISIS, because they don't like ISIS. Leaders of ISIS talk about volcanoes of jihad erupting globally to start usher in a global caliphate. There is none of that with respect to Iran, and so for him to be they blow up the whole world or whatever, it doesn't even make sense, even if you're trying to frame it through this because they're radical jihadis or whatever.
It fuels sort of everything, not just cars. It fuels the economy. If you get that down, one of the reasons I was so successful my first term.
Imagine being her and just sitting there swallowing this absolute bullshit. I mean, you think she mostly agrees with them. There's been very little pushback, if at all. She's just helping him.
I was able to keep gasoline prices down. I was able to keep energy down. Now, look, if I decided not to go into Iran, which would have been a terrible thing, for 47 years, no president had the guts to do it, and they should have done it. And I know at least one, and I think all of them that are living, are sitting back watching this and say, we should have done it. This should have been done long before me. It would have been much easier to do. This should have been done long before me.
Mr. President,
what Obama did with that Iran nuclear deal, that was the worst deal ever made. That gave them a path to a nuclear weapon, a short-term path to a nuclear weapon.
Dude, I wish so. Oh, God, this is why it's and she won't, the JCPOA gives Iran a path to a nuclear weapon. Just ask how. Please just, and she won't do it. She won't fucking ask him, please explain exactly how it does that.
Terminated it. It was the greatest thing I did. They would have had a nuclear weapon 4 years ago. Then we hit them with the B-2 bombers 8 months ago. They would have had a nuclear weapon.
Which you said it was completely obliterated, and now it's back for whatever reason?
Within 1 month, maybe 2 weeks. And they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East. And they would have used it on us too. And not just Israel, by the way. Qatar, Saudi Arabia,
She's probably allegedly his fourth mistress. LOL, that's why there is no pushback ever from her in any interviews. I mean, maybe, but this is really just a function of her being a Fox News correspondent. You could say then by that standard, Sean Hannity is fucking Trump. And you know what? Maybe he is, okay? Because Sean Hannity was way worse. Anytime he's interviewed JD or Trump, people actively go out of his way to help them. Softball interview doesn't even begin to describe how Sean Hannity has conducted interviews with Donald Trump and JD Vance.
Countries that were shocked when they got hit. These countries were not expected to be hit because they were going after those countries. They were going over to take over the Middle East, and we stopped them.
Are you expecting to name another Supreme Court justice? The speculation is that Justice Alito will step down this summer.
He will. He is going to get another Supreme Court justice, unfortunately.
Well, in many ways, I have to tell you, while it's an honor, I think he is one of the great justices of all time. So, it'd be nice to say, now I have somebody for 40 years. Justice Alito is an unbelievable justice and a brilliant justice. And he gets the country. He does what's right for the country. It's the law, and he goes by it as much as anybody. But he gets to the point that's good for our country. So, when you tell me that, one way you should be, I'm thrilled. But he's so good.
But, if there is a vacancy, do you have a short list of people that you would name?
Yeah,
you do.
I do.
Do you expect that we will see change by year end?
You mean on the Supreme Court?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. I think Justice Alito is in very good physical health, because you mentioned his name.
Well, what about Clarence Thomas? I'm just thinking about the oldest Republicans.
Look, there's a theory. You reach a certain age and you give up your seat if you have the president. Well, look what happens to Justice Ginsburg. She was not exactly a young woman. The election was taken.
Rude. Did he just call Ruth Bader Ginsburg old?
A Democrat who could have appointed a liberal justice, and the liberals do stick together. There's one thing about those justices. They stick together like glue, not like the Republicans. But she decided that she was going to live forever, And about 2 minutes after the election, she went out, and I got to appoint somebody. So, you make the case that at a certain time, you give it up so that you can have a justice. The average is like 40 years. It's a long time. So that your ideology, your policies, your everything would
40 years. Alito's successor will have 40 years on the court. I cannot believe he's going to get another fucking pick.
Be of the kind that we like. But it's probably not easy to give up for people, They reach a certain age. Ginsburg could not do it. And she really hurt herself within the Democrat Party. People are very angry at her because I got to appoint people instead of Biden.
So you don't know if you're going to be naming, putting another nomination forward. Okay, Mr. President, you've got a big meeting.
It's possible, in theory. In theory, it's 2 or 3, they tell me. If you just read statistics, it could be 2, could be 3, could be 1. I don't know. I'm prepared to do it, but when you mention Alito, he is a great justice.
You've got a major meeting coming up next month with President Xi. I want to get your take on China and how this shift in oil, particularly because of Iran, particularly because of Venezuela and what you've done, even your comments on Cuba. How does that change the dynamic of this meeting with President Xi?
I don't think it does. I mean, he's somebody that needs oil. We don't. He's somebody I get.
Okay. Yeah, this Iran war is it's gonna have no bearing probably on like the relations between our country, the future of like global energy, or like this meeting. It's like it's not relevant.
Get along with very well. Just wrote me a beautiful letter.
He wrote you a letter?
Yeah, he did. He responded to a letter that I wrote because I had heard that China is giving weapons to, you're seeing it all over the place, to Iran, that China is
giving weapons. Did he say he's giving them?
Yeah, and I wrote him a letter asking him not to do that. And he wrote me a letter saying that essentially he's not doing that.
Okay. Well, we just heard from the
Interesting.
FBI recently that there was a major cyber attack attributed to China.
Dude, it's like actually hilarious in the context of like Iran can't have a nuke. You're talking about like China allegedly transferring arms and weapons to the Iranian state. And Trump is like, I sent a strongly worded letter, and then the adversary denied it. And then that was that.
What response is under consideration for that cyber attack?
We do it to them. They do it to us. We do it to them.
Well, when was the last time we did a cyber attack in China?
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that. But we do them. They do us. It's been like that for a long time.
So it's not going to be addressed?
I'll address things. But, it is what it is. Look, China's China. They're never easy.
Wait, what? Did anybody else catch that? Like how much you just slurred? Hold on.
Them,
Well, when was the last time we did a cyber attack in China?
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that. But we do them. They do us. It's been like that for a long time.
So it's not going to be addressed?
I'll address things. But, it is what it is.
We do them. They do us. And then maybe I'll address things.
Look, China's China. They're never easy. But we're doing great.
He sounds so fucking old.
China. I'm the toughest person in China anywhere in the world. I put on 100% tariff on Chinese cars. We don't have a Chinese car in the whole country. And if you look at Europe, they're being inundated with Chinese cars, and it's killing their car companies, okay? There's nobody tougher than me. Don't forget, I put a 20% tariff on them for what they've done with fentanyl. I put a penalty. I call it a penalty. I put a 45% tariff. I had a 145% tariff where they literally were going to go out of business. Look, there's never been anybody tougher in China than me. But I also
you put an insane tariff that's like that impacted Americans, not China.
Also have a good relationship with President Xi, and that's a good thing. Remember this, TikTok, billions and billions of dollars, not the biggest thing in terms of China, bigger is the other things I do, but everybody said they will never approve the deal, it's a hard no. President Xi said it's a hard no, we will never do it. Then American business people got together, paid billions of dollars, and I called up President Xi, I said, be a good thing if you did it, and he did it.
Have you been negotiating a lot all day? I mean, Is that why your voice is hoarse?
I've been screaming at Iranians all day, yes. A little bit of a laryngitis.
Low-key, Trump got that gamer posture. I think you mean high-key.
Did it, and he did it.
Have you been negotiating a lot all day? I mean, Is that why your voice is hoarse?
I've been screaming at Iranians all day, yes. A little bit of a laryngitis because of my... I've been screaming at Iranians.
So the Iran leadership...
I do not like to hear that. I've been screaming at Iranians all day, whatever that means, old man.
Screaming at?
You know why? Because that's the only thing they understand.
Also, to say like screaming and not yelling, it's very, very feminine.
They don't understand being nice. They understand the way I have to do business. I treat all people differently.
Welcome back. Good
Screaming at the TV.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Wednesday, April 15th, tax day. It is 7:03 on the East Coast. We are coming to you live this morning from our nation's capital in Washington on Morning House yesterday. Ron.
So okay, is that the interview? Okay, no, it gets back to it.
That was my idea, actually. Build their own.
President with me yesterday.
China wants to beat us on so much. You know that.
Of course, and we want to beat them. And we want to beat them, too.
To AI. I want to ask you about AI.
Maria. But we want to beat them, too.
Will we beat them?
Well, we're leading in AI because of me. We're leading. You know why? I'm letting them build their own electric power plants. They're becoming a utility. I said to Mark Zuckerberg, congratulations, you're in the electric business. Because if I didn't do that, was my idea, actually. They're building these massive plants, and if they took it from the grid wouldn't be able to handle it. I said, no, if you want to build it, you have to build your own power. And then they will be giving excess power back into our grid. And these things are all under construction right now. So we're beating China.
Hey, Bombay, thanks so much for the 200 bits.
On that, we're beating China on the economy. We have a great economy. Remember, if I didn't want to make that little journey to Iran, that was a journey. I said, we're going to have to do this for the good of the world.
So you still journey to Iran this year? No
I do.
recession.
I mean, I do. Look, we had a couple of months where I had to go to a war. I had to go and fight either a military operation. Some people would call it a war. Some people.
Wait, what is this? Somebody can't believe that, like, Trump, this is not AI.
Is that real? We haven't used. That's real, right?
JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved, and I'm involved.
Did it remind you of anything at all? Did it? Because it did me.
Christ.
Sometimes I don't listen. I tell them not to play me the clips until I'm live on the radio so that you know that my reaction will be entirely authentic. Play the Trump one again.
And I'm involved.
Is that real? We haven't used. That's real, right? It's not AI saying, make it sound like he's saying the same thing. That's a genuine Scooby Dooby Dooby quote.
Oh, putting it like next to each other is just devastating. Okay.
People call it a military.
Thank you, Eddie Bombay. It was a good one.
Operation. It was easy because we have the greatest military in the world. But I had to divert because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir. And you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close.
So no.
It's over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
That's pretty unprecedented. I mean, having direct talks like that.
I have talks with everybody, but it's very effective. I think you're going to have a great deal. I'm doing a great job for the country and for the world. You know, we've had no help, zero from NATO. We're there for them. They're not there for us. We spend, you saw the chart that came out a couple of
Wow, can you believe that NATO won't actually help me with this war of choice? Crazy.
Days ago.
Very disrespectful.
With a big monster red ball, that was us, and all these little satellite balls, and it represented the money spent on military and NATO, and it's ridiculous. And they should have been better. They should have said, we'll send somebody. It's a small operation compared to a big operation.
This is a small operation.
But NATO was not there for us. And what it means if they're not there for us here.
Like, again, and also that, like, nothing statement. It was a small operation compared to a big operation.
Satellite balls, and it represented the money spent on military and NATO. And it's ridiculous. And they should have been better. They should have said, we'll send somebody. It's a small operation compared to a big operation. But NATO.
Yeah, it's small if you compare it to something big, correct?
NATO was not there for us. And what it means if they're not there for us here, they're not going to be there for us. So why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars a year on NATO if they're not going to be with us? If they're not going to be with us on Iran, they're not going to be with us on a much bigger subject than Iran.
Did you see that Britain suffered the biggest growth forecast downgrade in the G7?
Yeah.
I know I didn't because I don't care about British suffering.
Well,
so their economy is impacted.
It's the UK. I would say this. They got to stop with the windmills and they got to open up the North Sea. They have the North Sea in Aberdeen, Scotland. It's the biggest, one of the most incredible.
Dude, it freaks me out when Trump knows these little like facts about random places around the world, especially like given his like imperial track record.
Oil fields anywhere in the world. It's got hundreds of years left. And you know what they do? They closed it because they want so much that the oil companies are begging them to go there. They called me, please speak to them. They made it impossible because of the environmentalists, the horrible environmentalists that hurt that country so badly. And they're going with the windmills, destroying their fields all over the place. They have that problem, and then they have the problem of immigration. What Europe has done with immigration, most of the countries, not all, What they've done with immigration is horrible.
Do we still have the same relationship with Italy right now and Giorgia Meloni?
No. She's been negative. Anybody that turned us down for helping with this Iran situation, we do not have the same relationship. Just so you know, Italy gets a lot of oil from the Strait. You can call it the Strait of Hormuz or the Hormuz Strait. I said, which is better? They said, either is okay, but you can call it either one. The only thing you can't call it is the Trump Strait. They don't like that idea. By the way, speaking of that,
he asked the Italians on how you say the Strait of Hormuz, I guess, what naming scheme you should use.
I did a thing that people like very much, except for Mexico. I took the Gulf of Mexico. We now call it the Gulf of America. That's not bad.
And Google changed it. I know that.
And Google.
Did you see
and by the way, Google was great on that.
Did you see?
Wow, can you believe a multi-billion-dollar fucking corporation kowtowed to try to make money? Crazy.
Europe is now drafting a program and plan to open up the Hormuz Strait without the United States.
That's so sad. We're doing it now. By the way, it's opening. The ships are coming back and forth. Oh, without the United States. It just shows you. How can you have a country, how can you have a group of countries with that attitude? Look at Greenland. We should have Greenland to protect the world against Russia and China.
What? Why? We need Greenland to protect the world?
Mention of it, all of a sudden they get...
Has this been the defense for the Greenland annexation? I have never heard him say that it's for U.S. security. It's literally just been because I want it.
This country should not be paying trillions of dollars to NATO.
Mr. President, I got to ask you about AI. This is an important question, I think, for our audience. And we saw reports.
This is on 1.5x speed. It's on 1.25x speed.
It's that Treasury Secretary Bessent and Chairman Jay Powell called an emergency meeting with the major banks because they said that there was a risk over the Anthropic.
That's been their narrative from the start. I guess I didn't follow it closely enough. It's so unserious, him saying that, oh, yeah, we're going to take Greenland or whatever. Or it was at that time. I mean, now, post-Iran war, fucking, what can you really say is, for sure off the table.
A model. And the worry is that bad actors are actually going to be able to hack into...
It's because of Russia, he claims, the fucking jokes write themselves.
These banks, and faster than institutions can actually respond. Do you see this as a systemic threat?
Not systemic. We'll work it out. AI is very important. Billions and even trillions of dollars is being invested in our country because of it. It's got some bad aspects. It's got mostly good aspects medically and so many other ways. You'll be finding cures to diseases that you would have never found before. There are a lot of good things, but we have to be careful with it. Like everything else, we have to be careful with it. But when you tell me Bessent, he's great. When you tell me about Jerome Too Late Powell, he's a disaster. Here's a man.
Jerome Too Late Powell.
Who took this little tiny building and a couple of other little tiny complex, and he's spending more than $3 billion. I want to know who the contractor is, because that contractor is making billions of dollars, perhaps. So he's doing a bad job. He should be lowering interest rates.
But do you think that Kevin Warsh is going to get confirmed next week?
I think so. I hope so. Yeah, I hope so.
But, Tom Tillis is still blocking it.
Yeah, but Tom Tillis is an American. He knows what to do. Let's see what happens.
Will you tell or at least advise Judge Janine to end that criminal probe into Jay Powell so that Tom Tillis...
Well, it's really more than that. It's more than a criminal probe. It's a criminal probe, I guess, but it's also a probe on...
It's just casually calling for the president to attempt to intimidate a judge to rule favorably.
Competence. How do you take a little building? I built a hotel for $201 million that's bigger than that building. Down the road. It's a little while ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I built the Trump Hotel, which I sold to Waldorf Astoria. It's a good deal. I built it around $200 million in construction. They're going to spend maybe $4 billion. And you know what? I'm not sure the thing's ever going to open. I do that stuff very well. I went past the site the other day. I was driving past it. They said, take me past the Federal Reserve building. They took me past. There's very little work done inside. Kevin may never get to have the use of that building. And he told me something very interesting. He said, the saddest part of...
He's like a little kid being shepherded around by Secret Service. Can you take me can we drive by the Federal Reserve, please?
It is. They ripped down the most beautiful building of them all. They ripped it down. He said they had boardrooms and various rooms in that building that were the most beautiful in Washington. And they ripped it down. What they've done to that. So it is probably corrupt, but what it really is incompetent. And we have to show the incompetence of that. And he headed the job. He was, this guy, Jerome.
But you want Jay Powell out of the way. Isn't it the easiest way to get him out of the way to end the probe?
Does that mean we stop a probe of a building that I would have done for $25 million that's going to cost maybe $4 billion? Don't you think we have to find out what happened there? We have other jobs like that, like the railroad in California, where it's, 25 times more than it was originally going to cost. And I think they're going to end up abandoning it. Okay, that's Gavin Newsom, or as I call him, Gavin Newsom, who's so bad.
Oh my God, dude, just can't. Okay, one more time. It's kind of funny.
It's more than it was originally going to cost. And I think they're going to end up abandoning it. Okay, that's Gavin Newsom, or as I call him, Gavin Newsom.
Same, dude.
Who's so bad. But
He's
that's
so
the
bad,
one.
true.
But I think the Federal Reserve building is just as bad. And so whether it's incompetence, corruption, or both, I think you have to find out. I really do. I think you have to find out.
So you're not going to drop the probe?
Also, I'm not going to look into it tonight, but I did want to read this. How Newsom boosted his book sales with his $1.5 million from his super PAC. Governor Gavin Newsom offered supporters who gave any amount a copy of his book. Roughly 67,000 donors received the memoir, accounting for about 2/3 of its total print sales.
I have to find out.
And he said he's not leaving if, you know.
Well, then I'll have to fire him, okay? If he's not leaving on time, I've held back firing him. I've wanted to fire him, but I hate to be controversial, you know? I want to be uncontroversial, but
and you think Kevin Warsh could get confirmed? You think Tom Tillis is going to give you a vote?
Well, we're going to have to find out. He might not, but that's why Tom Tillis is no longer a senator.
On the AI
Tom
thing,
Tillis is no longer a senator, right?
Well, he's on his way out.
Well, no, he quit, but he quit. And I think he doesn't want the legacy of stopping a person who could be great. I think Kevin Warsh is going to be great. He doesn't want the legacy of having an incompetent guy stay there for longer than is necessary. I know Tom Tillis. He's a good man. I don't think he's going to hurt. I know he said what he said, and maybe it's true, in which case I'll have to live with it. But not as chairman. This guy is a bad chairman, really bad chairman. And I was surprised when Biden extended him, to be honest with you, but he did. Interest rates should be much lower than they are right now.
And you think they will go lower later this year?
When Kevin gets in, I do, yeah.
Just to close the loop on AI, Mr. President, in a worst-case scenario, could that be the kind of technology that undermines confidence in the banking system?
Yeah, probably, but it could also be the kind of technology that allows greatness in the banking system, makes it better and safer and more secure.
So should government have some safeguards? Should there be a kill switch for some of these AI agents?
There should be, but let me say, we're leading in AI. We're leading China by a lot, actually. We're building plants that nobody ever imagined before, and it's going to be a tremendous, bigger than the internet. It's going to be tremendous, and they're
bigger than the internet.
Always difficulties when you're at this stage of something, but you know, when you mention banking, it could also make banking much bigger, much safer, much more efficient.
Let me just ask you about the midterms. Do you expect the Republicans to lose seats in the House?
Oh, get ready for some fucking grade A cope.
What does that mean for your agenda?
Well, I just left with Mike Johnson and some great people, some great congressmen and women, and women in the Oval Office. I think we're going to do good. Now, with that being said, when somebody gets elected president, that party always loses the midterms. I don't know why. I don't know why. Nobody could explain it.
Oh, damn. Okay. This is actually not as bad as I thought. Like, it is still cope. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. He's using the old, like, oh, well, it's a historical trend that we're not going to do well. This is completely unrelated to my governing and policies.
I asked people that are deep into the psychological world, I said, why is it that a voter votes for the opposite party?
This is mortifyingly embarrassing. Imagine kids thinking this is presidential. I mean, adults thought this was presidential. A majority of voters thought this was presidential. So I can't, unfortunately. And that's because they're not even like the lead poison generation necessarily or the AI generation. So
when you have a good president, I think I had the greatest year, the greatest opening year I've read, the greatest.
Clear Watch, thanks so much for the bits.
Look, I ended 8 wars. A 9th is coming, but I ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever ended 1 war. Who's ended 1? Nobody. I ended 8. We have the biggest tax cuts ever. We have the biggest regulation cuts ever. The greatest economy ever, pretty much including the fact that I took a detour into Iran in order to stop something that could have destroyed the world, right? But even when you have a great president, they tend to lose the midterms. It doesn't make sense to me, so we're going to try turning it around. You know, in 50 years, I guess the president, the party with the...
Well, if he says we're going to try turning it around, he's not at the point of complete delusion where he's like, no, we're doing like really, really well. He can like, somebody who he trusts or believes has told him like the projections for the midterms look abysmal.
President has won twice. Why that happens, I don't know. We are really working hard to turn that around. We've had the greatest year in the history of the presidency, first year, and we should be giving credit. Look at the border. So we had a border that was an open civ. You covered it better than anybody.
So is that the message to voters going into the midterm elections? The border.
Yeah, I should get credit.
Leave them for?
Yeah, I think we should. Well, I think we have to bring it back to talk. We don't need help on the border. But, you know, I built over 1,000 miles of wall. We have to talk about it because we should be given credit for having taken this disaster, where people were criminals were coming in from all over the world and pouring into our country. The worst thing that's ever happened. It was like an invasion. And we should be giving Maria credit for it. So I'm going to be talking about it. But I'm also going to be talking about we gave the voters the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cuts in history, the best economy in history. And now what we're doing is we took this path, we knocked the hell out of Iran, we stopped them from they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, regardless. By the way, I could leave tomorrow. They would never be able to have a nuclear weapon. For years, they would, because their country is devastated. They don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have an airplane.
Yeah, they have the fucking Strait, dude. Nobody was ever worried about their conventional military assets. It was always about any economic leverage they could have over the global economy or proxies.
All gone.
Like, so many of the Trump toadies and MAGA propagandists just go around being like, wow, their military is really degraded. Like, this is a Fox News bar constantly. So he's literally just feeding back what he's heard on, like, the 5.
The press doesn't write about it. The New York Times, you think... If you read the
like, wow, their Navy is decimated. Cool. Doesn't fucking matter. That was not the issue.
New York Times, this fake, horrible newspaper. You would think they're doing well in the war. They have nothing left. They're going to make a deal. We'll see what happens. We have to explain to the voters, so importantly, the great job that we've done, because there's no reason why the Republicans should be losing. These people, they'll open up the borders again. They'll have transgender for everybody. They'll have men and women sports.
Transgender?
They'll end. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. They'll end it all. And if people hear that, I don't see how we lose the election.
Final question on space, because Artemis 2, what a success. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's great.
Do you expect the
Dude, she's like
United
so crazy
States
looking.
will beat China in
like she actually just like looks insane.
This race to the moon? And what do you want to say about the astronauts who circled the moon in Artemis 2? Where's that going?
So number one, they were great. I spoke to them as they were circling, right? Just after they came out of that dark cavity.
Ugh, imagine pulling off like an incredible feat like that and having to talk to Donald fucking Trump.
Great. They're great. I'm the one that started that program. NASA was closed. It's totally closed. There was grass growing on the runways. I went there. I was there in Florida.
He reopened NASA. What an achievement.
Looked at, got pictures of all of their facilities. Their grass growing out of the cracked asphalt in Florida and elsewhere. And I said, you know what, this is terrible. Let's start it up. And we started it up, and it gave great pride. Everybody watched that the other night. It was really something. Everybody I know watch it. They watch the landing. They watch the takeoff. And it gives us pride. And something very good will come out of it. But, you know, from a military standpoint, it's very helpful. And one of my greatest achievements, I think, will be the fact...
From a military standpoint, Artemis is very helpful. Did he just pull this out of his ass? Is this like cope, or is this actually something that somebody's been, like, credible has been saying?
That I started Space Force because we were losing to Russia and China, and now we're way ahead of them.
And we're going to beat China to the moon.
I think so. Look, we already did many years ago. You know, maybe they'll get...
We're going to beat China to the moon.
Lucky they'll send a ship up or something. You know, they tried yesterday to send a ship, and it wasn't very successful, to put it mildly. I think so. I don't like to put myself in that position. If they beat us, I'll say, oh, I said on Maria's show, you know, I don't. But
why is this the one commitment that he doesn't want to make? He overpromises all the time. Like every other sentence, it's him going back and forth between we won the war, it's over, Iran is fucking cooked, they're done, they're stupid, they don't know what they want, blah blah blah. But then he won't just say that he the moon base race. Like what?
We have a very good guy, Jared, who you know. He's doing a very good job as the head of NASA. Very proud of him, and. I think we'll probably win, but I don't want to get into that because if they win, I don't want you saying, oh, Trump was wrong. Trump was wrong. What a terrible thing. The fact is we're way ahead in space. We're way ahead in the military. We have the greatest submarines in the world. We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody makes equipment like us, whether it's the Patriot or the Tomahawk. We have the best military equipment anywhere in the world. And we're going to keep it that way.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dude. Okay. Thank you for watching that fucking train wreck with me. Holy shit. So if you're watching me on Twitch and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. Same with YouTube. Like the stream. It really, really helps push it out to other people. If you want to watch my past VODs, they're timestamped and housed in my YouTube channel. Best way to support me is following the Streamlabs tip link in my YouTube description box or pinned in my Twitch chat because they only take 3%. But I will also accept a YouTube super chat, which I will read out and thank you for, or subscribe to me on Twitch using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub thing, or gifting subs throughout the chat if you're feeling so generous. I don't know if I'm going to be back tomorrow because Adam Friedland's in Florida, so I'm going to go see Adam Friedland perform. And I don't know what time that is at, but if it's not 2 early or late, I will try to get a stream in. But in the meantime, you guys are headed over to Redolent Thought. Absolutely no one is streaming on YouTube at this time. And Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $4.99. Trump being the Antichrist is just to distract from the files. Oh, you're one of these people. Okay. I'm not convinced of that yet, but, many people are saying this. But, all right. Tell Redolent Thought I said hi. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight, you guys. Bye.